What's up, guys, and welcome to the full beginners HTML and CSS course. In this course, we're going to start with a completely blank file. I'm going to teach you all about HTML. I'm going to teach you about what a text editor is, how to even write code. We're going to learn all those little quick basics really fast. And then we're going to make a full multi-page website with just HTML. This is going to be a shark website, okay? We're going to make a website called Great White Sharks HQ, just a fictional site. Just HTML at first, okay, so that you get the page structure down. We're going to learn mostly by building. There's going to be a few slides, but if you've taken my stuff before, you know that it's called practical web dev for a reason, because we build. We don't get deep into theory. We learn as we build, because that's how you actually learn this stuff, okay? And then in the next part of the course, we're going to add CSS to make what you see here, this nice, beautiful, modern-looking website. So it's going to be really fun. Get your favorite drink. This is going to take a while. It's going to be probably about an 8-hour course, but it'll be worth it. You're going to learn a ton. Let me show you a preview of the final product just so you know exactly what you're going to be learning how to build. So here's a preview, guys, of the live website. And again, you can see this preview. I'll put a link in the description for all the source code, the live website, everything else that we talk about. Just check the description. All right, everything will be there. But this is what you're eventually going to get from just that, learning that HTML and then applying CSS. So we have a full website here. Very nice, very modern. And yes, it's 100% responsive. We'll tell you how to do that. We'll teach you how to do that with media queries, okay? We get that little hamburger menu. And again, this can all be done with just HTML and CSS. You don't need JavaScript for this functionality. It's actually very easy to do with HTML and CSS. So I'll teach you that as well. And by the end of the video, you'll know how to do HTML and CSS and how to clone websites, okay? So again, everything's going to be down there. We're going to be working when we get to the CSS with a professional mockup. Again, all those files are going to be in the source code on GitHub, including the mockup file. So just download the source code. You'll get all the images, the mockup file, everything you need. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and get started. So, guys, why should you want to learn HTML in 2026 and beyond? When AI is here, AI can generate code, it can generate HTML really easily. What's the point in even being here, right? Well, even though AI can generate a lot of code for you, including HTML, you'll still want to have the ability to understand what it actually generated, okay, guys? No matter what you want to do, what kind of career you want, if you're trying to be a full stack developer, front end developer, you want to get into WordPress or Shopify, you've heard that you can make a lot of money with development, but why should you waste your time with HTML? It's not even programming. Well, HTML, guys, runs the entire web. HTML is the structure of any web page, no matter if you're using React or any other type of complicated framework. Underneath every web page is HTML. So knowing HTML, knowing how to edit it, troubleshoot code that AI might give you is very invaluable. You should be able to make an HTML page only, just plain HTML. If you're ever going to be any kind of developer worth anything, you should be able to still code from scratch, and it starts with HTML. You have to know this stuff. So just to show you some proof on what I mean when I say HTML is the backbone and foundation of every web page, let's go to a website. We're at ESPN.com, a huge enterprise website, probably one of the most visited websites in the world. If we right-click and we hit View Page Source, we'll look at what we're going to find, guys. Right here, there's a bunch of links. All these things are called tags. All of this stuff, guys, is HTML. Okay, this is all links to HTML. You have these tags. These are called tags. We're going to go into in a little bit for the head, the body, nav. Okay, this is all HTML. Every web page is made up of HTML at its core. Okay, HTML runs the web. You have to know how this stuff works. So it might not be as cool or as sexy as programming right away, but this is the first step to actually becoming a developer and understanding how to code. So guys, can you make money with just HTML? I'm going to be honest with you, maybe in some niche cases, but realistically, HTML alone is not going to make you a high-paid developer. But again, HTML is essential if you want to be able to do any of the super high-paying roles in the future. If you want to be like a front-end developer, a full stack developer, WordPress developer, whatever you want. Even if you just want to be, maybe you want to get like some kind of IT job, because you can make a lot of money in IT just fixing people's stuff, doing tickets all day. HTML is still that thing that's going to unlock all of those doors for you by learning that first. Now, just to show you that jobs do exist that do require HTML skills, we'll take a quick look on Indeed just so you can see what I'm talking about using the keyword HTML. So guys, here we are on Indeed.com. Let's just search HTML, and I'm going to search my local area just to see what comes up right away. Web developer, website designer, full stack web developer. Just with HTML, all of these jobs pop up. Why? Because you have to have that HTML experience and that HTML knowledge just to get in the door and just to get started with this track. This is why HTML is so super important. So guys, we keep talking about HTML, but what is HTML? What does that actually mean? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, okay? So hypertext refers to documents connected together through hyperlinks, and that's basically what the whole internet is. Every website is just a document that connects to other documents with clickable links. Those are hyperlinks. Markup refers to marking up the content to tell the browser what it means or what it represents, and we'll get more into that in the coming videos. Language. Why is language on the end of there? Well, HTML is the standardized syntax and rules for the web. Okay, it's the language that the internet and web browsers understand. It has to be HTML or the page will not show up. Okay, that's why HTML, again, like I always say, it's the backbone of the internet. It's so important to learn it first. Here's an example of HTML. And we're going to get into these things called tags. This is an opening H1 tag and a closing H1 tag. We'll get into that next. Just know that that's a tag, and it's going to produce a heading. And H1 is the biggest heading you can have. If you wanted to make Rise and Shine Coffee text show up on a web browser, you would have to wrap it in these HTML tags and then put the text inside of the tags. All right? For this example, the text is Rise and Shine Coffee. The markup is the H1 tags, and the browser understands it because it's written in HTML, and again, that's the primary language that browsers understand. So just think, HTML uses the markup to describe what content means. All right, guys, so let's talk about elements and tags, okay? So the tag is kind of what I explained in the last part here. A tag, HTML, is made up of these things called tags. So, for example, a paragraph is made up of an opening P tag, and opening tags have an open greater than and less than sign, and then a P in the middle. And then here's the closing tag. And you notice the closing tag is almost identical, but it has this little forward slash, okay? And that's what closing tags have in HTML. So it means paragraph starts here, paragraph ends here, and then within the P tags is the actual content, hello world. So this would print hello world to the page. So just think, the tag itself is whatever is in the opening and closing greater than and less than symbols. This is the tag, so this is a P tag. All right? An element is everything together. So this opening, closing tag and the content within here is referred to as an element. This would be one HTML element. So again, opening tag plus the content plus the closing tag is an element. The key idea, tags are pieces. The full element is the complete structure. It's the tags and the content. The last super important thing that we're going to learn about HTML and the elements and stuff like that before we actually start building is going to be HTML attributes. So here in this example is an example of what we call an A tag or an anchor tag. Anchor tags, which we're going to use and learn more about later on, allow us to put links to other websites or even to like other files on the same website. So they're basically link tags, and they start with the A, and that means anchor. Now, the element itself, remember we just learned about elements, is the entire anchor tag with all of the content. What's this thing called an href, about.html, and about us. The attribute in this is href, and attributes are going to have a name, an equal sign, and then quotation marks where the information that they store is going to be. Those are called HTML attributes. The value of this attribute is about.html. So this is actually pointing not to a link, but to another file on the same website, the about page, about.html. Okay, and again, we're going to get into this very, very soon in a practical way. And then finally, we have the link text, which is going to display as about us. So since this is all in an anchor tag, this would be displayed as a link that you can click on the about us and then go to about.html. And again, the href is what is the attribute in this element. Okay, so that's what attributes do. One more example that I can show you is for images. If you're going to have an image on a website, it goes in the img tag. So you have the attribute name, which is src, which is short for source, and then it's going to point to an image. This can be an outside image or a local image in a folder. In this example, it's just a local image, coffee.jpg, okay? An alt attribute lets you describe what is in an image in case an image doesn't load. It'll show some text on the screen of what it's supposed to be, or it also helps these things called screen readers for people who use the internet that can't see, that are blind, okay? So some other common HTML attributes that you're going to see eventually are going to be classes, IDs, title, target, width, height, and placeholder. And this is just some of the attributes. You don't have to memorize attributes, guys. There's going to be 2 or 3 that you use over and over again, and you'll get very familiar with them very fast. Just know that attributes add extra information and behavior to HTML elements. That's the main idea here. So really quick, guys, I want to go over HTML comments because they're actually super important. They can really help you keep your code organized, and they can help other developers that are looking at your code as well. So this is the syntax over here for an HTML comment, okay? So it's a less than symbol, exclamation, dash, dash, and then the closing is dash, dash, greater than symbol, or vice versa, whatever. This is less than, greater than, I don't know. I don't remember this math stuff. But anyway, that's it. And then in between there, you can put a comment, okay? Now, this can be both a single line comment if you just want a single line, or you can go in between them. You can hit enter a few times and make multi-line HTML comments. So, for example, a lot of times you'll see people do this, like for navigation or the footer, different sections of a website, like in their HTML code, they'll leave comments like navigation start, navigation ends. So again, if other developers have to look at their code, they know exactly where stuff is. Or if you revisit a project like that you built and then you have to revisit it months or years down the road, you can quickly open it, get your bearings, and realize where everything is. So very important. Comments are not visible on the web page, so you don't have to worry about that. They're not going to be on your actual project that the public sees. It's just if somebody goes inside your code file, that's where the comments will be. So very important, guys. We might use some comments on this project here. Definitely we're going to use them when we add CSS to this website later on in my other course, or if you're watching the full stack course or the HTML and CSS version of this course, we're definitely going to use a lot of comments later. So if not now, we're going to use a ton of them later. But just know that HTML comments exist, and that's how you write them. All right, guys, so we're just about ready to write our first HTML. But to do that, you're going to need to download and install some software on your computer called a text editor, okay? And what a text editor does is it allows you to write HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and even some PHP, which are all languages that run the internet, and it allows you to run them on your local machine and then view what you're building in a web browser, okay? They also have really helpful tools built in, like autocomplete, search functionality to find code that you want immediately, copy and paste, and they also help keep your code readable and organized by allowing you to create files and folders with like a nice, easy to use interface. And nowadays, they're especially useful because they integrate directly with AI. So when you're a more experienced developer and you understand your foundations, you can actually integrate AI directly into your text editor to help code pages up 10 times faster than we used to when developers used to have to develop everything from scratch, which wasn't that long ago. And when I first learned web development about 8 years ago now, we were still in the age of mostly writing our code from scratch with using, autocomplete from text editors, but not using the tools like AI that we have today that can help us spin up entire multi-page websites in 10 to 20 minutes. So guys, the code or text editor that I'm going to recommend to you is pretty much the industry standard nowadays, at least when it comes to writing code on your local computer and developing simple websites and applications. It's called Visual Studio Code. Okay, so you can go to this URL and also put it in the description, code.visualstudio.com, and it's just a simple text editor. Go ahead and download it for your operating system. I'm on Mac, so it's telling me to download it for Mac. If you're on PC, it'll have you download it for Windows. Go ahead and click the download button. We're not going to go through step by step on how to download a piece of software. You should know how to click the next button, do what it tells you to do. Okay? Once your download is done, you'll go ahead, you'll get this icon, this Visual Studio icon right here, and you can pin it down to your taskbar or save it on your desktop or wherever you want to access it from. And look, you open it up, and this is our text editor, okay? So right now I have a file in here for a landing page that I just built. You can see this file is called index.html. We're going to get into why that is in the next lesson, but look at all this HTML I have, okay? And this is a text editor, and we're going to go through, you'll learn a text editor as you learn HTML. It'll teach you all of the basics, but this is what you need. So please go ahead now, pause the video if you haven't done so already, and download Visual Studio Code, and then you can come back and we will start building our first HTML web page. This video is brought to you guys by the No BS Roadmap for Web Development. Guys, check the link in the description. I made a whole entire free ebook for you guys that will tell you exactly what you need to learn of each coding language, how much to learn of each coding language, and when to and how to merge with AI to do the modern AI workflows. This guide will help get you making money and applying to jobs quickly. Download it now, follow the guide, follow my weekly plan, and you'll be set up for success. This video is also brought to you by Prompt Build Ship. This is my flagship course that will teach you HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, and MySQL database from scratch. Not only that, you'll get all of your coding foundations and learn them by building 20 plus projects with me in the 50-hour curriculum. I'll also teach you how to build modern websites and web applications using AI in your coding foundations knowledge. I'll give you a free ebook that will give you prompts and source code that you can give to your favorite AI chatbot to quickly have websites and web applications created for you in minutes. And I'll also show you how to build your developer brand to become known online, whether you want to get a job as a full-time developer or attract freelance clients and build your empire. This is for you. Click Enroll Now. You can click each individual course within the bundle and see the curriculum for each one. All right, guys, let's get back to the video. All right, guys, so hopefully you got your text editor downloaded, your Visual Studio Code. Go ahead and open that. Make sure that's open with me. And we're going to create our first project file folder, and we're going to open it inside our text editor. So how I like to do it is I'm just going to go to my desktop, and I'm going to say right-click, new folder, and this will work whether you're on Mac or PC. I click in here. I just highlight that so that I can name the folder whatever I want, and I'm just going to name it HTML-website. Now, when you're naming files, guys, it's a good idea to always just put dashes in between separate words for files and keep everything lowercase, just an FYI. So that'll be the name of my folder. The easiest way to open this up in Visual Studio Code is to simply click and drag it right into your text editor and just let it open up. You can also go to File, Open Folder, and wherever the folder is that you just created, you can open it from there by highlighting it and clicking Open. Now, to write our HTML, we're going to need to create a file, because right now we just have an empty folder with no files. To create a file, you're going to go up here to this little file with a plus icon, and you're just going to click it. It'll say New File if you hover over it. And we're going to create a page called index.html. And we'll hit enter, and that'll be our first file. Now we name our default file index.html because that is going to be basically the home page of the website by default. Whenever we launch this and we launch the project into the web browser or open it up with a web browser like Google Chrome, it's automatically going to look for the file that is labeled index.html and show that as the first page or the default home page. So all websites have an index.html. Once you have your index.html, you can create what's called your HTML boilerplate code. So to do that, on Visual Studio Code, there's a shortcut. You do Shift, exclamation mark, Tab. And that will get you your basic starter code for HTML. And you need all of this code here to start writing HTML correctly. So again, remember, just one more time, that's Shift, exclamation, or it's also the number 1 on your keyboard at the top left of your keyboard. It should be the number 1 or an exclamation point, and then hit the tab button that's also in the top left area of your keyboard, and it gives you a boilerplate for HTML. Now, what does that code mean? Let's look at it. So I'll zoom it in a little bit here. We'll go line by line. So the first one is the doc type. This is basically telling the browser the document type, or what we're creating right now, is an HTML file. So doc type HTML. The next one is going to be an opening HTML tag, and it has, remember this thing called attributes that we just learned? Well, here's an attribute, the lang attribute. Lang is for language. We're saying the language of this page is going to be in EN, which stands for English. So if this was in German, you would do whatever the German abbreviation is. If it was in Chinese, you would do whatever that one is. French, I think, is just FR. So on and so forth. You can look up whatever language attribute that you put in here for lang for whatever country or language you're going to write it in, and that's best practice. Okay. Next, we have the head. The head of the document, and you can see there's an opening head tag and a closing head tag. Within the head of a document stores important information for your web page that the browser can read to know what your page is about and to know how to display certain things. So, and these are called meta tags, and this is where that information is. Now you're going to notice the meta tag only has an opening tag and no closing tag. Some HTMLs only have the opening tag and then some information in between the opening tag, and there is no closing tag. A meta tag is one of those elements. So here for this meta tag, it's saying our character set or char set is set to UTF-8. That just pretty much means use UTF-8, and that's basically a code that says pretty much anything that somebody can type on a keyboard should be displayable. There's other character set codes that you can put in if you want to only show certain things on a website or certain text or things from a keyboard, but UTF-8 is the default because it lets you display emojis, exclamation points, question marks, all the letters of the alphabet, everything you could ever want to type. It lets you display that on the web page. That's why UTF is always the default, and you should not touch that. This next meta tag is for the viewport. It has several attributes. It has name, content, and initial scale 1.0. Now, you don't have to know too much about what this means quite yet. This comes in handy when we learn CSS and we do mobile responsive pages. But just know that this viewport will help us make our website responsive and behave correctly when we start making versions of it for mobile screens, smaller screens, iPads, and then big desktop screens. So it'll help us make our versions of our website that fit all screen sizes. Again, we're not going to worry about that now. That'll be when we learn CSS. This is just going to be an HTML course, but that's what viewport does. This next one, the title tag in our boilerplate code, controls the name of your the title of your web page that'll actually display in the browser. So for now, I'll just put HTML, if I can type, website. And we'll launch our page and we'll view the title here in just a second, but that's what that does. So name your web page whatever you want the title to be. After the closing head tag, we're moving into the body. Okay, the body is going to show everything in between the body tags is going to be displayed on your web page. That's what body means. So all the rest of our tags, all the rest of the content that we want to display on this page for the user to see needs to be in between the opening body tag and the closing body tag. So all content, just typing nonsense, has to go in here. Okay. Finally, we have a closing HTML tag, and this closing HTML tag tells us, hey, this is the end of our HTML in this document. This tells the browser this is where our HTML ends, and that's why it's just the closing tag. So that is basic HTML boilerplate code, and it's what you need to get started when you're going to write a new web page. So back in the day when I very first learned how to code boilerplate code, for the most part, like I remember coding my first web pages, I had to go to Google or websites on Google and just copy paste boilerplate code from websites, because the first text editors that I used didn't have this where you can just do that shift exclamation point tab and get all of this. So this is awesome. And that also means you do not have to memorize this, guys. You don't have to write this by scratch. Use the shortcut I showed you, or just go get boilerplate code from a website or have AI generate it for you. You do not need to memorize this and how to set it up from memory. Just know what each tag does and get the general idea. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and launch our page so that we can actually see it live in a web browser to see what we're making here. So there's a couple ways you can do this. The first way you can do this is I'm going to minimize my screen, and I'm going to go to my folder where I have my website. I'm going to double click in my folder. And then if you just double click your index.html and you see how it already has that Chrome symbol in there, that means it's going to open up in my default web browser, which is Chrome. So just double click your file. And then what should happen is your default web browser, it's going to be Google Chrome for most of you, it's going to launch your page. And here it is. I have my page title. This is where the page title goes, HTML website. And it'll show the folder file structure that your website is open in. So here it is, website, HTML website / index.html. All these other folders are the folders that contain different files on my computer, okay? So here's our website. So the second way that you can do that, so I'll X out of this one, is by doing what I do and what everybody else does, and that's called using the live server. By clicking this Go Live button in the bottom right corner, it'll automatically launch your page for you, and I'll drag it back over. I just launched this brand new, and not only that, but it'll update the page live as you make changes after you save the page. So to get that live button, because you don't have it right now, if you've just downloaded VS Code fresh out of the box, a lot of you are not going to have this Go Live button. So if you don't have that, you're going to install it by using a VS Code extension. So click on these little squares down here, the extensions button, and just type in the word live. And live server is going to come up. It's the most popular extension, 81 million downloads. Everybody downloads it. Click the blue install button, and then it'll install it. It'll probably have your VS Code restart. And then once you open up a fresh VS Code or it restarts for you, you will have that Go Live button down here. And then just like me, you can click Go Live, and it'll open up your web page automatically in your default browser, just like it did here. So it just opened up here, and then you'll be able to view your page. So just to show you what I mean, let's write our first HTML content. So what I want you to do on your computer is I want you to type H1, and see how H1 is already popping up in our autocomplete. Just go ahead and hit tab. It's going to create for you an opening H1 tag and a closing H1 tag. And then in the middle is going to be what you want it to say. So we're just going to type out hello world. Okay? Now notice how our VS Code is showing this little white dot up here, and our index.html is showing that white dot. That means the page needs to be saved to update. So just to show you what I mean, if we view our page, let's put our page and our project side by side here. So I'm just going to leave this just like that, okay? We still have not saved, so notice nothing is showing on our live server page of our website because we have not saved. So you can save it two ways. You can go to File and Save in your VS Code, just like that, and it will update. So if we File, Save, boom, it's going to automatically refresh the page with our hello world. The next way you can do it, if I go below here and I make another H1 tag and I say hello again, Now what I can do is I can do the shortcut I can do on my Mac keyboard. It's going to be Command S. If you are on a PC, it's going to be Control S is the keyboard shortcut. And then as you can see, my save worked, the dot is gone, and now it says hello again. Okay, and then we can even write one more just to further demonstrate that. We'll say goodbye. Oops, say goodbye. Save. Boom. Okay, so that's our live server working. That's your first HTML content. That's how you start creating content on pages and see it update. Now I'm doing this all on one screen because that's all I can record on my software here for you guys. Ideally, it's really cool for web development. If you have at least a 2-screen setup, you'll want one screen to be your HTML and your text editor and whatever other code you're writing, and the other screen should just be dedicated to your project and watching it update as you create new things and new features right in front of your eyes. If you don't have that, if you're just on one screen, it's okay. You can do what I'm doing and just put your stuff side by side like that and just watch your updates that way. All right, guys, so up to this point, we've been learning with a lot of slides and explanations and sandbox exercises and theory. But that's not typically how I like to teach. This is practical web dev, and I like to teach by building things because that's the best way to learn. It keeps you engaged, gets things in your brain, and it makes you want to keep going because it's actually fun. So from here on out, we're going to actually learn the rest of HTML. Even though you know all the foundations already, we're going to learn the rest of the things by building. We're going to build a real multi-page website right now. It's going to have navigation, multiple pages. We're going to do sections, images, videos, everything that's cool that you need to learn with HTML. So I'm going to click and drag and highlight all my H1s and delete them. Save my page, and we're going to watch it update to now it's an empty HTML page. And now we're going to start building this thing. And we're going to start from the top down. So I'm going to change my site title from HTML website to Great White Sharks HQ. We're going to make a website about great white sharks. At least that's what my website's going to be about. You can make your website about anything you want. Pick a topic, pick an animal, pick your favorite hobby, whatever you want to do. You can either copy exactly what I'm doing and follow along on your text editor, or you can follow along while making a website on whatever topic or animal interests you the most. So pick whatever you want to do, make your decision now, and here we go. So we have our title. I saved it, updated up here. Again, your site title is always going to be up here in your tab, guys. Great White Sharks HQ. And the first thing that we're going to make is a header and navigation area. So I'm going to start typing out the word header, and then there it is. So we have header, and I'm going to hit tab and save, okay? And notice that when I hit save, header kind of indented in the body. That's called nesting. And you're supposed to nest HTML tags within each other to make your code easier to read and to see like the hierarchy of like where elements sit on the page. The good news is that with Visual Studio Code, when you hit save, it should automatically indent your code for you, which is really nice. Again, we used to have to do all this stuff by scratch back in the day when I first learned this, and it could be a giant pain in the butt. So let's open our header tags, and header is going to be what's called a semantic tag, okay? There's tags in HTML. There's many different tags, and each tag should describe or does describe what that element actually contains. And that's part of the newest features with the HTML5, which is the current newest version of HTML5 that we've been using for about the last 10 to 15 years, okay? So these are called semantic tags. Body is the body of your content. Header is going to be the header of your document. You might know that from like Word. If you've used Microsoft Word or Google Docs, the header's the top, right? Same thing with title. Title is exactly what it sounds like it is. It's the title of your website. So that means those are called semantic tags, okay? So within the header, we're going to put another tag, and we're going to call it nav, N-A-V. So I'm going to type NAV, hit tab, and I'm going to get an opening and closing nav tag. Now, of course, nav is going to stand for navigation, and this is where we're going to put our navigation for the website. So I'm going to hit enter, and notice again how everything's indenting. Now the nav tag is indented inside the header tag. For navigation bars are always made of things called lists. Unordered lists and list items are what make up navigation bars for all websites. Now, from back when HTML first started, it's always been using the list item tags. So we have nav. Within our nav, we're going to create a UL tag, which stands for unordered list, which means it's going to make a bullet point list by default. So UL, hit the tab button, you'll get an opening and closing UL tag for unordered list. And then within each of our unordered lists, we're going to have an LI tag, which stands for list item. So hit LI, tab, and save. So now we have an LI tag. Okay, and you can even see now that when we saved, it created a bullet point for us because this is our unordered list. Pretty cool, huh? Now within each LI or list item, as this LI stands for, we're going to hit the enter button and we're going to put an A tag, an anchor tag, which we did briefly go over before in those slides, right? A stands for anchor. So I'm going to do A and hit tab. It'll have an opening and closing anchor tag. And within here is going to be an href attribute. Remember how we just learned about attributes? Well, there's the href attribute. For now, I'm just going to I'm going to hold shift and type the number 3 at the top of my keyboard, which will give me a hashtag. And that means encoding in HTML. That means it's like a placeholder. So instead of putting a website address or another file, which we haven't created any other files yet, I'm just going to put a hashtag placeholder, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go within my opening and closing A tag right here. These are the anchor tags, and I'm going to put my first page or my first link, and it's going to be home. So I'm going to type home, hit save, and here we have home. All right, so there's our first link. Now what we can do to make this really easy, and first what I'm going to do is I'm just going to extend this all the way so you guys can see the code now a little bit cleaner. Okay, so just to review, we made a header tag opening and closing. Right below it we made our nav tag. Within our nav tag we made our unordered list, our UL tags. Then we have our LI tags, and then within each LI we're going to have our anchor tag or A tag. And we can even, to make this a little bit more readable, we could go ahead and just close this down a little bit by hitting backspace and putting all of the anchor tag stuff on the same line. Sometimes it's a little bit easier to read. And you can see again how each element is nesting within each other. Okay? See how it's nice and readable like that? So we have our home page. So these are basically going to be it's our navigation bar and our links to our other pages on our website. So every website has a home page, and you can copy these down easily. Now on Mac, you can hold Shift and the Option button and down on your arrow keys, and that'll create it. It'll copy paste it for you. So if you do down 1, 2, 3, and then save, that's how you can easily copy those down. You can also highlight it, copy it, and paste it, or you can do Control-C, Control-V 3 times. If you want to do that on PC, you can highlight everything, and you can do Shift, Alt, down arrow. Same thing. Hold Shift and Alt, and then shoot the down arrow, and it'll copy that line down for you, just like mine did. So now that we have all of those, let's go back. Let's minimize this. We saved, and now we have 4 links that say homepage up here in our little navigation bar. But we don't want them all to be home. So we're going to have a home page. We'll have an about page. We'll have a blog page. And then we'll have a contact page. Those will be all of our pages that we're going to have for now. Home, about, blog, and contact. All right, guys, so we have our navigation here. So let's move on from our header and nav area. And we're going to go underneath our header, and we're going to make another semantic tag called the main tag. So main, M-A-I-N. We're going to hit tab so we get our opening and closing brackets for our main tags. And then within our main tags, so we're going to get enter and save. And now within our main tags, is going to go the main content of our page. Okay, so again, it's just another semantic tag similar to body, but main just makes it even more specific. It tells the web browser, hey, this is my main content of this page. So we're going to put a lot of stuff now in between our main tags. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to put a big, cool looking picture of a great white shark, because this is going to be Great White Shark's HQ website. So let's do that here. So to get an image, I'm going to get a free image that is not copyrighted so that I could use it on the website without ever getting in trouble, basically. So to do that, let's make this big. And I'm going to take you to my free favorite image website, Pixabay, right here. 6.2 million free use images right here, Pixabay. So pixabay.com. And then let's just type in Great White Shark, see what we get. Let's do this one. So this will be our first image. This will be like the welcome image to the website. This is actually really cool. I didn't know they got out of the water that much. Let's click free download. And then it'll ask you, do you want to donate to who took the picture? Not right now. So there we go. We downloaded our image. And now what we're going to do is we're going to learn about how to put images down using files, folders, and image tags. So to get our image in our project, we're going to want to put it in a folder. We're going to create an image folder, or an IMG folder is what I like to call mine. So I'm going to open up my Explorer here in VS Code, and I'm going to go over and hover over the folder icon. It'll say new folder. I'm going to open that, and then I like to name my image file or folder IMG. So some people do IMG. That's like the old school way of doing it. Some people say image or images. Okay. I like to name mine IMG because it's the same as the HTML tag. So whatever you want to name it, IMG, image, images, whatever floats your boat. So we have that folder now, and this is where all of our images for our website are going to live. Now let's grab our image that we just downloaded and let's name it appropriately so that we know what it is. So I'm going to go to my files, downloads, and that downloaded as ML Bay Great White Shark. So here's the image. Now it's important that you name your images something descriptive so you know what it is. So I'm going to put main home page shark, or yeah, we'll put main home page shark because it's our main home page first image. So there we go. Now I know what that is. And then I'm just going to drag this into my IMG folder. Okay. There it is. Now it's in our project. So now we can access it. So go to our website here, close this, and let's make this big so you can see what we're doing here. So let's go in between our main tags. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use something called a div. So I'm going to say div, div, tab. And div stands for divider, okay? That's what it means, divider. Div is basically a generic HTML tag that can basically puts an imaginary box around all of the content. Now, you don't really have to worry about what that imaginary box is or anything is because we're just learning HTML right now. But divs become really important to understand when we move in later on to CSS because they're going to help you style stuff a lot and put stuff in boxes and position things. But for now, just know that div is a generic catch-all tag that you can put down to put an imaginary box around content, okay? And it stands for divider again. So let's save. And then what I'm going to give my div is a class. I'll give it a class attribute. And again, classes are really important for when you're going to style stuff with CSS later on. But I want to introduce you to them now. If you're going to be learning all this stuff, you might as well kind of learn what they are. So a class is just a unique name for whatever content you want that's in your imaginary box in a div. So for class here, I'll put, we'll just put welcome area for my class. And notice how I'm naming that with 2 words, but I'm using a dash, just like I do with my file names. Welcome dash area, okay? And then within our welcome area, we're going to have our image. So let's put our image tag. So remember, images go in IMG tags. We kind of touched on that earlier. So I'm going to say IMG, hit tab. Now notice the image tag, it only has an opening tag. There's no closing tag for images, okay? It's just an opening tag. It's just one of those elements that doesn't have a closing tag. Whoops, I don't know why this got messed up here. So then that's just how images look. Now it has two attributes. And remember, we went over both these attributes when we learned attributes briefly. SRC means source, and that means, okay, where do you want me to grab the image from? Do you have an internet link, or do you have a local file that I can give it from, or a folder? Well, we have a local folder. Remember, our local folder is img, right? So to grab our image, we're going to start by typing img. And now look, the folder automatically shows up in VS Code. So we're going to hit enter to go into our image folder. And then there it is, main homepage shark.jpg. So let's hit enter again and save. And now let's see if it's on our page. And it is, except one problem. This image is now super duper massive and blurry, and we don't want it that big, but we will fix that with HTML. So let's minimize this. And before we fix that, we're going to fill in our alt attribute. And again, the alt attribute, it does two things. Number one, it's going to give you a description of what the image is. So if our image doesn't load correctly on the page, that little description text will show up of what's supposed to be there. Number two, it helps screen reading software for people who can't see or who are blind who use the internet. And if they hover over it, it'll describe what's going on. So we'll put great white shark breaching water or something like that, right? I think it's called breaching when they jump out of the water like that. I don't know. I'm not a marine biologist, but something like that, okay? So we'll have our alt text, and again, it's best practice on all images, guys. You want to fill out your alt text for those reasons I just listed, okay? And now what we want to do is give this thing a height and a width to make it smaller. So let's make a new attribute called height. And for height, I'll say 400 pixels. So px means pixels. And for width, I'll say 600 pixels or px. And save. And now our image got a little smaller, and we can adjust it here. If we wanted to say width, maybe we just want it to be 500 pixels and save. It'll get smaller. And then we can make this height 300 pixels, and now it's even smaller. And I think I'll keep it 300 and 500. That looks okay, but see how our image fits now? That's the height and the width attribute, okay? So let's move on and let's add some text to this area. So again, I'm going to go in my div into our main. Again, this is our welcome area. We have it labeled with a class. And let's go below our image. And I'm going to make an H1 heading. So H1 tab. And remember, we kind of made an H1 already. H1 is one of the heading tags, and it's the biggest heading by default that you're going to have. Like if you do an H1, HTML automatically says, okay, I'm going to make this text big and bold because this is the main heading of the page. Each page, guys, when you're making web pages and using HTML, every web page that you have, whether it be the home page or the about page or the contact page, should only have one H1 heading. That's like one of those internet rules for best practice, okay? If you have more than one H1, it's not going to, your website will still load. It's not going to break anything. But for best practice, you only want to keep one main heading per page. So on our H1, let's put welcome to Great White Sharks HQ. And we'll save. And there's our H1, okay? Now, really quick, just to show you guys, there's up to 6 different headings. So it's H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. And we'll save. And notice, the bigger the heading number comes up, the smaller the text gets by default on your headings. And those are all the headings, H1 through H6. Now, realistically, and like real web development, when you're coding in your websites, you're pretty much only going to use H1, H2, and H3s is pretty much all I use in real life and all I've really ever used. Occasionally, if I have something that I want to be bold, I'll use an H4. I've pretty much in real life never used an H5 or an H6, but I mean, I suppose you could at different times because really you're going to be controlling the size of your text with CSS later on in specific styling when we learn that. But just know that there's 6 different type of headings. Each page only gets one H1, and then you're mostly going to use H2s and H3s for your subheadings, okay? So let's just get rid of those. So we have welcome to Great White Sharks HQ, and that's a really good little opening area here. So let's save this, and then we'll move on and we'll make the next areas of the web page. All right, guys, so we have our little welcome area here. We have our image, our H1. Next, I want to add some text. And to do that, to add text or a paragraph, we're going to use what's called a P tag. A P stands for paragraph in HTML. So we're going to just hit the letter P, hit tab, and there's our opening and closing P tag. And then we'll just put some text. We'll say, the great white shark is the king of the ocean. They are the apex predator and have been around since the age of the dinosaurs. Okay, we'll save, and there we go. That's how you add a paragraph, a P tag. All right. Now you'll notice something with HTML. If I put a bunch of white space here, if I hit enter, and then I continue my text down here, I'll say this is some new text and save. It doesn't show that white space. Like, it doesn't show that there's anything new here, okay? The white space in your text editor is not going to actually affect how the HTML comes out. So just keep that in mind. If you're going to want to put like a line break in between here and make some, some more space, you could do one of two things. You could use something called a line break, and that is the BR tag. So just BR, it's just an opening tag. There's no closing tag, and save. And that puts text on the new line. So if you wanted to do that a couple times, you could just do line break, like that. Although that's kind of messy. You don't really want to get into using line breaks. So a better thing to do would be to just put this in another paragraph altogether. So let's just save. Let's copy. I'm going to Command X or Control X to cut that out. I'm going to go below my paragraph. I'm going to put a new paragraph tag and paste my text in. And that right there will put it on a new line and give it some space here because it's in a new paragraph. So that's how you want to do that. Again, doing this is not going to put space in between stuff. You either have to use a line break or just another paragraph is probably the best practice to do that. So let's just delete this other paragraph. I just wanted to show you guys that. And let's move on. Let's make a couple more sections here with more images, more headings, and more information. So let's go down. And let's make another div for a new area. And we'll give it a class of shark-info. Because there's going to be some additional information about the sharks. So we have our shark info div. And then same thing, let's use another image. So we'll do our img tag. And then let's go back to our great white shark images and see what else we can find here. So this is a cool one. I'll do this one. This one looks like it's AI generated, but that's okay. Let's go to free download, grab some images here. And I'm gonna put, guys, if you're making this with me exactly, I'm going to put all the files, the completed code file from GitHub. I'll put it in the description if you want to download it and just use all the images with me if you want to copy exactly what I'm doing. So there we go. We got that shark image. I'm just going to name it here on my other screen and drag it over to our project. So I'm just going to open our folder here, and I renamed my image AI Shark Home. And I put home again so that I know that this image belongs on the home page. Our image folder is going to be for all of our pages here. It's going to be like our one image folder. So I always like to put like where it belongs somewhere in my name description just to help myself out if I need to know that later on. So we'll do... Again, we're in our image file. We're going to go in our source attribute. So we'll say image, enter, and then we want our AI Shark Home. And for this alt text, we'll say great white swimming through the water. Okay. And we'll save. And then we'll get our image here. And again, it's going to be super massively big. So let's make this, let's use our height and our width. So just so you can see, go full screen. It's way too massive again. So let's use our height and width attribute. So what I can do and what I like to do when I'm coding, guys, is I like to just copy paste things. So I'm just going to Command C or Control C, copy and paste. And then I want to make this image a little smaller. So I'll make this 200 by 400 because I want our main image up here to be the biggest image. We'll save. There we go. All right, so there's our image. And what I want to do is I actually want to put a heading above our image right here. So let's do that. Let's go above our class or our image. Go below class with shark info below the div. And let's make an H2 heading. So we'll do H2 tab, get your opening and closing H2 tags. And let's just put what's new in the great white world. Okay. So, and there we go. There's our H2. It's smaller than the H1. Then we have our image. And then what we can do here is I'll show you guys how to add captions to your image because that's a pretty common thing to do, and you can do it with HTML to add a little caption here. So what you'll do is you'll go right below our image. So let's make this big so you can see it. So here's our image, and we can make a caption by actually going to the next line and putting another element called fig caption. So opening and closing tag, and this is where it's kind of like a paragraph just for images that go right below here. It goes right below an image tag, and you can put whatever you want. So you can put great white hunting for food. Okay, so let's view our page, and we'll put a period, and we'll save. And now we have a little caption here, great white hunting for food. Okay, it goes right underneath the image immediately. And another thing we can do to make our image a little bit more semantic, remember, it's really good to use semantic tags whenever you can to help the web browser know exactly what things are, is you can wrap the whole image and caption in a figure element. Figure. Let's do that. I'm just going to put my closing tag down here. Boom. Okay, now it's super semantic. All right, so we got figure, image, fig caption for the image, and the closing figure tag. And again, semantic tags you can use. There's a ton of them. You don't have to memorize all of them. I mean, you can use AI today. You can just generate like your raw HTML, and then you can copy paste your code, put it in AI if you want to, and say, hey, can you rewrite this so it's a little more semantic? And then it'll help you with the tags. You don't have to memorize any of this stuff, guys. I just want to reiterate that. We're just getting our feet wet and learning the foundations of HTML. Whenever you want to do something that you don't remember how to do, you just look it up on the internet, use Google, use AI, whatever you want to do, and then you figure it out. It's just that you want to know, like the basic premise and the basic foundations of a language, and then just look stuff up without having to memorize it. Now, over time, you're going to memorize a lot of this stuff because you're going to be doing it over and over again, but that takes time, like with anything else. So if you're feeling a little overwhelmed right now with all these tags and everything, don't even worry about it. You'll get better with time. You'll remember more and more with time, and you'll be good to go. You can always use the internet and AI to help you now. And AI, guys, is a huge, massive help. But you still need to know these foundations to use AI effectively. All right, let's move on now. So let's go ahead and put another paragraph underneath this image. So let's go below our figure tag, and let's do another P for paragraph. And what I want to do now is I'll introduce you guys to a very common thing on the internet called placeholder text or Lorem Ipsum text. And what Lorem Ipsum text is it's just placeholder text. It's like Latin, I think. It's just old Latin, which is a dead language, just random Latin words. So to generate that, right in your text editor, you can just type the word lorem, and then you can put how many words you want right after it. So if I said lorem 100, and then I hit tab, there. And now I have a bunch of placeholder text that's just Latin, and it's just placeholder text that you can do when you're making these websites to learn stuff, or when you're making a demo of a website and you don't have any website copy yet, you just want to put some text there. That's how you do it, Lorem Ipsum text. So that's another really cool thing, a very common thing that's used in web development and HTML. So there we go. Now we have some placeholder text. Now it's starting to come together to look like more of a real website. We have a navigation. We have like an opening here with an H1, a main image. And now below it, we have more headings, images, captions, and text. And that's basically what websites are when you strip them off of all the CSS and JavaScript and complicated stuff. This is basically what websites are under the hood, guys. They're kind of ugly without all that stuff when it's just raw HTML. But that's all it is. It's just basic text, images, data, stuff like that. So let's go ahead and make another little area here with another, we'll make one more heading with an image and everything that we basically just did. So what we can do is we can, if we want to save time and be accurate with our coding in HTML, if we're going to make another section that's pretty identical to what we just made, the best thing to do in coding, guys, is to copy, paste, and reuse as much as you can without having to type it all out again. So let's go ahead and copy this whole area of shark info, just highlight it. You can right click and hit copy if you want, or you can do Command C, Control C, and then just go below this div, paste it in, and now we can keep that same class of shark info, but now we have a whole other section here. So if we go view our page after we save, there's now going to be two identical areas that have that random shark info of it. But now we can just change our heading, change our image, change our caption, and get a whole new looking area here just to save some time. So what I want to do here, we'll make another heading first of all. So actually, let's find our image because that's kind of going to dictate what the heading says. So let's go back to Pixabay. And again, guys, you want to use websites like Pixabay, or you can even use AI to help generate images for you, because you want to make sure that you're not going to use a copyrighted image to where if you launch a real website, somebody could, send you a cease and desist letter or make you take the image down, because that is a very real thing. So you always want to be careful with the images you're using online. Make sure that they are free to use. So let's do this one. Wow, that's kind of crazy. Shark great white here is approaching the scuba diver. That would be terrible. I don't even know if this is real or AI. I hope it's not real. It's kind of scary. So let's download this. And there it is. And then I'm going to go ahead and rename it and drag it over to my file. So I'm going to drag this over to my folder. And I renamed this image Shark Scuba Diver Home. So again, I know it goes on the home page and what the image is immediately. And then I'll go ahead and we'll add it here to our second image. So let's just make this big. So here's our second area here. Let's get rid of this. And we'll say img, enter, and we want shark scuba diver home.jpg. And then we'll put our alt text here of what's actually happening. So we'll say shark swimming towards scuba diver. And then let's see what that looks like here. There we go. And now we can change our heading to match that. So let's just put a heading here. And we'll just say, are you brave enough to swim with a great white? Okay. So let's do that. We'll hit save. There you go. And then we can even make this a little bit better. So are you brave? Let's do capital B enough. Let's capitalize some of these here. Cool. That looks like more of a proper title, right? And then we can add some more caption text. So again, we already have our fig caption here, so we just copied a lot of that code over. So we can just say, great white approaches a diver. Save. Get our update. There we go. And then we'll just keep our lorem ipsum text here. That's fine. And then let's move on here to our next section where I want to actually do something kind of cool. I want to put a video in. So let's do that. So again, what I want to do here is I'm going to copy a lot of this down. I'll still use that shark info div. So let's copy this, go right underneath that div and paste it. So we're still in a div with the class of shark info. Again, each div is its separate little section here. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to delete everything except for the H2. And then what I'm going to do here is I'll put in check out our latest shark, or we'll say our latest great white video. Okay, so we'll save that. check out our latest Great White video, and then let's put a video underneath it here. So we'll go ahead and we're going to embed a video, and we'll just get one, we'll just grab one from YouTube. So let's show you how to do a video with HTML. So I'm going to go to youtube.com, and let's just type in great white shark jumping out of water. Cool, that's cool. Whoa, air jumps. So I want this video. This looks really cool. I'm going to click on it. Wow. And then what we're going to do, we'll watch it, some of it in just a second, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the share button here. I'm going to click embed, and it's going to give me the HTML here. So if you've ever done this before, guys, if you've ever shared a YouTube video and you saw the embed thing and then you saw this iframe tag with all of this stuff on here and ever wondered to yourself, like, I wonder what the heck all that is. Well, that's HTML, guys. The whole time you've been looking at HTML, you just didn't know it. So let's just copy this down, copy all of that, go to our text editor, and let's place our iframe tag, our code right here, save, and go down, and there it is. Now we embedded a video here. So if we go here, play the video, wow, and that'll play. Okay, so as you can see, that'll play. You can even make it full screen. And all of these controls come default because the HTML that YouTube gives us has all of this stuff built in, and it's connected with YouTube. Okay, so that's why it's already pretty much readily done for you. But that's how you can easily add video to your websites using the iframe tag. So right here, iframe, it's got height and width attributes just like our images. It's got an SRC or source attribute just like the images, but instead of a file and a folder, it takes you directly to the URL where the video is. And then as you can see here, there's more attributes. We have the, just make this bigger, we have the title attribute, YouTube video player, frame holder 0. These are all other attributes. And again, like everything else that we're learning, we don't have to memorize this stuff, guys. Just know what they are, what they're called, and kind of what they're doing. You don't have to memorize all this, not necessary. So let's go ahead here. We have the video. Next, we'll go down, we'll make one more section on our home page that'll kind of take us to another page on our website. Now, we haven't made other pages yet, but we're going to set up that area and then we'll link them together. So let's go below our video. So this is our closing div of our shark video class area. And let's go down here. And what I'll do is, again, we want to copy and paste. So I'm going to take another shark info div, copy that. I'm going to put it below my closing div where the video just was. And then what I'll do is I'll get rid of everything but the H2. So here's our newest section right below our video area. And then we'll put some text in our H2 here. So let's just say, check out our cool, great white shark blog for more awesome news. Okay, so we'll save. There's our new heading. And now let's just have a paragraph or a placeholder text. So we'll do P for paragraph, and we'll say, click the link below to view the blog page. And below here, we will put a link. So let's do, remember, links are anchor tags. So A for anchor, it also means link. And then for now, we don't have our blog page yet. So for now, what we're going to do is we're just going to put a hashtag placeholder. It's not going to go anywhere yet. And we'll just say, read the blog, save. Okay. Now let's go down here, and there's our link tag. Now if we click it, and we make this big here, let's click it, read the blog, and it's not going to go anywhere. We have that placeholder hashtag in there, and by default, it's not going to go anywhere, and the hashtag is actually just going to take you to the top of the web page. So what we'll do now is we'll create our other pages. And that's always a good thing on pages. You always want all of your pages to interlink. You want to have what are called calls to action on your pages that send viewers to another page or to something like an email sign up that you want them to go there. Your website always wants to have a way of sending people where you want them to go or to keep them on your website, right? So that's that. So now we're going to do one more thing on this page, and then our home page for now will be fully complete. Just a very simple home page with simple HTML. And we're going to include something now on our page here and that you might have heard of before. So we have a header up here. We have our main content tag where all the main content is. And then below it, you know what comes after a header, right? Especially if you've used Microsoft Word or Google Docs, something called a footer. And that is with the footer tag. It's going to be the content at the very bottom of the page. So if you just do footer, you'll get an opening and closing footer tag. And then we can just put some text here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the copyright symbol using something called an HTML entity. And a copyright, for the copyright, it's shift, the and symbol, which is also on the number 7. So shift and then just type the word copy. And that's going to give you that little copyright C symbol, as we'll see in just a second. And then we'll say 2026 Great White Sharks HQ. I think that's the name, right? So Great White Sharks HQ, yep. Copyright 2026. So let's go view our page before we save it. Got copyright 2026 Great White Sharks HQ, save. And there it is. Right there. There's our copyright, okay? And now let's use some line breaks just to give that some breathing room. So remember this will actually give it some indentation space below. So let's say line break BR. Let's have 2 of them and save. And that'll push that down right here so it's not right up against our read the blog link. So here, guys, is our first ever full HTML page. We used headings, images, captions, links, list items for our navigation. You just learned a ton of HTML pretty quickly, and you even learned how to embed a video from YouTube using HTML and its already prepared iframe tag. So that's really, really cool. So next up, we'll go ahead and we'll start creating our other pages and linking them all together to make one website. So guys, what we'll do now is we're going to create our other pages and link them all together. So let's go ahead and do that, and we'll actually make our navigation links go somewhere now. So let's make our website all the way big, our files big. Let's click on our file explorer over here, and let's make our other files. So we have to make about. So we're going to click on new file, and we're going to say about.html. We can close our image folder because we don't need that right now. Next, we'll make blog. So it's going to be blog.html. Notice we have to have the .html on the end of all of those so that the text editor and later on the web browser knows, hey, this is an HTML page. That's why it says .html. And last, we need a contact. So we'll make a new file. We'll say contact.html. And that's all of our pages here. So now all of our pages actually exist. However, there's no content on them, and they're not even linked in our navigation. So let's do this. Let's actually link them. So home is going to go in. We're not going to put home. We're going to put the page. We're going to put index.html, which is going to be our home page. Remember, the index is the home page. It's the first page that will load on a browser by default. And then down here, we're going to make this about.html. We'll make this one blog.html. And we'll make this one contact.html. Okay, so we'll save. Now what we have to do, if we click these links, let's go view our website. Let's go to about. And now it goes to about.html. It's just a blank file, but it is going there. There's nothing on the page, so we have to hit the back button. Go to blog, and now we're at blog.html, so that's working. In contact, we'll go to contact.html, okay? So that's half the battle. Now let's put some boilerplate content on each page so that we can at least see that it's actually showing something in the actual document. So to do that, what we're going to do is a bunch of copy and pasting. So I'm just going to highlight the whole index.html page. So I'm just going to click and drag here. Get all the code on my page. I'm going to hit Command C, or you can hit Control C to copy it, or you can right click and hit copy. Copy all your code and just paste it. So let's paste it on the About page and save. Okay. And now we can view what we just did. So let's go click the About link. And now we're at about.html, but however, now all of our homepage content is copied here, and we don't want all that. So we're going to get rid of everything but the navigation and the footer. So let's do this. We're going to keep everything in our header tags here because that's where all of our navigation is. We're going to keep our main tags there because we still want to have main tags, but everything in here in the main tags to the closing main tag, I'm going to delete and save. Okay. And now here's our new About page now. And now I'm going to do a few other things to further differentiate it so we know it's the About page clearly. Where it says Great White Sharks HQ in my title up here, we're going to add something called a pipe. So I'm going to shift, I'm going to hit space, I'm going to hold down my shift key, and I'm going to add a pipe, which is right underneath your backspace. It's just a straight line. It's called a pipe. And then we'll say About and save. And now you can see it has the pipe out here and About. And then if we hover over this, it'll show us the full thing here. It'll say Great White Sharks HQ About. Okay, that's a very common thing for pages and page titles. And then to make it even more obvious, we can go within our main tags here. So below the header, in the main tag, above the footer, we can put H1, and we can just put About. Boom. Now we know for sure, and it's very obvious, we're on the About page. So now we can go back to Home, and then we can go to About, and back to Home again. Okay, so because we copied over our code for the navigation, everything is copied over here. This is how navigation works on a website, guys. So let's do the same thing for our blog and our contact page. So I'm going to copy this time. I'll copy my whole About page code. Copy that, Command C or Control C on PC. Go to Contact, paste this in. Close my file explorer, and now I'm going to change this from the pipe About to Contact. Okay, so we have Contact, and then my H1 is going to say Contact, or Contact Us. So we'll say Contact Us. Save. Now we can go to Home, we can go to About, we can go to Contact. Everything is working. Everything is connected. Now we still have to do our blog page. We have nothing on here, so let's do that. So again, I already have everything copied that I want, so I'm just going to go to the blog page, blog.html, close this, paste this in here, save. Okay, so now we're still on blog.html, but now it has the About stuff in here. So again, same thing. We're going to change this title to blog for the page title. Okay, now it says blog up here. And then we're going to change our H1 to blog. Save. Okay, and now all of our pages are working and connected. Okay, so our home is our complete page. Every page now interlinks and interconnects with our navigation. No matter what page we're on, we can use our top navigation to move around the website. Pretty cool, huh? Now let's do one more thing, because if you remember, we had a link on our home page that actually went to the blog. If we go all the way down to the bottom here where it says, read the blog. Now let's get rid of this placeholder, and let's actually put in our blog.html. We'll save, and then we can scroll down here and see if this goes where it should. Read the blog. Boom. It's going to go to our blog page, and eventually we'll have some blog posts here. So there we go, guys. That's how you connect multiple pages on a website by using files and the .html in the end, copying and pasting so that the nav bar is the same on every web page, and then making sure that they all go to where they're supposed to go. So again, making sure that we have our anchor tag, it goes to about.html, blog, contact.html, and that you add that in the href attribute. All right, guys, so now we can start building out the rest of our pages here. We'll do the About page next. All right, guys, so let's do our About page now. Let's get that sucker done. So go here, we'll go to the About page so we can view what we're building here. And it's going to be really simple. We already have our About H1. We can add an image, maybe another heading, and then a couple placeholder paragraphs, and we'll call it a day. And then we'll link it to like contact. We'll link this page to another page just to keep our user on our page and go into our different pages here. So let's go below our H1. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an image tag. And then let's go grab another shark image. Let's see. A lot of AI images here, huh? That's a cool one. Have we done this one? I don't think so. So let's grab this image, free download. All right, so we downloaded that one. So again, let's drag it over. Let's rename our file, drag it over to our project. Open up my file explorer, and I named this image About Shark, and I'm going to drop it in that images folder, that IMG folder. And then let's go ahead. And by the way, guys, to open and close this Explorer, the shortcut that I keep doing is Command B or Control B if you're on PC. So hold the Control or Command button and then just hit the B on your keyboard, and it opens and closes your little file explorer. And then let's go into our image folder, and then we're going to select About Shark and save. And let's actually look at our image, look at our page here. So there we go. Again, it's going to be massive, so we got to resize it. So let's do our alt text first. We'll just say shark swimming in open water. And then again, we'll do just for some practice, we'll do our height attribute, and we'll say that this is going to be 300 or let's say 400 pixels tall. Actually, no, it's too big. Let's say 300 pixels tall. I'll say the width attribute is going to be 400 pixels wide. Remember, px is for pixel. We'll save. Boom. Okay. So we'll say about. We'll have that swimming shark. And then remember, if you want to be really semantic with your HTML, you could wrap this in a figure tag. So we can say figure. And then just cut and paste it below the closing image tag here. And then below it, we could do a heading. So let's go below the figure tag. And we can say H2. And then we can say all about great white sharks HQ. Okay, there we go. And then below there, we'll do a P for paragraph tag. And I'm just going to say lorem 50 to have 50 placeholder words of lorem ipsum text. And then we'll do another paragraph below it. We'll just say paragraph lorem 40. There we go. Now we got some content on the page. And then below that, we can have another anchor tag if we want. So let's do anchor tag. And I want this one to go to contact.html. And then I'll put in my text for the anchor tag, because remember, nothing's showing yet, because now we have to put text in there so it actually displays on the page. And I'll say, contact us here to learn more. There we go. Now we got contact us here to learn more. It goes to contact.html. So if we click this link now, boom, goes to contact us, okay? So that's going to be it for the About page. I don't want to make this too complicated. Next up, we'll do the blog page. So let's go to our blog file here, blog.html, and let's go ahead and set this page up. So let's click on blog so we can view what we're building here. And this is simple. We're just going to have like 3 articles. We'll have a heading, an image, an H2, 2 or 3 paragraphs, and then we'll move on to the next blog post. This will just be a page that pretty much displays the latest blog post for the company here. So let's go right below our H1 that says blog. And I'm going to show us another semantic tag here, and it's going to be called article. And this can be used in this case here when you want to have blog posts or stuff like that, okay? And I'm showing you guys some very basic semantic tags. I think with the current version of HTML, there's pretty much a semantic tag for everything. So remember, I showed you guys headings and images, stuff like that. But and I also showed you divs, which is like just the generic tag that you could use. You could pretty much make everything a div if you wanted to, but that wouldn't be good practice. It wouldn't be semantic. But at the same time, guys, in the real world with HTML, almost like no real developers, very few, write completely perfect semantic HTML tags for every little thing. It's really not a thing, to be honest with you, but just know that semantic tags do exist and do your best to implement them when you can. You don't have to memorize them. Again, I'll say it again. And you can always look up what semantic tags to use in which cases using Google or using AI to just ask it to do a little code review of what you wrote. And it can help you if you truly want to make your HTML 100% perfectly semantic, but otherwise don't worry about it too much. So we have an article here. Within here, I'm going to put an image, and we're going to have to grab a few more images here. So let's go grab some more shark images. So let's grab this one. Looks kind of cool. And I don't even know, I'm pretty sure these aren't even great white sharks at this point, but you guys get the point. We're just putting images. I think that's a different kind of shark, but doesn't really matter, right? We got that image. We'll go ahead and rename the file and drag that one over. That'll be our first blog post image. So let's open up our image folder. And I named this shark image blog img1. So I know exactly where it goes and that's the first blog post image. And then we'll go in our image tag that we just created in our source src attribute. We'll say image. And we'll say blog image 1, and we'll say sharks swimming together. Save for our alt text, and then we'll view it on our page. Again, it's going to be super massive, so let's use our height and width attributes. So we'll say height 300 pixels, width 415 pixels, and we'll see how that looks. Okay, good. So we'll keep that. Can make it a little bit. Let's do 250 here. And you can mess with it, guys. Make your images look however you want by just manipulating your attributes. You should be coding along with me, doing all this with me, guys. Again, if you want, you can wrap this image in a figure semantic tag if you want to be super semantic with your HTML. And what we'll do now is we'll go below our figure that we just made. We're going to make an H2, and we're going to say sharks swim together. That'll be our title for the blog post. And then what we'll do here is we'll go underneath it. We'll do a P tag, and then within our P tag, we'll do lorem 50. And then we can just copy that down a few times to make 2 more paragraphs. So I'll just cut and paste it here, copy and paste. 1, 2, save. Now we've got a couple, oh, did I forget my other one? Try that again. Copy this one. Paste it here. Boom. Okay, there we go. Now it looks like we have a little blog post here, which is cool. And then I'll show you something here. I'll show you another tag. So there's tags that you can use to kind of change how the text looks just with HTML. And one of them is the strong tag. So if I start here within my paragraph, and this again would be called like a nested tag. So here we have strong. So I'm just going to type the word strong and hit tab. And then I'll put all of this in here. I'll just cut and paste it and put it in the strong tag, all of that text. Paste it in here and save. And what strong does, as you can see, is it makes text bold. So if you put text inside strong, it'll make it bold. Okay? Now you can also do other stuff, like for example, this next paragraph, the second one down, I can wrap some text in something called an M tag, EM. So we'll make an opening and closing EM tag. Put these first 4 words in here. Just cut and paste them and save. And now what EM does is it makes that text italic. So just a couple of other kind of tags you can use. Those are called nested tags because they go within other tags. And in this case, those just change kind of how the text looks. So just to show you guys some more HTML tags. Again, in the real world, you could use HTML to do this kind of stuff to decorate text, but in a normal real website, you're going to use HTML to do that stuff, in a normal real website, you're going to use CSS to change how your text looks, not HTML tags. It's better practice to style with CSS, but just to show you what you can do with HTML, just so you can expand your knowledge a little bit more. So now I want two more of these articles. So I'm going to copy and paste this first article. I'll copy it, go down right below this one, paste, and let's make another article, another little blog post. And for that, let's grab another image, and let's grab this one here. Go to free download, we'll name it, bring it into our project. And I'll drag my image over here into my image folder. I named it blog img-2. And then we'll paste it in here. So it's going to go up here. Our second article. So we'll say image blog img2. And let's see on our page here, make sure that's showing. And we copied the width and height and everything over, so it's going to size itself up, which is good. So there's that image. Now we got to add the alt text. We'll just say shark hunts at night. Okay. And then we'll say, and our H2 will say sharks like to hunt at night. And I have no idea if that's true, guys. It's just an example for the website. So, and then we'll just keep the 3 placeholder paragraphs the same, and we'll add one more article. So let's copy this one down. Go beneath this. There we go. And then let's grab a new image. And we'll do this one here. This is cool. This is like a shark aquarium or something. I don't know what this is, but this looks awesome. So let's go ahead and free download that. And then we'll say, we'll open up my folder here. And I named this one blog image 3. And then we'll add it here to our blog posts. So go to our image folder, blog image 3. The alt text will be a massive shark aquarium. Aquarium? I think that's how you spell aquarium. We're not going to sweat it though. So there we go. Let's see if our image is here. There we go. And then we'll put for our title, for our H2, we'll put visit our new shark exhibit. Okay. Pretend like this website owns a shark exhibit that you can physically visit if you want to. We'll keep our placeholder text here, and then let's go down below our last article, and let's do a link to another page here. Let's link our blog page back to the home page. Just to put a link here, let's say anchor tag. We'll say index.html, and we'll just put go back to home page. Okay. So then if we click that, we'll go back to the home page. Very cool. So last but not least, we're going to build our contact page. So I'm actually going to show you guys a whole new bunch of HTML here. We're going to make an HTML form. So let's open up our contact.html page. And what we're going to do here, guys, is we're going to learn how to make a form. So let's make this big. Let's focus in on what we're doing here. So let's go right under our H1. And then let's do this. Let's just do like a paragraph. And we'll say like what websites normally say. We'll say, please fill out the form below if you have a question or business inquiry. Please allow 2 business days for a response. Check your spam folder if you do not receive anything in your inbox. Okay. So save that. We've got our little message here. Okay. So now let's go ahead and make our form that they have to fill out. So forms are really important, guys, not just for HTML, but for the whole fundamental thing of like learning how to code and building websites. Because the internet, guys, you know what it is? Like when you strip everything away, all the images and video and everything, the website is basically forms, okay? Full stack apps, they're basically just forms that send data to the database. The biggest way to make money online is by getting people's information via forms. Forms are everywhere. So this whole form thing, super duper important, and understanding forms is like the first step to really being a developer, because they are the whole backbone of the internet. It's transferring data between people and databases using forms, okay? So we'll go ahead and we'll start making our form here. So to make a form, guess what our tag is going to be called? You guessed it, form, okay? Now you're going to get this attribute that says action here, and we're not going to worry about that right now. Your action is where the form is going to be submitted, and unless you have like a full stack application with a database or some place to actually send the information, you don't need to have an action, so we're not going to worry about action. We'll learn that later on down the line. I teach full stack and PHP, and I have videos on that. So if you want to get more into that stuff and where the action actually goes, check out my PHP video. So let's delete action for now. Let's open up our form tags. And what we're going to do here is we're going to create something called a label with a label tag, okay? And this label is going to be for first name or F name. We're going to grab the person's first name, and then within our label tags, we have to actually put what we want to show. So we're going to say first name, and then we can put a colon if you want, and save. Now let's look at our page so we can see what we just did. So there we go. Now we have the first name label, okay? Now below label, we're going to add something called an input. And you guessed it, input is the input tag. So again, it's one of those tags that doesn't have a closing bracket. It's just one thing. So input, we'll keep the type as text. And then we can also put a placeholder in here if we want, using a placeholder attribute. And we can say first name. Save, and now it's like a little grayed out text that says like, hey, in case they didn't get the message here, put your first name here, okay? Just like that, okay? So there's first name. Now let's do the same thing. We'll go right below it. We'll say label. This is going to be for last name, so we'll put L name, and then we'll put last name, and save. And now same thing, right below it, we're going to put an input, and we'll make the type text, and we'll do placeholder, and we'll put last name in here. Okay, so our form is starting to come together here. Now, below that, we'll make some place to capture their email address, have them enter in the email that we can reply to. So we'll say label for, we'll say email in our label. And then we'll put an input down here. Now, instead of text, we're actually going to make this input email, okay? And I'll show you why we do that, why that's important in just a second here. But we'll put email, and then again, we'll put placeholder, and we'll say we'll just say email at example.com. And now to make this look a little bit better, I'm going to insert a line break above the email just so it goes on a different line. So I'll do BR, 2 line breaks, and that way email will be down here so it's not crowded on these smaller screen sizes. If we make this bigger, this is what our form looks like so far. First name, last name, email, okay? And then what we'll do here is we're going to put another input. And it's not really an input, I guess. It's actually going to be a different tag name. But first we'll do a label. And we'll say this will be for subject. Subject in here, so it actually shows up. And then below this label, we're going to put another element called text area, where you can actually write text. So if I save, there's a little text box there that you can actually resize, and a user can actually type a message in there. And then same thing, I want to put a couple of line breaks here, so I'll just copy them here so that my text area goes on a new line. And then same thing, we can get rid of name and ID, not important right now, we're just learning bare bones HTML. Again, that stuff is for sending it to a server or somewhere. This data is not going to go anywhere, so we don't got to worry about that right now. But for text area, what we can do is we can just put some text in here. We can say, write your message here. And then that'll kind of act as placeholder text. You can also use the traditional placeholder text as well, but whatever floats your boat. And that's where the person will put their message that they want. And then below that, we can make another input. And this time we're going to make the type a submit input. And then we're going to use a value attribute. And we're going to put submit and save. And there's the submit button that will actually submit the form. So the user has to fill out their name, first name, last name, email, type their message in here. They can make this bigger if they want to make their message bigger or to see more of their message, and then they can just submit the form. And that's how you make a really basic, bare bones HTML form. And then again, same thing, if we wanted to here, we could put the submit button on its own line, so we can copy these line breaks, put it on its own line so that the submit button's on the bottom now, whatever you want to do. And that's basically it for the Contact Us page, guys. So if we look at our website now, we have our home page that we have a video on. We have video, images, text, links, headings, about page that also links to our Contact Us page. Okay, we have our form here. We have our HTML form. More headings. Our navigation is all working. We have a blog page where you can read blog posts, and that also goes back to the home page. And every page has its footer as well. So really, guys, this is it. Like very bare bones basic just with HTML. But this is HTML, guys. This is how websites under the hood, again, no matter how complicated they look, even this Pixel Bay website, like it has underneath the hood, it's structured with just HTML. And then CSS and JavaScript, CSS adds the styling and positions everything to look like a photo gallery. And JavaScript and PHP and other languages allow us to download files from it, do a little interactivity, like that little thing right there is JavaScript with that arrow going up and the menu showing. That's JavaScript functionality. So that's really what websites are, guys, underneath the hood, though. It's just really plain, boring, easy HTML. So now, if you've done this whole project with me, even though it was pretty simple, you know more than enough HTML and HTML fundamentals to be dangerous, to actually build websites, be functional, and know what you're looking at. Again, you're not going to memorize all the HTML you need. When you need to do something specific in HTML that maybe you're not sure how to do, you just go to Google, or nowadays you go to AI like ChatGPT, and you ask it, how can I make an audio element and add audio to my website using HTML? And then that'll think and it'll give us the answer. But you already have the basic HTML skills, so here you go. You'll know that this is called an audio tag. You'll see this other tag nested in it called source. You know what SRC is. This is all very familiar. So now you could copy and paste this into your website to add audio to a website and to know what everything's actually doing, because now you know the fundamentals of HTML and how to set up a website, which is really cool, guys. So that's going to be it. We're not going to make this tutorial too crazy. You now know all the HTML that you need to get started as a bare bones basic junior web developer. And we'll move on. And I'm going to make another video series of CSS. So you can go click on that and watch that here. Or if you're watching the video where I have everything together for the whole full stack crash course, you can just stay tuned and we'll start with the CSS and add CSS to this page. So guys, we just did the HTML part of the course here. Now we're going to jump into CSS. So we're going to start adding styles to the page, learning how to make style sheets, really how to make websites look beautiful and pretty and keep people on them. This is like, now we're going to start getting into the really fun stuff. CSS is a little more complicated than HTML. I'm not going to lie, it can be a little frustrating sometimes, but I'm going to show you how to break this down to a little piece by piece of this project so that we focus on one problem at a time, just focus on solving one little issue at a time, and then go from there. And naturally, we're also going to be writing a lot of and restructuring the pages a lot, so we're still going to be doing a lot of HTML because you can't really just do CSS alone, guys. HTML and CSS go together, so like honestly, just doing a pure CSS course really isn't possible. So we're going to be restructuring a lot of our HTML and making it better and more readable, since now we're going to be building that real full page. So let's get started now. So just a quick heads up, guys, throughout especially the beginning half of the course, we're going to be learning from slides right before we do stuff, just so you can get a good visual aid and guide of what we're doing. If you want these slides, you can go ahead and to the link in the description and download all of them. There's about 16 of them, and the link in the description, just click on the link. It'll be right below the video. Go there, give your email address, and you'll get all of these slides emailed to you, so you can like pull them up locally on your machine as we go over them if you want, and then just keep these as like a nice visual aid for the future. If you ever have questions on like what the core things of CSS are or how they work, or you forget, if you want it broken down on, you know, nice looking slides here, nice HD slides, it's a resource that I created for you guys. So again, you're going to see these same slides in the video that you're about to watch, but if you want that local copy, go ahead and download it in the link in the description. So first, let's talk about, guys, what is CSS? What does it stand for? What does it do? So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and here's an example of CSS up here, guys. So you're going to have the element that you want to style can be an element, a class, or an ID, and we'll go over classes and IDs, but you should know at least what an HTML element is. And this is called the CSS. This is a selector. Okay, you can use the element, or like I said, classes, IDs, many other ways to select elements. But for example, if you want to make an H1, if you want to grab the H1 in CSS and make the color blue, this is how you would do it. Select it, have two curly braces. All CSS is in between curly braces. Use the CSS attribute of color, and then you give it a value of blue. Okay, so that's how it would work. And again, if that's kind of confusing, don't sweat it. We're going to do this a ton in this upcoming project that we're about to do. So again, the main thing that we need to get across is HTML gives the page structure, and CSS controls the look and feel. We're going to be adding our CSS in a separate file. We're going to name it style.css, and we're going to link it up to our HTML, and I'm going to show you how to do that here in just a second. But again, just to visualize like what CSS is, this is a web page without CSS, like what we just made with the Shark website. No CSS, just HTML, just a bunch of structure, nothing really pretty. And then this is the power of CSS. This is what CSS is going to transform our project into. Colors, background images, styled things, styled buttons, all this cool stuff going to be completely transformed with CSS, which is why it's so important in web development. You have to know how to make pages look good, how to make pages that are easy to use and catch people's eyes to keep them on your website or your product or your landing page. All right, guys, so now we're going to add CSS to our project. So I just want to go over what we're about to do here briefly with the slide. So we're going to add something to our CSS called a link tag right here. So the link tag is going to go in the head of our document, and it's going to link our new file that we're about to make called style.css. Okay, so that's how you connect external style sheets and files. And it's the best, cleanest way to add CSS to your web page, your project, because you want to keep all your CSS in a completely separate file and keep everything nice and neat and organized that way. There are a few other ways to add CSS that I'll briefly show you here in just a second. You can put them in, you can put a bunch of your CSS or all of it on your HTML document in something called style tags. You can put all your CSS in between there, or you can use inline styles that add styles directly to the specific HTML element that you're working with. Those two ways of adding them are not good. They're bad for organization and not really best practice, but we'll briefly touch on them. But most of the time, you're always going to use this link with the rel attribute. It's going to say style sheet because that's what it is. And we're pretty much always going to name your external file style.css. So let's hop into our code, start coding this up, and add our CSS right now. All right, guys, so I'm in our project code here. So again, if you've already built the HTML with me, great, continue on. If you need to download the source code and you want to build this whole Shark page out with me with CSS, go ahead and make sure you download that. Launch your favorite code editor. I'm assuming if you're on CSS by now, you know what a code editor is, you know what Visual Studio Code is, or your favorite text editor. Make sure you get that in there now. If you don't know what any of that is, you can go back and watch the HTML part of the course or the HTML course video, and I go over text editors and that. So here we go. Let's first create our file. So click on the Explorer file icon over here. We're going to click Add File or New File. And I'm going to name this file style.css and see how we even get a little CSS logo here. So our project knows like, oh, this guy's adding CSS now. Cool. And now what we're going to do is we're going to link them up with that link tag up in the head of our document that we looked at on that last slide. So we're going to go below our last meta tag, and I like to put it above the title. And I'm just going to type the word link. I'm going to hit tab, and that's going to give us a link element, okay? And by default, since they're pretty much always used to connect style sheets in CSS, the rel, or the relative attribute, is automatically going to have style sheet in there by default because that's just what goes in there 99.9% of the time. And then in the href attribute, we're going to put our file, style.css, which we just created, and we're going to save. Now what we'll do is we'll test this out. So let's put our text editor and our web page side by side, and we'll get our project up here. There's our live code running now from our HTML. And let's give our style sheet a test. So let's do this. What we'll do is we'll say, we'll select the H1. So there's an H1 here, right here that says, Welcome to Great White Sharks HQ. So let's select that with our CSS. We're going to use the H1 selector. I'm going to hold shift and hit my curly brace on my key, and it's going to give me an opening and closing curly brace. And then I like to write my CSS. I like to hit enter and then write it with each thing stacking on top of each other for one selector. That's how I like to write it. So some people will just write all their CSS like this. I don't like that. I like it to be stacked. It's more of the old school way, but it's how I learned. And I think it's easier to read that way. So now that we have the H1 selected, we're going to test our CSS by just giving it a color. So let's just say use color, colon, and then we'll say red and save. And as you can see, when we saved, our document, our H1 turned red. So that indicates to us that our style.css connected correctly to our index.html, so it is working. Now let's go over this. Again, we use the H1 selector. We put curly braces. We use the color attribute, and we gave it a value of red, which is valid for changing the color of text and whatnot. Now notice how after we used our attribute, other things happen. There's a colon here, so there's always going to be a colon after you decide what you're trying to change. It's always going to be a colon, value, and then a semicolon in between each one of your CSS rules. So for example, if I wanted to now do text align center, which controls how the text is aligned on the page, and I saved and I centered it, as you can see, it just moved to the center, and we could make this bigger now, so the text align center did work. But I want to illustrate to you that what if I didn't have that semicolon on the color here and I saved? Well, it would break the whole page and everything. So you have to be very careful when you're writing your CSS to always have your semicolons and make sure everything is written correctly. One mistake will actually break your whole CSS page, guys. So take your time, pay attention, write stuff correctly. And that's how you connect CSS to HTML using an external document, an external style sheet. Again, it's that link. Style.css goes in the href or whatever you named it. You could name this whatever you wanted to, styles.css or whatever else you want to name it. Usually style.css is a good default name to just keep your style sheet so that everybody knows what the hell it is and what you're talking about. Now there is a few more ways to add CSS as I talked about. So one of the ways is called inline CSS. So just to illustrate what inline does, inline is where you can go right into the element, use the style attribute within your HTML element, and then write your styles in here. So we can say style, color, yellow, no curly braces, just style equals everything in between the quotes, color, yellow, and then semicolon at the end, save. And look what happened, guys. That actually turned yellow. It actually overrided our external sheet. Inline styles will always take precedence and override stuff that's in an external sheet. Again, you don't ever really want to use inline styles unless you absolutely have to. It's just bad for organization. It's bad practice. But you can use inline styles. That is a thing. There is a style attribute. So let's get rid of that. The other thing that you can do is you can go on the page within the head, and you could use the style tags. So if we just do style, there's an opening and closing style tag. And now we can select the H1 in here. We can say color, and we'll say purple. Save. And notice again how our CSS that was selected with the style tags this time, color purple, again took precedence over our external style sheet, because whatever is directly on the HTML page within the HTML file is going to supersede anything that's on an external file. That's just one of those rules. Again, you don't want to really add CSS and style tags. That's bad practice. Again, you want to keep everything in your external style sheet. So we'll delete this, save, and we're just going to roll with the styles that we have in our external sheet for now. All right, guys, so we learned the bare bones foundations of CSS, what it is, how to add it to a project, how to use it by using some selectors and some styles and whatnot. So now we're going to jump in and we're going to start adding CSS to our page right now. How we're going to do the rest of this is we're going to break this down. We're going to go section by section, and we're going to make everything fully mobile responsive as we go. So to give you an example, like the first thing we're going to do is the nav bar. Okay, so we're going to do the nav bar. And then when we're done adding the CSS to the nav bar, we're not going to just stop and go to the next section. We're going to then go back, put in some media queries right away, and we're going to make this into a mobile nav bar that collapses and has a little button so that you can access it on mobile screens, okay? And then once the mobile and the desktop version are done, we'll move on. Same thing with this next area. This is usually called a showcase. We're going to make it look like this on desktop with the text, a button here, a background image of the sharks, and then rather than just move right on to the next section, we're going to stop, we're going to go back, we're going to put media queries in and make it look good on tablets and smartphones, okay? So same thing, we're going to treat this as its own section, or yeah, we'll treat this. So these two might go together, but we'll build one at a time. So this will be like the third section that we do. And then this will be the fourth section. And then this will be our fifth section. And then down here is just the footer, so we'll build that last. And that's how I really tackle projects, guys, when I'm building websites in real life. And I don't really build too many things from absolute scratch anymore because AI can help out a lot with that. But when I do build things from scratch for tutorials, and when I used to do this, for years and years, doing everything from scratch, I would go section by section, just like that, break this down into small little steps, and do not move on until it's fully mobile responsive and ready to go. So with that said, with that in mind, let's go ahead and start on our navigation nav bar area. So guys, we're about to write our very first CSS on the page that we're actually going to use here. And the first thing that we need to do is we need to get rid of the default, what is called margin and padding that exists on the page. So margin and padding, guys, just to quickly touch on it, it's just spacing. It's just words that we use for spacing, okay? So as you can see, there's default margin and padding on our Sharks website here that we made with just HTML. Even though we don't have any CSS rules in here that are telling things to be spaced out like they are. Like, look at all the space between everything. There's space between the headings and the paragraphs. There's even padding here. This is called padding, where the images aren't all the way up over here. They're all, they have space right here. This is all default margin and padding that every web browser has by default, so no matter what. So I'm using Google Chrome. If you use Chrome, Safari, Firefox, doesn't matter what browser you're developing in, they all have default margin and padding, and you want to get rid of that so that you can actually control exactly where everything is on the page and what the design looks like. So we need to get rid of that now. And to get rid of that, we need to use something called a CSS Reset. Okay, so we're going to do a very simple CSS reset that basically resets all of the spacing on your page to 0, so that you get a fresh slate, you get a clean start, you don't got to worry about any default margin or padding messing up what you're trying to do later on as you build the page. So to do that, it's going to be really simple. We're going to go in our CSS and we're going to do an asterisk, which means select all, and then we're going to tell the page, hey, unless I say so, I want by default everything to have 0 margin, 0 padding, and I want the box sizing to be something called border box. Now, border box, just to explain that really easily, is it's just a setting to where if you don't have it set to border box, later on when we're building the page, it's going to, some other weird stuff might happen with the margin and padding to where your spacings aren't going to be exactly what you want them to be. Okay, so we're just going to leave that explanation at that. That's all box sizing means. You always want it to border box. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do our CSS reset right now. So let's go in, and this is the first thing that you do, guys, whenever you're building a project from scratch. This is the first CSS that you're going to do every time. So I'm going to click over to my style.css, and I want you guys to see this live. So let's put our CSS and our project side by side. So again, we're going to do the asterisk, curly braces. We're going to say margin 0, padding 0, box sizing, border box, and then we're going to save. Boom. And just like that, everything is now no default margin and padding. Now things are still stacked on top of each other because these are what are called block elements, and block elements like our list and our list items, they stack on top of each other like blocks by default. So other block elements are going to be headings, paragraphs, the divs that we've learned about when we built the page. Those are all block elements. So by default, they stack on top of each other, which is what we're seeing now. We're going to get more into block elements and all of that later on, but just know that that's why they're still stacking on top of each other. But as far as our default margin and padding, they are gone. We now have a clean slate to work with. Now we can position things exactly how we want, so our page can start looking really good. So let's go ahead and we'll move on to the next thing. All right, guys, so the next thing that I want to do straight away is I want to add comments to our CSS. So this is how you make comments right here, guys. You can make a single line comment or a multi-line comment. Okay, I usually do multi-line comments. And then there's also shortcuts to make single line comments, and comments are used in CSS just like in HTML. You can either use them to, what I usually do is I just use them like this right here, just to label my code like what different CSS is doing. This is especially important on bigger websites where, you know, I've had websites that I built from scratch that have like 1,000, 2,000 lines of CSS, and I always heavily comment different sections and I separate them by lots of space so that I know clearly where I am on the page, and you're going to see me doing that in this project. You can also use single line comments. You can just put the front slash star front slash on one line just to comment that line out so it stops working, and you can test your code without, you know, one single line just to see if it, like, you know, something is working or not. That's what people do as well. So we're mainly going to use it for labeling purposes, but I do want to just show you, in depth what comments are, what they look like in CSS. So let's go to our CSS right now and add our first comment. And I'm going to make this here. I'm going to hit enter, put this down. To do comments, guys, if you're on Mac, you can do command and hold the / button, like where the question mark is, and that'll give you a CSS comment. And then you can make it a multi-line comment just by hitting enter like that. If you're on PC, I believe it's going to be CTRL control and the same key, the / or the question mark on your keyboard. Just hold that down and tap that once, and you'll get your little CSS comment shortcut there on VS Code. So what I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm going to make all of my stuff here in this first section global styles. So global styles mean everything that's going to go immediately below here before my next comment is going to affect pretty much the whole page, which is what the CSS reset is doing. That's my global styles comment. Again, if you want to comment out a single line, I can just highlight it, I could just highlight this code and I could just do the comment shortcut here, again on Mac, command / control / on PC, and it'll just comment out that one single line that says border box, and it won't, it'll be ignored now. That code will be ignored by the browser and by the text editor, but I don't want that. We want border box, so we'll do that, and that's how you do CSS comments. So again, we're going to be commenting each section of our CSS to keep it as organized as possible in our little CSS file here. Alright guys, so it's time to start building the first part of our page here with CSS, and that's going to be this top navigation bar. So this is going to be up in the header tag is what we're going to use first, and we're going to add some styles to it to make it this dark blue color, and then we're also going to add a section for the logo area, which we don't have yet, so that'll require some additional HTML that we'll do, and then we'll have to style up the links as well, and then we'll have to make them go side by side, and I'll show you how to do that using CSS Flexbox. But first things first, to start styling the header, we have to select it. So let's go ahead and learn really quick about CSS Selectors. So there's three main ways to select an element in CSS, and that's with the element selector, which we went over briefly, but it's basically you just use the element tag itself to select it. So if it's an H1, you say H1. If it's header, we'll just write header and then our curly braces and start styling, just like here. This is an H1 element selector right here. You just use the element directly, curly braces, style, okay? The next one, which is the most common, is class. This is where you use the class attribute in HTML, like we have here. You give it a class name, and then you select it by its class specifically, by its class name in CSS. So to do that, you use something called the dot selector. So yeah, there's a dot there. It's dot, and then whatever the class name is, and then you can write CSS to style that element with that class name. The third one is ID selector. These are probably the least common IDs, but you can put IDs on things as well. And this uses the ID attribute here in HTML. ID, same thing as the class, except it says ID equals quotes and then whatever the ID name is. And then to select things by its ID, you use the hashtag symbol. So dot selector for classes, hashtag symbol for IDs. Okay, those are the most common ways to select things. Now, what we're going to do for the header, since there's only going to be one header on the page, we can go ahead and just select it by the header element. There's only one header. But for any elements where there could be more than one of that element, like there could be more than one nav if you have a navigation in the bottom of the page, there could be more than one unordered list, more than one list item, more than one link per page. For stuff like that is when you want to start getting into using classes or IDs to give it a unique name so you know exactly where that element is by the name and what you're styling specifically. But for this first one, what we're going to do is we're just going to say header. And then that's how we're going to select the header, and we're going to start adding styles now. So now that we have our header selected with just the element tag itself, we need to change the background of the header to this dark blue color. So let me show you how to do that here. Let's go over colors and background colors really quick before we do that. So guys, there's two main properties to change the color or background color of an element. The first one is the color property in CSS, and it looks just like this here, color, and then what you want to change the color to. Or there's also background color, which is also very common. And same thing here, down here, the property is background dash color, and then the color you want to use, okay? So we're going to use those properties now. I also want you to be aware that there's several ways to write colors in CSS. You can just use the color name, which is blue. You can use something called the hex value, which takes values of red, blue, and green in the form of hexadecimal codes is what this is called. So you start with a hashtag, and then you use a combination of letters and numbers to make whatever color you want. You can make probably like a million different colors with hex values, and that's what we're mainly going to use. And what I mainly use when I code, guys, I only use the color itself. Sometimes, like if it's just white or black, or I use the hex code value. You can also use something called an RGB value, which stands for red, green, and blue, because if you ever took art class, red, green, and blue combined can make pretty much any color that you can think of. And this is the syntax for it, RGB, and then some numbers to symbolize how much of red, green, and blue you want to make whatever color. And then there's RGBA, which is just like RGB, but then the last one here where it says 0.5, will actually add transparency to something if you want it to be kind of see-through. So that's the main way to write colors. So just know, guys, that colors change text and the background color changes the area behind the element. So we're going to go ahead now and we're going to use the background color to change the color of our header. So we're going to go into header here, and let's actually put our project side by side so we can watch this happen live. So we're going to go header, we're going to say background color, and then we're going to use a hex code for that dark blue color that I already have saved for you guys here. And that hex code is going to be this one right here. I'm just going to paste it in, hashtag 022C58, and that gives us that dark blue background. So there it is. So we have that in there. So what we have to do next, guys, is we actually have to add some HTML to our header because we don't have our logo area. We didn't build a logo area on our HTML only version of the website. So as we can see, we have to put in, and this is in the form of an image. I have the image already in the files for you if you want to download and build this with me. We have to put this logo area that says Great White Sharks HQ. So it's going to require us to put in a little bit more HTML, which we'll do right now. So we're going into our HTML here. We need to put that logo area within our header, but we're going to put it above the navigation because it's going to start. Our HTML or our logo is going to be above the navigation area, and then we're going to put it side by side like in the design. So what I'll do is here is I'm just going to put a div, and again, div is just that generic tag for HTML. So I'm just going to put div, and then I'll give it a class name of logo-area, so I know exactly what it is and when I need to style it or if I need to ever style it. And then in here I'm going to put an image. And I'm going to put a class on this image of logo because it's our main logo, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I need to go into our images folder, img. So I'm just going to type img / and hit enter. And then what I want is our logo here is what I named it. So I named it Great White Sharks HQ Logo Mockup HD. So let's select that. And before I save, we'll go put these side by side so we can see if it comes in here live. So if we have our image in there, we'll go ahead and save. Okay, and there's our image, just like our mockup. It did come in, however, it's super big. So let's go ahead. We can actually resize it now, and you're going to resize that with the width property. So we'll just do that really quick here. We don't need to have a whole new slide for that. So let's go in here and let's grab our selector, just like we learned in those other slides. We're going to select it by its class name. So we put in a class name of logo on our image that it has the logo on it. So I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to hit Control-C, or you can do, left-click or right-click copy, Control-C, Command-C if you're on Mac, whatever you want to do. And I'm going to go below my header because I'm going to write my CSS in the order that things appear on the page. So the logo area is within the header and the logo is within there. So I'm going to say dot logo, and then we're going to give it a width. Now the width property is how you control basically how big things are. And I'm going to give it a width of 155 pixels and save. And then we'll scroll up, and that looks pretty good. That looks pretty close to our mock-up. So that's our logo area here. Let's just take a look at our mock-up to see how close we are. And yeah, I mean, size-wise, that's pretty good. So we'll stick with that. We'll stick with 155 pixels for the logo. We're just eyeballing it, but that looks pretty good. And then now what we need to do, guys, is we're going to put these things side by side. And we're going to do that using a property called CSS Flexbox. So guys, to move our items in our nav bar side by side, our logo and then our navigation, we're going to use a property called CSS Flexbox. And what Flexbox allows you to do is it allows you to easily arrange things basically next to each other or side by side. Before CSS Flexbox was invented, guys, like when I was first learning this web development stuff, putting stuff just side by side was actually a huge pain in the butt. It was really hard to do, and Flexbox finally fixed that, thank goodness. So what you do, guys, is this dot container just means like whatever element is surrounding whatever you want to move side by side, you're going to use the property display flex. Okay, and we're going to do this. We'll explain it later a little bit better, but that's what that means. And when you say display flex, it by default will just put elements that are in whatever element or container they're in side by side. Okay, Flexbox also allows you to easily align things horizontally and vertical by doing stuff called justify content, which is horizontal. This is another property as stated here. Justify content, you can say flex start if you want everything to be to the left, center if you want it to be centered, space between if you want things to be spaced out evenly as far apart as possible on the page, space around if you want stuff to be spaced around to have space but not completely as far apart as possible, and space evenly just like it sounds if you want each element spaced out evenly in a row. Okay, there's also vertical alignment, so you can do flex start to align items at the very top, center, which is the most common thing to center things on the page vertically, flex end will put all of the elements at the end or down more, stretch will stretch each element the maximum width of the container that they're in, or there's baseline, which honestly I've never used before, but I guess you can use this thing called baseline. I'm not even going to get into it, but whatever that means, right? So guys, key takeaway, Flexbox is going to help us put stuff side by side, and then justify content and align items are going to help us center things and then move them as far apart or as close together as we want, and that's exactly what we want to do with our nav bar. So let's go ahead and do that now. So if we go into the code, we can go ahead and select our header, because our header is the element that contains both our logo area and our nav bar. So that's what's basically going to be, that's what's called the parent element, and we want to put flex on our header so that everything within our header, our logo area and our navigation menu go side by side. So let's go ahead and on our header, and we're just going to simply do display flex and save. And now look guys, they're side by side. Now we're going to do align items, and we're going to say center and save. And now that's vertically just centered itself. Exactly, all of our links are now just vertically centered with our logo, so it looks a lot better. And then remember, in our mockup, our logo's over here, our nav links are way over here. So the last thing we need to do is justify content. And to get them as far apart as possible, we're going to say space between and save. Boom. Okay? So that's the first part. Now you might be like, hey man, wait a second, why aren't these going side by side? Well, that's because we need to select these. These are inside our unordered list in our nav, and we need to select those separately and then use flex to do the same thing within their other box and make them go side by side. So we'll go ahead and we'll do that in the next video, and we'll explain a little bit better about how this works. I'll show you, I'll put borders around things so you can understand what's happening here with some borders and everything in its own box. Because guys, CSS, HTML elements, you have to understand that mentally you have to visualize every element is being in its own separate little box, and once you finally understand that, positioning things gets really easy. Alright guys, so now we have to make our navigation links themselves side by side instead of stacking. So to do that, again, we're going to use Flexbox. Now, they didn't go side by side when we first did this because header is what we call the container or the parent element for these two separate boxes, the logo area and the navigation. Okay, so again, remember I said every element is pretty much, think of it as a box. Okay, so since a div, a header is a block element. Okay, remember block elements stack on top of each other, they're boxes by default. Divs are also boxes, and a nav, even though it says nav, a nav is basically just a div. It's just a block element. It's just the semantic way. It's just a semantic tag. Like I told you guys when we made HTML, technically, guys, you could make every single thing a div. Everything could be a div, and then you could just style it with CSS, but that wouldn't be what's called semantic HTML, and it would be harder for the browser to read your page. So you don't want to do that. Back in the day when HTML was like in its early versions, pretty much everything was a div. That was the thing. Okay, but we use things like nav and image. Well, image has always been image because that's for images, but nav, ULLI, all these other tags because, you know, HTML is now it's on like 5th or 6th version, and that's just the better way to do it. That's why everything isn't a div, even though it could be. So just to visualize that, let's put everything in a box. So let's say I'm going to go select all. To my select all thing, I'm going to say border. 1 pixel, or say 2 pixels, solid, red, and save. And now we can see the whole page, like how everything's in its container. So like the header is this, And then the logo area is in its separate box. Our links, our UL is in its separate box, but then within there, these are also in another box of the UL. So the new container for the links that we have to put side by side is actually going to be the unordered list. So we have to take the unordered list itself and display that flex, and then these should go side by side. But just look at how everything else, now that we put a border on everything is its own div, it's its own box. And that's, you know, basically how positioning works. You have to select whatever the container is for something, whatever box it's in, and then you can control things with it when it's like comes to positioning and padding and margin, which we haven't got into yet, but we're about to. Just think of everything, every element on a page, guys, is a box. All right. Let's go ahead and take this away. And now let's make these go side by side. So we're going to go down here below our logo area. And I want you to also notice that I'm trying to write the CSS. I'm doing elements as they appear on the page. So this is just the select all. Then there's the header. Then within the header, there's the logo. And then within all that, below that, at least in the HTML, in the order that it appears, the nav would be next and then the UL. So let's put a class on my UL. So I'm going to say class. I'm going to actually put a class on here because we might have other unordered lists on the site. So we want to make sure that this one stands out with its own class name, and it makes it easier to style and keep track of. So I'll say main nav list. Okay. Whatever you want. You can name your classes whatever you want. I'm just going to name mine that so I know what it is and where it's located. So I'm going to copy it. I'm going to use the dot selector for the class again. We're going to say main nav list, and then we're going to say display flex, then save. And now look, our links went side by side. Now we're going to spread them out a little bit because we don't want them all on top of each other. And I also know that there's those bullet points there, and we have to style everything else up. But let's take care of the positioning first, and then I'll show you how to do all the rest. So we'll say display flex. We'll say align items center to make sure that they're vertically centered all the time. And then, guys, for the justify content, we're not going to touch that because we're actually they're already centered vertically, which is what we want. And we're just going to use padding to space them out a little bit so that it looks more like the design, which is, again, if we look at the design, it looks like this. See, our links are nice and spaced out like that. So we'll use padding to space those out, which we haven't learned yet. We're about to learn margin and padding. But first, I want to style up these links because we need to make the color, which we've already gone over, colors and background colors. We need to make them white. And I'm going to also fix the fonts on that. So let's do this. Since we're already in our UL, which we named main nav list, let's go ahead and get rid of these ugly bullet points. So to do that, guys, that's called a property called list style type. So list style type, you can have circles, decimals, discs. We're going to put none. And the reason that bullet points are there is because it's an unordered list. So by default, an unordered list comes out as a bulleted list in the browser. So if we just put list style type none, that always gets rid of your bullet points. And now we need to make these so that they look readable. They're purple right now, and they all have this underline because links by default have an underline in HTML when you create an anchor tag or a link, which remember there's links in all of our list items. That's why they're links in here. They all come with something called text decoration by default. So we need to go ahead and get rid of that and change the color. So to do that, we need to select each link itself. Now, the way that I'm going to do it is I'm going to put a class on our nav links. And so I'm going to say class, I'm going to name it nav-link. And then I'm going to copy this class and I'm going to put it on all of our links. So we'll say nav-link, 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 and nav-link. Now we can control them all by just using that class name. So let's grab nav-link, we'll say dot nav-link, and we're going to say color white. Okay, so now we can actually read our links, which is nice. And then we're going to get rid of those underlines. So by default, all links have an underline. So what we can do, because we really don't want any links to have an underline, is instead of just selecting the nav link, I'm going to go up here underneath my select all, And this is what I'm going to call more of a global style. So I'm going to say all anchor tags, all A tags on my page, I want to have text decoration none. So that by default, any link that I use now will not have that, okay? Because we're going to have more links that we use. I don't want any of them coming out with that default stupid underline. So it's a very common thing when you're first setting up your page to set that as one of your global styles, text decoration none. So that's what we're going to do for now. Now let's look at something called margin and padding, because now we have to start using some spacing to space out our links here and to space out, if we look at our design, there's also some space on the end for both the logo and the nav links. They're not supposed to be up to the corner like that in our header. So if we look at here, like there's some, basically this is like some padding on the side for each of the links and the logo, so it's kind of more centered in our little header here. So let's go learn. We'll learn about margin and padding briefly so you know what that is, and then we'll get started with that. And we'll also add some padding to our links themselves. As you can see, these need some padding too. All right, guys, so next we need to learn about the CSS Box Model. So the box model just basically describes how elements behave, how HTML elements behave when we give them certain attributes. So here's the box model. This is like kind of what it looks like, even though like you can't see it on the screen all the time. This is what all HTML elements or block level elements are doing basically. So we have padding, border, and margin. Okay, so the content is the actual content or the actual element. So in this example, we're saying that this is an image tag. Padding refers to giving the element spacing with inside a box or the box of the element. Remember, every element creates an imaginary box, and then we put a border over it like we just did with the red border. That kind of gives every element away and shows its box structure. So basically, guys, if you use padding, you're going to give your element space within the box. If you use margin, you're going to be able to move the whole element around, like the whole box itself. So that's the easiest way to kind of wrap your head around like what that means. Padding, you're going to give space within the element. Margin, you're going to give space to the whole element. And I'll show you what that means. I'll show you an example in our project so you understand. But that's really the most important thing that you have to understand about the box model. Every element is a box, which I've already illustrated to you. And margin moves the whole element. Padding moves content within the element. So let me show you what I mean here. So looking at our project here, let's do margin and padding on our header area so I can show you the difference between padding and margin. So let's go to header. Now remember, guys, margin moves the whole box, the whole element, the whole header we can move with margin. So if we do something like margin top, 20 pixels, the whole header just came down 20 pixels. See that? If we did margin bottom, 20 pixels, we'll push down 20 pixels. Now the image has some space. It's not sucked up to the header. If we did margin left, 20 pixels, and saved, now look, the whole header moved left 20 pixels. If we did margin right, it's going to move right 20 pixels, okay? So that's margin. It moves the whole element. But then we also have this thing called padding. So if we say padding, and we can say padding left 20 pixels, 20 pixels, and then padding right 20 pixels. What happened, guys? If you saw that when we saved, this moved right 20 pixels, so not the whole element, but it created padding within the element, which pushed our logo over 20 pixels, and we pushed all of our links over 20 pixels. So that's the difference between margin and padding. Padding is going to space stuff but keep it inside its box, and margin moves the whole box left or right, up or down. So that's like the most important way to understand what the box model is without trying to like confuse yourself. When I first learned web development and CSS, guys, the box model thing, margin and padding, confused the hell out of me until one day I was just sitting there and I was like, oh wait, margin just moves the whole element, padding moves stuff within the element. Duh, it's that simple. Okay, so that's really it. What we're going to do now is we'll go ahead and we'll learn more about margin and padding and how to set values for things, because there's several different ways that you can set margin and padding, to several different ways to write it. You can write like a shortcut way, you can write it the long way. I want to show you all the ways, then we'll actually use padding to space our links out and space our header. Well, our header already has some padding now, then it looks better. But I want to teach you guys how to write it correctly so you understand what I'm doing. So guys, for a lot of different CSS properties, that can take multiple values like margin and padding. Those are just two examples. They're the most common that you're going to be using, but there is other ones like border and stuff like that. But there's multiple ways that you can actually write them, guys. So there's both longhand and shorthand. So if we look over here, longhand would be like this. You separately write everything out: margin top, margin right, margin bottom, margin left. Okay, that's longhand. And then it would give that amount of pixels to the top, right, bottom, and left, longhand style, okay? Now you could do the same thing shorthand. You can combine all the values. And how shorthand works is it's clockwise. So this is top, right, bottom, left. Okay, that's how shorthand works. And you can also just do two values if you wanted to. And this is the one that I use most of the time. So if we did padding 20 pixels, 10 pixels, the first value is just top and bottom. The second value is just left and right. Okay, so I just wanted to introduce you to that. Shorthand and longhand, you're going to see people, some code bases, or some people are going to teach you longhand. Some are going to be doing stuff in shorthand. Just understand what the values mean, okay? So remember, shorthand, if you're going to do all values, is clockwise. Top and bottom, left and right, if it's just two values, okay? And again, don't, not expected to memorize all that right now, but just start thinking about that, take notes about it, understand that that's what we're doing, because we're about to add that to our design here. So let's go through and actually do that. We're going to do some padding here so that our nav bar looks like the design, because right now all of our links and everything are still all together, and we don't want that. So what we're going to do here is, I like this padding left and right already, but I'm going to make it shorthand. So I'm going to say padding 0 pixels top and bottom, say 25 pixels left and right. Okay. And let's go live again because my thing quit on me. There we go. So we have some padding now left and right for our header, which is going to be added on to our link area. So this is the padding left and right here. Okay. And now we've got to spread our links out themselves. So we gave them all, remember, we gave them all of our links the class of nav link right here. All of our anchor tags. So all we have to do is add the padding there. So we can say padding. I'm going to say 0 pixels top and bottom. I'll say 15 pixels left and right to start and save. And that spaces them out really nicely. Let's see. Let's look at the design and see how close we are. So if we go here, and let's see, so there's the design. Let's look at ours again. Let's zoom out a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's good enough. So we'll just keep those widths like that. So I'm happy with that. The next thing we have to do, guys, if you notice, our font is a little off. Right now we're on like the default font, which is, I think it's, what is it, serif or sans serif? Let me just see here. The font is Times New Roman or Times whatever. So it's going to be some kind of serif font that has these ugly little decorations on here. That's the default font that the browser gives you. So now we're going to change the font. But to do that, we're going to look at fonts, how to change fonts using the font family property. So font families, guys, is the property that helps you change how all the text looks on each page, okay? So the property is really simple. It's just font dash family, and then whatever font you have. So built into every browser, every computer operating system, there's like a ton of fonts already built in that you can use by default. And then, of course, there's also outside fonts that you can always load on your website, the most popular being Google Fonts, right? But just to show you here, this is how it works. Just, again, font family and then whatever font you want. Now, if you're using VS Code, all the fonts just kind of pop up automatically for you to select. Once you start typing font family, I'll show you that now, and then we'll change our font family. Because right now we're on that Times New Roman / serif font, and that's no bueno. We don't want that. It looks ugly, and nobody uses that. You know, that's some like really old school stuff that nobody uses. So let's go to our project. And we're going to change the font, and I want to change it. I'm going to put this in the body tag because I want to change the font for the whole entire page. Okay, I want the headings, the paragraphs all have the same font family. So what we're going to do is say font dash family, And now when we hit enter, if you're in VS Code or pretty much any modern code editor, these are all the generic fonts that are built into pretty much every computer nowadays. Like every computer has these fonts right up here loaded in by default. So my favorite is Arial. So I'm going to select Arial and then save. And now we have Arial font. So we'll just make our website Arial font. Now you're also going to notice that there's a comma, Helvetica font, comma, sans serif font. What those are, these are fallback fonts. And what fallback fonts do is exactly what they say. They're kind of like the backup quarterback or the backup player on a sports team. If Arial for some reason can't load on somebody's web browser when they visit our website, it's going to automatically fall back and the browser's going to say, oh, Helvetica's here too as the backup. Let's do that. If it can't do Helvetica for some reason, it'll say, okay, we'll do sans serif. Okay, so that's what fallback fonts are. For stuff like Arial, Helvetica, stuff that's already built into your web browser, you don't really need fallback fonts. Where fallback fonts come in super handy is if you're using an outside system to generate your fonts, like Google Fonts or some other API. In that case, a fallback font is super important because if somebody can't load Google Fonts or something else on their computer, they'll go back to the fallback font that's already should be loaded on their operating system and be able to view your website and the text, no problem. So that's how you change fonts with CSS. All right, guys, so next, if you look at our navigation bar compared to our design, it's really tall. It's too tall. So if we look at the design here, we need to shorten this up. This is probably only like 25 or 30 pixels tall. So we need to use the height property. And well, before we do that, we'll just get into, I'm going to teach you guys about height and width properties in CSS because that's how ultimately you control how tall or how wide something is. And we learned about this briefly in HTML. If you took the HTML part of this course, we use the height and width attribute in HTML, and it's pretty much the same in CSS, but we'll go over it here just so you guys can see. So here we are, guys, height and width, and you're mostly going to use this for like nav bars like we're doing now to make it a certain height. You're especially going to use this for like images when you want them to be a certain height or width. So this is what it looks like here, and you can use pixels, you can use percentages, and we'll get into more of the units later on in the course because there's many different ways that you can decide how big something is with pixels, percentages, rems, ems, all kinds of things, which we'll get into. But basically, the properties, it's literally just width and then whatever you want it. This is in pixels, height, whatever you want it, and that's going to control that, okay? So, and then we have some percentages down here, which we haven't really used yet. We'll probably get into at some point during the project, but we'll go over that when it comes up naturally. All right, guys, so this height and width are basically how you control, how big or how tall something is. And then we can also use these other things like auto that will let the browser decide, and we'll get into that when we start adding the mobile styles to the page. But just know height and width are going to control how big or small, how wide or tall something is, which, makes sense, right? So if we get back into the project here, let's fix our nav bar because it's too tall. So what we'll do, and remember the nav bar is within the header. So the header is going to control how tall this is. So let's go to our styles and we'll go to header. So, and then I'm going to go below padding and I'm going to say height, and we'll start with 25 pixels and save. And so that's a little too small, so maybe 35 pixels. And then let's look at our design here just to compare. So it's still too small, so let's say let's use our developer tools. Let's do this the right way. So let's right click and inspect. And let's go select our header here. And then I'm going to go to height down here, and I'm just going to use my arrow key up to keep making it taller, so I can see exactly what I'm doing side by side. This is what real developers do, guys. When you're doing CSS, HTML from scratch, using your developer tools like this is the way to go. So probably about this tall, and we got to make our font a little bit smaller on our nav bar because our home, about, blog, and contact, the font is a little too big. So we'll do that here in just a second. So I'm going to make it 42 pixels tall. That looks good. So let's make it 42. And then let's change our font size. Remember, we just went over font family and all that. The next property would be font size to change how big those are. And that's gonna go directly on our nav links. So we'll do font size and say 14 pixels. There we go. That looks a lot closer to the design. So let's look at this now. Okay. Maybe make it a little bit taller now. Let's see. And again, we're just eyeballing it here, guys. This is how you learn CSS in the very beginning. Like when you're coding from scratch, this is the fun part. Like you just kind of eyeball stuff. You don't have an official design, but you just, you try your best, and it's kind of fun. So yeah, we'll stick with that height. Next up, what we'll do is now we have to put this little underline underneath it, this little blue underline, so that we know what page we're on. It'll have that blue underline. It's a nice little UI thing. It's a nice thing so that people know where they're at on the website, and it looks really cool too. So we'll add that underline next. All right, guys. So let's go ahead now, and we're gonna add the CSS that's gonna give us our little underline on pages that are active that the user is on. So we're going to give it this blue underline. So I'll show you how to do that here. And before we get into that, I'll show you like another slide just to show you, because we're going to do something. We're going to make we're going to make the element inline block, and I need to explain to you like what does that even mean? What is inline? What is a block element? What is inline block? We haven't formally gone over that. So just to show you. So block elements, guys, which are basically divs, headers, paragraphs, sections, footers. Most elements in CSS by default are going to have be block. So that block means it's going to be the full width of the page by default, and it's going to automatically stack. So if you have a div, or if you have like a header and then another header on the next line, or a paragraph and another paragraph on the next line, they're just going to stack on top of each other, take up their own space. That's a block element by default, okay? You can make stuff display inline block, and if you do inline block, it'll give you more control over the height and the width and everything of the element. So it'll still display block, but it'll basically just give you more control. By default, it'll only be as wide as the content. Okay, so, and you can set the height and width a lot easier. Just have more control over it. That's a good way to say it. So block elements here, inline block. Okay, inline blocks will not start on a new line. They'll only take up as much width as needed. Height and width are respected, and you can set margin, padding, and border on them. So that's going to be especially useful for like navigation items. That's usually where you use inline block, like we're about to use now, because they need to remain next to each other, but we want more control over it because we have to add that underline, okay? Inline elements, they don't start on a new line, and their height and width are ignored. So by default, the most common ones you're going to see that are inline block are going to be all of the anchor tags. If you just have an anchor tag, a link tag by itself, and then you put another anchor tag right below it on your HTML page, they're actually going to display on the page side by side by default, even though they're supposed to be, they're on separate lines because they're inline, okay? And if you put a bunch of images, like image tags next to each other in HTML, they'll start going next to each other unless they're too big and they can't fit. Other things that you'll see, maybe spans. Spans are, and we might get into like using a span in this project, I'm not sure, but a span is an inline element. It allows you to style stuff in text. I'm not sure if we're going to use it in this project, but they're fairly common. M and label, we're not going to really use those elements. Well, actually, no, I guess these elements, the label elements on forms, which we'll get to on the contact page, and M is something that we're not going to use that much. It makes your text italic. But just know inline block, okay? Just know the basics that I just explained here, and you'll be good to go. So let's go ahead now and add our styles so that we can put that little underline underneath our page here. So the first thing we need to do, or underneath whatever page. So if we're on the home page, it's going to have the blue underline. The user clicks the about page, it'll have that blue underline. Blog, same thing. So the user knows where they are visually on the website. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to go into our links, and we're going to go, since we're on the home page, we're going to add a class to the home one for this page, and we're going to name that class active, because that's the active link. Does that make sense? And surprise, guys, see how we already have, it has a class of nav-link, nav-link, but you can also have more than one class name per element. You can have a ton of classes on here doing different things. So how you add another class is just what we did. Just put a space and then just put the new name of the next element. If you wanted to have 3 classes on here, you could say another class. Now it's got 3 classes, and it'll take the styles from all the classes. So you can have more than one class on an element. So we'll have active there. Now we're going to go to our styles and we're going to add the CSS to give us that blue underline. So what we're going to do is we're going to give our nav link class, we're going to say display inline block. That's all we need to do for that. Now these are all displaying inline blocks, so we have more control over them. They're not going to move because they're still inline. Nothing else is going to change. It's just going to be inline block. Nothing visually is going to change from us doing that. Next, we're going to use what's called a pseudo selector of after. So we're going to say dot navlink dot active, because we want to style the active class, or we want to style only the navlink that has the active class, which on this page is going to be our home. And then we're going to use colon after. Okay. So basically what the after means is it means, select the navlink with the active class, but add styling to the element immediately after the content. Okay, the link's actual content, which we're going to create now. The after means we're about to make something below here, and that's what I actually want you to style. Okay. And I don't use pseudo selectors like this too often, but in this case, it's kind of necessary. It's kind of, tricky to understand, but just follow along here and then you'll see what we're doing. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say content, and we're going to make empty quotes and save. So basically what I just did is I created an invisible kind of like element underneath here now by adding that content thing. Okay. Now I'm going to display that invisible element as block so that it stacks underneath. Remember, block goes on a new line. So now it's right here. It's underneath here. We can't see it yet. But what we'll do is we'll say background color, and I'll pick like a light blue like our design of cyan and save. And now we still can't see anything because we have to use a height and width. Remember, we just learned about that. So let's say width 30 pixels. Still can't see it because now we need a height. Let's say height 2 pixels. And as you can see now, we have that line. Look at that, guys. We have that little underline here. And now we just need to center it. So to do that, we're going to use a little trick that we can do with margin. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go under here. We're going to say margin, and we're going to use some shorthand. We're going to say 5 pixels auto, which means center that line. 5 pixels is going to give us margin top of 5 pixels to bring it down. We're going to say auto to center it. Then we're going to say 0. Save, and look at that, guys. So now we're starting to get that line. I'm going to add a more accurate color for that light blue. Instead of cyan, I'm going to add 00BFFF hex code, and now that fits our design more, and that fits what the design mockup is, that like kind of light blue color. So we're going to do that. And then I'm going to mess with the width. Actually, I think that's pretty good. Let's look at the design. We want to get this like semi-close to the mockup. We might want to change this out of my way. We can bring this up, maybe just 3 pixels of margin top, and make this a little bit longer, and then it'll look better. So, or it'll look closer. Let's make this 35 pixels, a little bit wider. That looks closer to the design. Let's change this to 3 pixels so it's a little closer, and that looks much better. So I'm going to stick with that. And that's how we make a little underline, guys. That's a really easy way to do that. Like, this is one of those videos, like, bookmark this. I mean, you have AI now. You can always look this up, how to do this with AI. But, like, this is where I really learned CSS, guys. People would show me little tips and tricks like this. And then I made sure to like push this project. I would push all my projects to GitHub. And then in the future, whenever I had to do certain features for websites, I would just go back to whatever project had whatever tip or trick that I needed to do something. And I would look at the old code, copy and paste, and use it again and just do it that way. So this is one of those times where pay attention if you know how to use GitHub. Push the, when you push this project to GitHub, this is a nice little perfect example of how to easily create these little underline active effects, which are still really common on websites today. All right, guys, so we pretty much have our nav bar completely done now, but there's still one big problem, and that is that if we make the screen smaller, like for smaller devices, once we get to a certain width, it's not mobile responsive. See that? We need to make this mobile responsive, so we're going to do that with media queries, guys, and media queries allow you to make things appear differently on different sized screens. So let's take a look at that here. This is what we're about to do. So Media queries, they allow you to completely change the appearance of websites depending on the screen. We're going to use stuff like min width and max width. I'm a max width guy. You can use media queries. So max width would mean like this is the maximum width that a page will look a certain way, and everything below it is going to look different. And then min width is just the opposite. This is the minimum width. Everything above it will look different. I learned max width. I'm a max width guy. A lot of people use min width nowadays. It just doesn't make sense to my brain. I need to be using max width. So that's what we're going to use. But basically, like, for example, when we do this is how you write the media query. So at media, min width, or max width, whatever you want to use. And then your cutoff point in pixels. And then, so this would say everything 1200 pixels and bigger. The font size for H1s would be 3 rem. We haven't learned about rems yet, but rem basically means 16 pixels. So it would be 48 pixels. It's the same way of writing 48 pixels. So the font size of the H1 is going to be 48 pixels on screens 1200 pixels and larger, okay? And then this is what it looks like in practice down here. So mobile, our page is probably going to look like this with the 3 bars. Tablet, we're still going to have our normal nav bar, but it's just going to be a little bit smaller. And then desktop is what we already have. So we're probably mainly going to just style for mobile, right? So that's what media queries are. We're going to go ahead and write some now and style up. We're going to add some styles to completely change how our nav bar looks when we're on a mobile screen. So what we're going to end up having here, guys, we're going to add the CSS to make everything mobile responsive, and we're going to have like a mobile nav bar on smaller screens that looks like this website. It's going to have 3 lines here for like they call this a hamburger effect or a hamburger menu in development. And then when you click on it, ours isn't going to pop out and be that fancy and animated, but when the user clicks it, it's just going to show the links stacked on top of each other on a mobile screen, and then they can close it again. And yeah, we're going to do this the CSS only way, which is not my preferred way, but since this is a CSS only course, that's pretty much all I can use. Normally I use this, and most people do this kind of a functionality using JavaScript and something called a click event, so that when you click, you just change the appearance of the website, and it's kind of a lot easier to understand and explain using the JavaScript way. But you can do something like this with just CSS. It's not terribly difficult, but we're going to do it basically by creating an input checkbox and kind of doing a little hack to make the checkbox change the behavior of the page when we check the box. So we'll do that now. So the first thing I want to do is I want to reorganize my comments. So I have global styles here, but then starting here, I'm going to copy and paste my global styles comment. Things change because we're not just using global styles anymore. We're actually getting into like the header and the nav. So I want to make another comment here and separate this stuff off to header / nav for my styles. And then I want to make my comment a little fatter so it spaces out the sections a little bit more. So because our CSS file is going to start growing a lot here, so we want to make sure we have everything really nicely commented. And then what I'm going to do below here is my media queries. So we're going to say media queries, boom, because we're going to add a media query here. And then as we build the page, we're going to keep pushing the media queries so they're at the bottom of our CSS. But I just want everything to be nice and commented here. So let's go ahead. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to add some HTML. So within our header, we're going to go below our logo area, but above our nav tag, so right here. And we can even make a comment, a CSS or an HTML comment, and we can say mobile menu code start, and then we can copy this, go down here, mobile menu code end. So it's really obvious what's going on. And commenting your code, guys, is always a good idea, especially when you're new to all this stuff, okay? So what we're going to do first is we're going to add an input. And this is going to be a checkbox input, okay? And then we're going to give this an ID. We haven't used IDs yet, but remember, you can add either a class or an ID to HTML. You can style stuff with IDs or with classes. The thing with IDs, though, is they're more strict. You can only have one ID with one name per element is the best practice. It's not like classes where we can have multiple ID names and use you don't want to go using usually IDs for multiple different elements. And I usually, for my CSS guys, I typically only use classes for styling, and I save my IDs for JavaScript. And later on when we learn JavaScript, you'll see why. But IDs are like my favorite way of selecting elements, specifically just to use with JavaScript, and I keep my classes just for CSS. But you know, you can do things however you want. That's just how I do it. So we have an ID here, and this is going to be the ID name for this that we're going to put is menu dash toggle. And toggle means that you can click something repeatedly and change how it acts. That's what toggling means. It's one of those developer terms. It's toggle. So menu toggle, and then we're going to give this a label. So we're going to go under here, and we'll say label. And this label is going to be for menu dash toggle. And then we're also going to give this a class name. So we'll say class, and we're going to give it a class of hamburger. Remember, because the terminology in development for this kind of a menu is called a hamburger menu. At least that's what it used to be when I learned this stuff. If it's new, maybe I'm just an old guy, but that's what we used to call it. And to make the little hamburger effect, guys, there's something that we can use HTML-wise called a Unicode. And what that is Unicodes allow you to put different symbols on a website really easily. So the Unicode, and you can look up, you can just Google like HTML Unicode codes for symbols or whatever you want to make, but the one for hamburger, so what we're going to do is we're going to hit shift on our keyboard and give ourselves an and symbol, and then a hashtag or pound symbol, and then we're going to say 9776, just like that, and save, do a semicolon, and there we go, guys. That, see how it created those three dots? That's using an HTML entity using a what's called a Unicode. Okay, so again, there's a bunch of those. You can look them up for HTML whenever you need to use a Unicode. Another like popular thing is like the copyright one, just to show you can say and copy, and it'll give you a copyright symbol. That's like the most popular one, but there's a ton of them. Okay, so we have our hamburger thing, and we have our checkbox, which is going to do our behavior that we want. And I want to show you guys that look what happens when we can check the box manually, or we can just click our hamburger thing and it checks the box for us, because we basically hooked them up together because we gave this an ID of menu toggle, and then we said this label is for menu toggle. So that pretty much lets them communicate these two elements. So it basically says like, oh, when you click on this, I actually want you to do this. Like, let's connect them up. That's what that means. Okay? And that's how our whole behavior is going to work behind the scenes. So we don't actually want to see this checkbox though, so we're going to use CSS to hide it. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this menu toggle ID from my input, and I'm going to go to my style.css, and I'm going to keep it up here with my code for the header and everything. I'm going to paste that in here. And then, so the dot selector lets us select classes. This is an ID, so we need to use the hashtag or the pound symbol. That's the ID selector that you need to put in front of your ID name to select it with CSS. And then we'll do this. We'll do our curly braces. And what we're going to do, guys, is we're simply going to say display none and save. And now the checkbox is still there, like that behavior is still there behind the scenes, but we just basically hid it, but it is still there, okay? And now we're going to also style up our little hamburger lines here because they're black and they're too small and we need to change that. So let's grab our hamburger class. So we're going to copy and paste it. Remember, we always want to copy and paste our class names and IDs over because we don't want typos, because one typo in CSS or any other thing like programming wise, and it's going to not work, it's going to ruin your page. So we're going to say hamburger, we're going to say color. We want it to be white, so we'll just put white. And now it's white. And now let's give it a font size. That's what's actually going to make the lines appear bigger. It's going to be the font size. We're going to say 26 pixels. Boom. Now it's a lot more prominent there. And then let's give it another thing. Let's say cursor. Whoops, I forgot my semicolon. See, guys? Okay. Got to be careful. So we'll go cursor pointer. And now if I hover over this, look at that. Now it's got a nice little cursor pointer behavior. Now what we're going to do is we're going to on desktop, so we're still on the desktop view on screen size wise. We haven't added any media queries. What we want to do is we want to make this display none on the desktop. So we're going to say display none for now. So it disappears. There we go. And now we'll make it appear on our smaller screens. So now we're going to go down to our media queries and we're going to make our first media query. So we're going to say at media. And then we're going to do parentheses, and we're going to say max width. I'm a max width guy. So max width, we're going to say 768 pixels and smaller, which is basically gets into phone screens. We're going to do the following styles, okay? Now, if I said max width, just to show you like media queries, I could say background, or I could say body, background color, yellow. And everything's going to go yellow because this is 768 pixels currently or smaller. So you can see how media queries work. But then as soon as I make my screen bigger out of 768, it goes back to the desktop or whatever 768 and above styles are. So now we hit 768, it changes the appearance of the page based on the code I put in there. That's how media queries work. So just to show you guys that. So let's get rid of that background color body yellow. We don't want that. But what we do want is we want to display our hamburger. So we're going to go copy all of this hamburger code right here. And we're going to come down. And we're going to paste this in here. We're going to keep all the styles. So all of the styles, guys, since this is CSS, remember it stands for Cascading Style Sheets. All of the styles that are up here out of our media queries will basically inherit down here, or they'll remain the same. We don't have to change every style when you're down here. You just want to change the style that you want to change. So color, the font size, and cursor pointer is all going to basically be here by default unless we specifically change it down here. But the behavior we do want to change is display none. We're going to change that to display block. And then we can leave everything else alone. It'll still display white and everything like that. See that? So now it's back because we're on 768 pixels or smaller. As soon as we go up to a bigger screen size, it's going to disappear by default because that's the default CSS. Our media query CSS makes it so it appears on the smaller screens. Okay? So hopefully that's really showing you how media queries work. It's not too complicated. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to make the rest of our navigation bar, our nav links, disappear on this screen size because we don't want them displaying across like that. So what we'll do is we'll go up here and I'll just say, let's see, did we use anything? We didn't. So I'm just going to say nav. We'll just say nav. We'll just select the whole nav with the element selector and we'll just say display none. So now all we're left with is our logo and our hamburger menu, which is exactly what we want. You can see this is really starting to take shape now. Now we're going to write some more CSS here that's going to look a little tricky, and it is a little tricky, but I will explain it to you, okay? And guys, the beautiful thing about all this coding stuff is you don't have to memorize any of this stuff. Get it down once, and then if you have to use this code snippet again to do something with just CSS and a mobile nav menu, like I said, save this code from these lessons that I'm teaching you, and go to your GitHub or wherever you store your code, copy and paste it when you need it. You don't got to memorize this stuff. I am going to explain it, but I just want to keep reiterating that, okay? Some of this stuff is going to be kind of tricky, but nobody's asking you to memorize this stuff. Just kind of get the basic gist of what's happening. So what we're going to do is we're going to select our menu toggle. So I'm going to say hashtag menu dash toggle. Remember, we made this ID of menu toggle right here. Okay, so we're going to select menu toggle, and then we're going to put a colon, and we want to select checked when it's the checked behavior. And remember, it becomes checked when we click on the hamburger because they're connected. Remember, I showed you that earlier. We're going to add this plus, and we're going to say dot hamburger, okay, plus nav. All right. So basically, this means only when that checkbox is checked do the styles that we want here. That's what all that code means. I'm not going to get more into it than that, but just know that that's what that means. And what it's going to translate to when we add a few more styles is when our menu checkbox is checked, show me the navigation. Okay? So now what we need to do is we need to change some positioning. So we're going to use what's called absolute positioning on the mobile screen so that when this is clicked and checked, our nav stacks on top of each other and it comes down like vertically. And to do that, we have to go add another property onto our nav bar, or our header, I should say, since the header contains everything. And it's going to be something called position relative. So just make it position relative. It doesn't change anything on the page or any behavior, but what that does allow us to do is use what we're about to use called absolute positioning so that we can put our nav exactly how we want it, okay? Now, position relative just unlocks that feature. It doesn't change anything on the actual site. Nothing changed by just adding position relative. It just unlocked another code feature. That's all you need to know about position relative right now. So we'll say position relative. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go down to our nav. First we'll say display block here because I'm going to make this display. I want this to show for now. And then what we're going to do up here in our nav area is the following. We're going to say position absolute. I'm going to say top 100%, left 0, and width 100%. I'll explain this code here. I want to get this nav bar up and running, and then I'll explain it when we have a visual thing to look at. And then we'll say, we'll give it a background color for now, and we'll just do hashtag 022C58. So it'll be the same background color as our traditional nav bar here, that darker blue. Okay? So now, guys, I'm going to show you what happens. It's not complete yet, but we are going to get something. So if we click this now and it checks it, boom, there's our nav bar. It's showing there. So we're getting there. So what we did is we positioned it absolute. Okay, we said display block. We said when the toggle bar is clicked and the checkbox is checked. Remember the checkbox that we made invisible, but it is still there. When the checkbox is checked, display block, which basically means don't be hidden anymore. Show us it. And then we use position absolute. We put it top 100%. So what top 100% is it means go as far top as you can go, which in this case is just our header. That's our first element on the page. And then we said left 0, and then go to the left as far as you can go. Now it's not all the way over to the left because remember our padding. We added padding to our header, and there's always going to be padding here. Remember we did that way in the beginning. And then we said width 100%. So in other words, go all the way across here. So it looks like an extension of the nav bar, like go all the way across. That's what we did. And then we gave it the background color, which is the same as our traditional nav bar. So it all just blends in and looks like one thing. So that's what's happening here with this code. Now we're almost done, guys. We just have to stack our links because we don't want them to show like that. We want them to stack. So let's go stack our links vertically now. And to do that, we're going to select our main nav list that we already have up here. Remember when we used this to display them flex side by side? We're going to copy this, go down here, and let's see, let's put main nav list right here. Actually, we'll put it down here. So we'll put it down here. And see again, guys, how I'm copying and pasting everything to make my life easy and to cut down on mistakes. So we're going to say display flex is good. Everything is good here. So we're just going to delete this. It's going to inherit everything. But what we do want to do is change the flex direction. By default, your flex direction is going to be row, and row puts stuff side by side. But what we actually want is that we want it to stack like a column. So there's a property for that called flex direction column, and that stacks things on top of each other. So let's save. Now look, guys, it stacked our mobile menu like a column. Whoops. See that? Pretty cool, huh? Now I want to give our nav links some spacing here because they're all bunched up now. So what we'll do is we'll select them. So let's go up to our nav link class. Let's just copy this whole thing and we'll put it down here. Put it below this, our nav links. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say, we'll just say, let's see, padding 15 pixels top, bottom, left, and right. Save. Let's see what that looks like. And now there's some good padding there. And we're getting a nice little mobile menu. So nothing too fancy. Maybe just 10 pixels. That is kind of a lot. That's better. I think we'll go with 10 pixels. I don't know. Maybe 12. See, now this is just me tweaking stuff. Doesn't matter, guys. Do what you think looks best. Let's go 10. And then let's do text align center just to make sure that our stuff always stays centered. So let's see. Yeah. So I think that looks pretty good. Our underline is good. Yeah, pretty happy with that. So that wasn't too hard. So let's just test our website now. So let's see, let's go full screen. And then we'll also, we can look at like the CSS tools here at the Google Developer Tools. So click, Very good. And then as we get on a bigger screen, this should disappear to our normal menu. Okay. And then remember, we have that toggle thing. So to close it, our user just has to click that again. Okay. Cool. Let's look at our actual, let's go right click inspect. Let's use our developer tools. If you click on this little thing in the top bottom right corner, it'll toggle the device toolbar. And now we can see how it behaves. Now our stuff is going to look a little messed up because we haven't styled our other stuff, so it's going to be kind of hard to properly look at this on mobile devices because certain elements down here like this video are too big and they're breaking our whole page. But as long as this yeah, there we go, as long as this works for now. Okay, there we go, that kind of fixed it. But our page, again, it's a little broken. Like normally guys, when I do a page, I don't, like we did the whole HTML part of this in the first part of the course if you took it, or if you're just on the CSS, that's fine. But I usually build one thing at a time, both HTML and CSS wise, so we don't have this issue of testing stuff and the page being broken in like 10 other places, which makes the website not look right. But it's not a big deal here. So, but yeah, this is what it looks like. Let's see what it looks like on tablets. It should go back up to, so if we do like an iPad mini, it'll go back up to the regular, let's see, 7. We might want to make this 769 or 767, just so that on iPad mini we still get the mobile menu. So let's change that. Let's see how that looks. So let's go back down to our media queries. And this is where you just tweak stuff, guys. This is like what real coding is from scratch, and how I had to do this for years and years. Or sorry, no, 760 is actually what we want. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. It's just, it looks a little broken because some stuff is throwing it off, but this is iPad mini. If you change it back to if you change the iPad to the landscape, it'll go to desktop, and then everything else will look good. So yeah, that's it for the mobile menu, guys. And just building that, guys, just building the mobile menu total functionality. The good part is we're through most of the slides and the theory, because I got to teach you guys like a lot of the basic fundamentals of CSS by just building this simple looking nav bar. But damn, how much we had to learn just to build this, right? So a lot of the rest of the project, guys, if we look at our mock-up, like we've got the mobile menu done. This will be like another area where we learned a few new concepts. This is called a showcase area. But then as we get down here, like we'll do this section, and then this is identical. So we'll be copying, pasting whatever code we put here. We're going to put the same styles here, basically. So that'll be simple. A lot of the stuff going forward is going to be just a lot of repetition. We'll learn new stuff, but the rest of the project should fly by a lot quicker because we already know a lot of stuff, luckily. But yeah, so you guys learned a lot of the foundations just from a simple nav bar build, so that's kind of crazy. CSS is complicated, I'm not going to lie. It's tough to grasp, but we are getting there. So in our next part here, we'll start building that showcase area, which will allow me to teach you how to set like these beautiful big background images and text overlays and buttons and stuff like that. So to make this area, guys, up here, which again is called the showcase, we need to use something called background images. So believe it or not, the image here is placed in the background so that the text and the button can go on top of it. But you can't do this with HTML alone. This is all CSS. The text and everything is still going to be generated by HTML, but the background image itself, which is what this is all CSS. So because of that, we're going to learn about, really briefly, CSS background images. So here are the background images, and here is what the code looks like. So the property name is background image, and then the syntax is URL, and it can either be, it says URL, it can be an outside link to like an image hosted online, or more importantly, what it should be is an image that you have downloaded locally that you're using from your own image folder, which is what we're going to do. After that, you set the background repeat, because images actually, and you'll see it in a second we do this, images repeat. They like kind of tile themselves by default in the browser. We don't want that. I'll show you how to fix it. It's no repeat. You position it center. So background images or background position has 2 values. You can do like top center, top left, bottom left, stuff like that to like center it differently. You pretty much always want your images to be exactly centered in their container or in the element they're in. And then background size cover means make the image fill the whole area that I want it to. Okay? So this is the basic syntax of background images and how they're used here. So this is our image here. It's the shark diving out of the water, hunting. This is actually a really cool image. And right now we currently have it in our HTML as just an image, and it's saved as main homepage shark.jpg. Now we need to fix this again, guys, because this isn't actually going to be an image. So what we're going to do is we're going to completely delete this image tag. We're going to modify our HTML a little bit, delete that so the shark goes away. I'm going to change this class. Right now we have a class on here of welcome area, and it's in a div. I'm actually going to change the div to another element called section and save, because that's more semantic, because this is really a new section of the web page. So I'm going to make this a section div. And again, all these tags are really divs underneath the hood. It's just, this is just a semantic way of naming it so the browser knows what it is a little bit better. So I'm going to change it from div to section, and instead of the class saying welcome area, I'm going to change it to showcase, because again, this is the terminology for web development. This area is called a showcase. It's more descriptive. If other developers ever looked at our code, they would automatically see the showcase code and the showcase CSS code and be like, oh, I know exactly what that is. It's the main showcase, okay? So always better to use the correct terminology when possible. We're going to keep all of our text in the section, and now what we're going to do is we're going to grab onto this showcase ID, and we're going to, showcase class, and we're going to style it using that showcase. So actually what we're going to do is we need to make a new area above our media queries, a new comment, because now we're in the showcase area. So we're going to separate it from all the header and nav stuff up here. So we're going to change this to showcase, and then we'll start putting our CSS here. And so let's go ahead and copy this one more time, and we'll do our dot selector here. So what we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to set up our background image code. So let's do it. We're going to say background-image URL, and then our little parentheses, and then we're going to go into our image folder, and I think it was main homepage shark.jpg, so we'll grab that and save. Okay, and as you can see up here, our image just it's just starting to come in up here. Okay, so that's actually right there where we want it to be with that text over it. We just got to add some additional styles. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to say background repeat. So let's see if it's just right here already. Right here, background repeat. We're going to say no dash repeat. That gets rid of the tiling effect. We're going to say background position. We're going to say center and center, because we want it dead center. There we go, and you can see it kind of just moved here. We can't really see it fully yet, but it's moving. Next, we're going to say background size. Okay, and now it's starting to come into focus a lot more. Now what we're going to do is we're going to give a height to this area, and we're going to do it in, well, I think we'll probably just do it in pixels for the desktop version. So we'll just say height, and we'll say 500 pixels for this whole section. And now we can really see the image. Boom. See how it's starting to already take shape here, which is nice. So that's already looking a lot better. Let's look at our mock-up, because I need to judge how tall I want this to be. I'm going to start at 500 pixels, but I don't really know. It's just we're just eyeballing it. We're not going to be pixel perfect here. Oh, and it looks like they actually used this image for the mock-up, so maybe we'll switch it to that image. I mean, that's pretty close, right? Make this full screen. So there's their size. Okay. How big is ours right now? Ours might be a little too tall. Yeah, it might be a little too tall. Maybe 400 pixels. Just call it a day. And maybe let's see, 300 pixels. There we go. I'll say 300 pixels. Go full screen. Nah, it's a little taller than that. We'll say 400 pixels and we'll just call it a day. All right, so make it bigger. That's a nice showcase area, 400 pixels. And then what we'll do, where's that image they used in the mock-up? Did they just make that one up? I don't remember. Or did I actually have that as an image? Yeah, they just made that one up, I guess. So we're going to keep our image, though. Oh, no, it's this one. So, that's the about image originally. So I'm just going to keep it as this one, because it's a unique image and it looks really cool. So we'll keep it as that, and then what we'll do is we'll finish the rest of the showcase desktop area with some more styles. So I'm going to go in here, and as we can see, just looking at, let's look at the text overlay. I think it's centered. Is it centered? No, there's a lot of padding on top, or margin on top though, or that's actually padding. So let's do this. I'm going to make another little container that's going to contain all of the text for that section. So within here, I'm going to make a div that's called showcase -text, just so I can easily add padding to the whole thing. I'm just going to put it in its own little box. So and guys, sorry, just a little shortcut in VS Code. If you want to make a div with the class, you can just do the shortcut of saying dot for the dot selector, making the class name that you want, like that, and then just hitting tab, and it'll automatically make you a div with that class. So I'm going to make the closing div go below our paragraph here. Okay, so now we have our showcase text, and I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to say, we can just say for that whole area, grab showcase text, say dot showcase text, say color white, and then we'll say padding, I'll just say padding top 40 pixels, maybe more, we'll go 60. And then I'll just say padding left 30 pixels, probably more than that, maybe 50. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, so we'll do it like that. We'll just give it some padding here and here like the real image. And then what we'll do, I need to make this background image darker so that the text shows up better. And we can actually do that in our background area by using something called a linear gradient. So what we can do is go after our background image. I'm going to say linear gradient, and I'm going to use RGB colors. Remember I taught you about RGB, RGBA, and hex codes earlier? We're actually going to use that here to make a gradient to make a dark overlay on our background image so that our text pops more. So, and again, do not worry about memorizing this stuff. I'm just showing you a concept, okay, guys? All you new coders out there, do not freak out. You don't have to memorize this stuff. Just know that it exists. Know that that guy on YouTube showed you something like that one time, how to darken an image, and then come back and use it when you need it. So what I'll do in here, I'm going to say RGBA, and we'll do parentheses. I'm going to say 20, 20, 20, which puts like a dark overlay. And then I'm going to say 0.5. Save. And that's going to mess our image up because we have to add one more. So I'm going to say parentheses. And I'm going to do the same thing. RGBA 20, 20, 20. And space 0.5. And then we got to put another comma here. And look what that did, guys. That made our image darker. And then now we can control how dark it is by the point whatever. So if we did 0.3 and 0.3, it gets lighter. Okay? If we did 0.2, 0.2 gets even lighter. Okay? So I think I'll go 0.2, 0.2. I don't want the image super dark, but I want our text to be readable. So we'll just do that. Okay? And then I mean, we might change the image just because all this white water is kind of washing it out a little bit. So maybe AI, my little mock-up, is better. So what was that? The about image. Let's just see how it looks with the about image. So let me go here and change the image. And what is this? About shark. Yeah. I guess that does look a little bit better, but now we need to make this probably darker. 0.4, 0.4. That's better. So we'll keep it like that for now. And then what we'll do is I'm going to give a class to, let's see, how big should our H1 be? Is that big enough? Probably a little bit bigger. So we have an H1 here. So I'll say, let's give this H1 a class. We'll say home H1, and then I'll go down here, say dot home H1. I'm going to say, say font size 48 pixels, make it bigger. And then let's see, how big should our text under here be? It should be not super big. Yeah, not super big, so maybe like 14, 15 pixels. Maybe it's already good. Let's see. I'm going to give a class to my paragraph. And now you can see this is like the real CSS workflow. I give classes to most of my things individually. It's just to keep my code really organized and my styles only affecting exactly what I want. So I'll say showcase -p. Copy that. .showcase p. Let's say font size 14 pixels. There we go. Make it a little bit smaller. Maybe 15 is good. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is we can see in our image that the text has like some padding on the sides for the paragraph area, so it's not just like stacked over super long. And same thing with welcome to Sharks HQ. So I wonder if I could probably just manipulate that with width. Just give everything a width. So let's say showcase text. We're going to say width 70%. And then now we need more width than that. 80%. Or I might just have to do them separately. So for the H1, I'll say width 85%. Let's see how theirs looks. So let's do it on desktop first. And I'm going to select my showcase. This is, we're going to use the developer tools. I'm going to use this, click the selector on the bottom left, and then you can select the element you want to view over here. And now I have my width here, and I can arrow up and down. So should be welcome. Welcome to Great White Sharks HQ. Let's see. And instead, guys, let's use, instead of percentages, we'll use max width, which means this is as wide as it can get. And I'll put it to like 500 pixels. And then maybe we'll make the font size like 62 pixels, just a little bit bigger. And then let's see how that looks on bigger screen. Let's see. So maybe 600 or 550 pixels. See how this looks. Yeah, let's do 550 max. Because then on smaller screens, it'll stack. Let's do 550 max width and 62 font size on the header on the H1. And then for showcase P, we're going to do the same thing. We'll say max width. Max width. Let's see, how does that stack? Stacks up less, so we're going to make it smaller. So max width, we'll start at 300 pixels. There we go. Maybe 400. Let's see what that does. That's pretty good. We'll keep it at 400. And now I want you to notice something. So we need to put some padding on the showcase text on top, so it'll push it down a little bit because it's too close to the heading. So we've got to space everything out now to make it look better. So if we look at this, there's supposed to be more space right there. So let's say padding top 20 pixels. That's better. We'll keep it like that. And it might even be less. It might be like 15. So we'll do 15 pixels padding top. And then there's also supposed to be space in between each paragraph line. And that is done with a property called line height. So what I usually do for line height, guys, all websites, you want to have some good line height in your paragraphs to make your text more readable. So let's just go up to global styles and we'll say all paragraphs on the page, line height of, the norm is like 1.5 to 1.7. So I'll just say 1.7, save. And there's your line height. That might be too much. Let's do 1.5. That's better. Okay. So see how this looks now. Shaping up. Not bad. And now we need to add one more thing. We need to add a button down here because our mockup has a button. So we're going to add some HTML and some CSS. So let's go do that. So it's got this button that says explore the deep right here, this blue button. So just look at that here. So explore the deep with an arrow. So we'll do that here. So let's create a button. So I'm going to get out of here, and I think we'll have the Explore the Deep button go to the About page. So let's do that. So let's make our Explore the Deep. So where are we? Our showcase right here. So here's our showcase here that we're doing. It's between this section and this section. We can comment out our code too to make it really obvious where we are. So let's see, just make some lines here. We can make a comment. We can say showcase start. If we could spell it right. Showcase end. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to stay within our little showcase text div. We're going to go below the paragraph, and we're going to make a anchor tag. So we'll say A, and this is going to go to about.html. And we're going to put a class on here of buttons. So we'll say BTN. BTN is like short for button in coder nerd talk. You'll see that very frequently. We'll have the text say explore the deep. And then that arrow we have is another HTML entity we can use. And that one is going to be and, or the ampersand symbol. And then RARR. Save. See if that gave us an arrow. There's the arrow. Okay. So that's pretty cool. I mean, you can, again, a lot of people don't know about these little built-in things you can do. A lot of people import like Font Awesome or other font icons that you can use, but you really don't need to. Like for a lot of simple things, you can just use these HTML entities and make your website faster because it doesn't have to hit an outside source to get that data, like a CDN or something. So just some food for thought. And then let's go style up our button. So let's just copy this BTN class. And we'll say, I'm actually going to name this showcase button just to make, because I think the other buttons are going to look different. But we'll come back to that. I'll say showcase BTN. Copy the class. Say dot showcase. And again, notice on my CSS guys, everything is appearing in the order that it's on the cage. So it starts showcase, then the H1, then the paragraph, then the buttons below the paragraph, right? That's how you want to try to write your CSS, all in the order that it appears on the page. So let's go up here, let's style this up. So we'll say display inline block, and then we'll say background color, and I'm going to have it be a blue. That blue in the mockup is 0 D8 CFF. And then we'll say color, which is going to be the text color of the button, is going to be white. And then we're going to give it some padding to make it kind of fatter and taller. So padding is going to be 10 pixels, top and bottom, 18 pixels left and right. And then we'll give it some rounding on the sides. And to do that, use a property called border radius. We'll say 5 pixels. And that just rounds the corners a little bit. And then let's give it some margin top of 10 pixels to get it off that paragraph text a little bit. And let's see what we have. So that looks pretty good. We might have to actually bring this down a little bit more. Let's see. So let's bring the mock up over here and just see how far more. We're going to probably bring the button down another 5 or 10 pixels. Yeah, that space is like double, so maybe we'll double it. Maybe we'll say 20 pixels. Boom. All right, guys. So that's going to be our top area. Maybe I make this a little bit taller to show more of the image. So I think that image is getting cut off a little too much on the shark. Let's see if we can play with this here. Let's see if we can make it 450. On wider screens, just getting cut off. Yeah, that looks better. We'll say 450 pixels top. And then we can just bring this whole text down more, the whole showcase text, this is why we put it in that other container so we could easily control this stuff. Bring it down to 80 pixels. And that looks better. I like that. So welcome to Great Rate Sharks HQ. Cool. Can even make this a little bit darker. 0.2. 0.2 so our text pops more. Or sorry, we want to do like 0.7 and 0.7. Save. Might be too dark. It's a little too dark. So we'll say 0.5, 0.5 maybe. Just want to get this image so that we see the image, but the text still pops. You know what I mean? That's probably better. That's better. We'll do 0.5, and then we can see the shark more at 450 height. And then when it gets smaller, it looks good. So this is going to be like mobile view, so we'll be changing it. So this is our showcase area, guys. That's how you do a showcase. Now let's go in. We'll go into our media queries now, and we'll make it look better because for mobile screens, you can see it breaks pretty fast. So we'll go ahead and we'll do our media queries next. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and make this mobile showcase, the showcase mobile responsive, because right now our text is way too big. It's not showing up how it should on smaller screens. We've got to fix it. And it's basically just going to come down to changing some font sizes and paddings and stuff like that. So let's go to our showcase, and what we'll do, we're going to do a few things. So let's just copy a lot of this down, and we're going to edit it all in our media queries under our 768 max width. So we'll just go here, and we'll start at the top. So showcase, remember everything is going to inherit from above here, so we don't have to worry about deleting stuff and it going away. So it won't go away. This is only for editing purposes. So stuff that you want to keep the same, you can just delete basically, and they'll stay unfazed or unchanged at all. So what we'll do here is background image and all that's going to be the same. So let's just get that out of the way. Background size is going to remain cover, and background repeat is going to be no repeat. So we'll get rid of all that. We don't need to change anything there. For background position, we might change this a little bit to make it more, the shark area more centered. So maybe we'll use percentage here of 60% in center. So what that'll do is push, well, nah, we'll actually keep the shark centered like that. We'll change the height to auto. And what that'll do is make the image a little bit more mobile responsive, and it won't be as compressed. And then what we'll do is we'll give it a max height of 400 pixels on mobile screens, so it can't get too big. So I like that. The shark is like nice and centered. Now we got to fix our text because it's like way too big and there's way too much padding. So for padding top, let's change this to 60 pix and 25 pix padding left. And then we might even change that, but we'll do that to start. And again, let's get this down to like mobile phone size. We really need to change our font sizes. So we'll make the font size for the H1 42 pixels. And the max width like 350 pixels. Okay, so now that's a lot better. For font size for the paragraph showcase, we'll knock it down to 14, and we'll say max width 350. And then we'll say padding top. Actually, I want to make this showcase text padding less, so we'll say padding top 40 pixels to bring everything up. Maybe even more, like 30. Okay. And we'll check this on the official phone view with Google. I just want to do it this way first. And I might even make this a little smaller. 13 pixel font size. For the width for the paragraph, I might just go to 100. Might use percentages here for mobile. And I might just knock it down to like 80% so it stacks a little bit more. That looks better. Let's do 80%. See, I like how it looks a lot better when it's stacked like that, at least on mobile. We'll change this padding top to like 8 pixels, bring it up a little bit. And our button now is super big. So, and notice how I'm doing this, guys. We're just going by feel. I mean, yes, I do have years of experience making stuff from scratch like this, so I have I know what I'm doing, but when you're making CSS stuff by yourself, guys, really just, it's like you're basically just looking at the design and tweaking stuff here and there. It's a little tedious, but that's really how it's done when you're doing stuff from scratch and learning, okay? So just understand that it takes time, but it's worth it. Let's see, our padding, our margin top needs to go to like 10 pixels, probably. And our, padding 10, make this a little bit smaller. Maybe if we want like 8 and 12, make this button smaller because right now it's just so big. Let's see, margin bottom 20 pixels. There we go. So that margin bottom adds some space there that we needed. So that's looking a lot better already. And then it goes to the about page. Okay. So let's look. I wonder how this looks on like tablets. So tablets is going to be like this size. Probably still looks okay. All right, let's do the test now. Let's right click and inspect. And let's go to click our mobile devices over here. And let's see, mobile devices, that's looking better. Or pretty good actually. That's what is that, a pixel 2? And then this would be like the view for landscape, which would also be like tablet. So that looks pretty good. How about 6, 7, 8 Plus iPhone? Looks good. Again, this is not really how it's gonna look, guys, because it's just doing that because our other stuff is too big. Like this, it's probably this YouTube video. If I probably just get rid of that, a lot of our, just comment that out for now. That shark YouTube video. Where's our video? Right here. This iframe. Yeah, that fixes it. So there we go. Now we can like accurately see what's going on here. Okay. So yeah, that looks good. What about on like smaller phones, like a 5? It's still gonna be fine. So then now this image is too big, but it'll be fine. See 568, that looks good. How about iPad? Looks good. All right, so yeah, this is pretty mobile responsive, guys. That's pretty much all we have to do to make this responsive. Now on desktop, this is looking this image we need to fix the positioning on this image or put height auto or something. So let's fix that. So probably what we'll do is I'm going to switch back to my main original image for the desktop because I think it's a wider, better image for this for all screen sizes. So I'm going to go back to my main homepage shark JPEG and see if that's better. I'm pretty sure it's going to be. Yeah, that's better. Even on this wide screen and the shark is centered, that looks way better. So let's go with that image instead. I'm sorry I'm making all these changes, guys, but hey, this is a real developer workflow, so you're seeing the real thing here. And then it's going to be center. See how that looks. Yeah, that's good. If we can do a linear gradient. So let's see if we can make this. I'm looking up on my other screen like different RGBAs. Maybe I can make this like a blue overlay. So I'm not getting this off the top of my head. I'm getting this from the internet because our mock-up has like a blue overlay instead of just dark black, and it would probably look better if we just changed it to more of a blue color using these RGBA things. So bear with me here. So we're going to change it to 5, make this 525 45.35, save. Oh yeah, that's more blue. So let's go with that. That looks way better. I just changed it to like a blue overlay, but darker. So I'm going to stick with that. That looks good. This text should probably be bigger. Let's see. Looks kind of small for desktop. Let's make this bigger. Let's make this like 72. And then, oh, no, that's so big. Make that 72, make this font size like 18 for the paragraph. And then we will change our padding from, we'll just make it like 40. Bring it up. That's better already. And then we can make this height like 500 pixels for desktop. That's better. Make this bigger. So now our image is like the star of the show, and then this stuff is just over here. But maybe now we should have to kind of modify the width. So max width 600, 800. Try that. That's better. Yeah, I'm digging it. So we'll do that. Question is, let's see, and then our mobile styles should still be good to go. Yeah, they're still intact. Yeah, looks good, guys. So Phone 10. Okay. Pad Pro. And Samsung S8, little baby phone that fits. Again, don't worry about this getting cut off. It's from our other images being too wide. So that's fine. So let's stick with that for now. Those will be our final styles. We'll change the image. We gave it a different kind of overlay, and we messed with the font sizes a little bit. All of our mobile stuff is intact. We just tweaked some desktop stuff really quick. So yeah, that's it for our showcase area, guys. So very cool. Next, we will move on to this section, and that looks like this right here. So it'll be an image with some border radius for some rounded corners. We're going to do another little underline thing here. For that, we'll probably just use a div, and then I'll show you a different way to make that basically. Then we'll have our text and a button, and then basically the same section right below it, and then this. So, but these two images are going to be like our whole next section here. So we'll go ahead and we'll tackle that now. So really quick, guys, I want to change this background showcase image. It's just bothering me. It's too busy. It looks cool, but it's too busy of a background to read this text, and it just doesn't look quite as good. It looks like amateur hour, honestly. This looks like a 2006 website with the background image that just looks like crap. So I want to change it once and for all. I had AI generate me an image, and I named it showcase image. So this is the image that it came up with. I'm not sure if it generated it or got it from a stock website, but you're going to have, if you're doing this exact project with me, guys, you're going to have showcase image in your image folders, and we're going to change our background image to showcase image. So let's just do that now. I mean, you can keep this one, or you can change the image to any image you want. Feel free, but that's what I'm going to do, just because it just looks unprofessional. So I'm going to say image, and I want showcase image, which is down here, and I'm going to save. And that looks 10 times better already. Yeah, looks a lot better, guys. So I'm going to go with that one. Let's make sure it still looks okay mobile. It does, it looks like. That's good. And again, guys, this is CSS. This is just us tweaking stuff, making it look better and better. Luckily AI is here and we can generate better looking images on the fly like that. So we're just going to go through here. I'm just loading it on mobile screens. This looks pretty good. Yeah, so we're going to go with that image. The other thing is I'm going to make our nav bar a little bit bigger. It looks bigger on the mock-up, a little bit taller. Make the logo bigger, make the links a little bit bigger, font size. So let's do that. So let's go up to our header, and we're going to say height, where are we at? 42 pixels. Say height, 60 pixels. And that looks better already. Maybe even 65 pixels. And then I'm going to do the font size for our nav links. We're going to increase that to 16 pixels. And let's see. I'm going to make this logo bigger. It's too small. So I think we gave a class to that of logo. So let's select that. Our logo class. Oh, it's already right here. So width. Let's knock this up to 175 pixels, maybe even bigger. Maybe 200. Okay, so that's bigger now. Bigger branding, a little bit bigger text. That looks a little better. Could probably even make the logo a little bit bigger if I wanted to, but I'm going to keep it like that. So we have a bigger nav bar area now. Slightly bigger text, slightly bigger nav bar area, and that still looks good. So keep everything like that. So those are just a few changes I wanted to make really quick, guys. Now we're going to move on to this area here and style this up. All right, guys. So now what we're going to do is we're going to make this section here. So we're going to put this image to the left, our text to the right. So we're going to have our title text, our little blue underline again that we'll make, our text, and then a button or a link that says read the latest news. That's probably just going to go to the blog page. So we'll do that, and then we'll be able to copy and paste what we make here and paste a copy of it down here, change the image and the content, and I'll show you a way to flip the image and text to the other side, there's like a little CSS trick you can do, so that we can write less code but really make the same layout with just one extra, CSS property. So let's go ahead and do that now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my HTML, and we're going to make some more HTML here. So we'll do, this is our shark info. So again, got shark info and shark info. Let's see, shark. Oh, and then we also have this video. I'm just going to delete this YouTube video of check out our latest shark video. I'm going to get rid of that. Let's see, check out our clue. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, so I just have two divs of shark info kind of just floating around here. So what we're going to do, we'll make us an HTML comment, and we'll say shark info area start, and then I'll copy this comment, and this is going to be the end of shark info area. So we'll say shark info area end, and then what we'll do is we're going to wrap this whole area in another section tag. So we'll say section, and we'll give this a class of shark info. I'll just call it shark info area. So it's kind of related. We have the shark info area, which is going to contain the shark info little packets of information, if you will. And I'm going to put my closing section tag right here above shark info end. Okay. And this is good. This is called using a little bit of white space in our HTML. Again, what we learned in HTML, like spacing stuff out, having stuff on different lines doesn't affect the page at all, and it makes your code easier to read. So you really separate your sections by some white space, really helps out. What we'll do is I'm gonna then cut down on this text, because it's a lot of text there, and we're gonna put it side by side. So to make this page more easier, we're gonna delete like half this text or more than half of it, because we're gonna flex it side by side. We don't want this huge long paragraph there. We don't want lines and lines of text. So just to make our lives easy, we'll just do that. We'll stop it at that. Let's see, totem is our last word. And again, this is Lorem Ipsum, just placeholder text, guys. It's basically just Latin. It's just nonsense Latin words. That's what Lorem Ipsum text is. So get rid of that, so we don't have super long amounts of text. And then what we're going to do, start flexing things side by side. So we have a div with the class of shark info, and what we need to do is we need to separate like our text and the image in their own separate little areas, so that we can use Flexbox on the shark info container and put them side by side. So what we'll do here is we'll have our text. So let's make a div of shark info text. I'm going to put that closing div, so it's going to contain that header too. And okay, that's a fig caption. We're going to take out this fig caption. I'm not going to have a text caption underneath the image anymore. That was just to teach HTML stuff. And then see figure image. So the image is there. So it actually needs to be, the text and everything needs to be together. So we need to cut this paragraph and put it right below the H2. And then we're also going to have a div below the H2 for that blue line that we have to make. So if you can just see like how I'm setting this up with this here. I'm going to put the image. The image is going to come first, and then it's going to be in its own little div container, and then all of the text right now we're putting in our shark info text div. But it has to stack on top of each other within our HTML so that they stay separate. So you'll see what I mean here. Just bear with me, okay? So we're going to say div, and we'll say dot blue line. And we're going to keep that empty. We're going to add styles to this to make that little blue line right here. And then technically, we're going to take our figure, since our image appears first and then the text, we're going to move our image first, at least in this case. So it's going to be above shark info text. Okay. And we'll give this a class of shark info image container. Container is another one of those like developer terms. When we say container, it means that like the image is nested in here basically. We're gonna get rid of this height and width on this image because we're gonna use CSS to style that. We're not gonna use those attributes with HTML. And what else do we need to do? I think that's pretty much it. We have shark info text. I think we need to have another closing div here. There we go. So now we have our section, which contains both shark info areas. We have our div of shark info, at least for this first one. And we're going to pretty much end up copying and pasting all the stuff that we just did here to this next shark info area below it, which is going to be the scuba diver guy. So just don't touch this right now. We're going to do this one first, then we'll copy paste, and we'll switch things up that we need to. Got our text and our images first. So that should all be good. We're going to need to fix that image because we just took off the height and width off of our image here that we did in HTML, so now it's going to be huge. Yeah, see, look at that. Now the image is like 10,000 pixels, but we'll fix that. So let's do that first. We'll probably make both of these images the same size. Yeah, they're going to be the same size, so we can give them the same class name and just style them both up. So I'll give this one a class of shark info image. And notice how like when it comes to my class names and multiple words, I just put spaces there. It's pretty much the most standard way to do it. You could make like, some people do double spaces, some people do underscores. I just like the traditional little dashes there. So you can do that however you want. So shark info image is going to go there. Let's go into our CSS, and we need a comment actually. So we're going to make the shark info area now in our CSS. So below our showcase and above our media queries, we'll say shark info. Okay. And now let's go back again and copy our image, our shark info image, because we need to put a height and width on this immediately because right now it's breaking our whole page. So let's fix that first. We'll say height 300 pixels, width 400 pixels or 500 pixels probably. It's pretty wide in our mock-up, but we'll play it by ear. We'll see how it looks like that. So let's save. Let me get my page back up here. Yeah, so we'll keep that size for now. Probably make it a little less taller. So height 200. That's probably more like it. Yeah, I'll go with that. So at least now that image isn't so huge that it's breaking our whole page. Now what we're also going to do is we're going to flex it. We're going to use flex on our shark info container so that the image and the text are going to go side by side. So let's just copy shark info class. We're going to go above the shark info image. We're going to say display flex, align items center, save. And now you can see what that did here. It put these flex side by side. And let's do this for now. I'm just going to delete. I might just delete this other shark info area for now. Just get rid of this for now. We'll bring that back. Let's just style this one and we'll copy paste down. So there's that. And then this doesn't need to be here for shark info. Let me just take this class off of here because it's messing with me. There we go. So let's take that class off there because it's not going to be the shark info area anymore. All right, so we have our stuff side by side. Okay, so now we have our image and then our text side by side. So now we'll style this up. And what we'll do, guys, is we're going to wrap. If you look at our mock-up here, we haven't done this yet, but it's probably best that we do it now, is we should probably wrap or create a div container class to see how the whole page, except for the footer and the nav, those bars go all the way across, but the whole rest of our page, our header and our text here and the button, everything lines up in what we call a container so that it's all the same width pretty much. And we should probably do that now to make our page look more uniform. So how we'll do that is we'll go to our global styles. And again, this is one of those very common things that almost every page does. Every page has some padding on the sides of the whole design just to make it look better. And that's usually done with a universal container class that you can put on any div and do that. So what we'll do is we'll say dot container. And I'm going to say, we'll just put a max width of 1800 pixels to start. And then we'll say width 100%. Margin auto. Save. And now what we'll do is we'll open up our page and we'll put it where it needs to make the most sense here. So it should wrap around pretty much all the content, but we're going to have to put it in a few different places most likely so that everything lines up. And what I'm going to do, guys, I'm probably not going to put the container in our nav area or within our text here. I'm going to leave this stuff alone, but I'll probably put the container in the main page content. Because if I go putting the container, if I put the container in the nav area, it's going to mess up all of our Flexbox styling. And then if I put it here, it's going to mess up. I want this and this to at least be like semi lined up with each other. If the page is a little more pushed in, I don't mind that. So let's do this. We'll put that container class and I'm not going to put it there. We'll put it where our main content starts. So that's our showcase. I'll start it in the shark info area. We can probably wrap that in the container. So we'll say dot container. And then we'll put the closing div right above main, the closing main tag. So right here, because we're not going to put it in the footer because the footer is going to be a line that stretches all the way across. So we're not going to put it there yet. So if we do that and save, see that little padding that we got now? That's our container class. See the padding on both sides? So that's fine. Let's do that. So just keep that there. Again, that's just like a utility class that puts padding wherever on the whole rest of the page design, so we don't have to keep adding padding to every section. That's basically all a container does, guys. And I have a whole video on CSS utility classes, which is basically what we just made there if you want to go check that out. I'll put a link in the description. So we have our container, we got our shark info area. Let's style the image because it needs to look like this. It needs to look like circular like this. So we'll do that. And then we also need to add a few other things to the text area. So for these circles here, that it's going to be, or circles, for these rounded edges on the image, on the shark image, these are going to be done with border radius. So let's go in and let's actually, before we do the border radius, let's push down the shark section area. We need to put some margin on this whole section because there's got to be some spacing here. So that's like probably 30 pixels of margin, 30 pixels. So let's grab our section, which we call shark info area. And we'll go down to our shark info. So the shark info area is the whole section container. So that's going to be first in the CSS. We'll say margin top, and I'm going to say 40 pixels. Save. Let's see what that looks like. Yep, that's just about right. That's good. I'll keep it at 40. It might be like 35 if we want to be more accurate. Say 35. So see that gap there now? That was margin top. And now let's do the image. So the image is going to be right here. We already have our class for it. Let's do border radius 8 pixels. And that'll round the corners. So yeah, they rounded more than that. There we go. 14 pixels. That looks more like it. So we'll say 14 pixels. That looks close enough. And now we need to make this, we're going to leave the image alone now. Now we need to make this text area. So we have to make our text this darker blue color, which I think is the same as our nav bar. Then we'll have our text. We'll have this little blue line here that we're going to make with our div. And then this little link that looks like a button. So let's do all that. So I'll move, my mock-up's going to go to my other screen, and I'm going to be working off of that. So again, just work along with me, guys. Hopefully you're on a multi-screen setup like I am, so you can look at everything as you code it. So let's just go down here and go one thing at a time. So we have shark info text, what's new in the great white world. So we need to put a class on this of shark info header. And then we'll just style, again, we're just going to go in order now. We're going to style that, make the blue dot go down the paragraph. So as things appear now, we're just going to style one little thing at a time. Break this down into one little mini project at a time. So say dot shark info header, and we'll say color. We're going to give it that dark blue color for the text so it matches up here. There we go. And then we'll say font size 40 pixels. Might be a little too big. Maybe font size 34 pixels. That's 36. Say 36 pixel font size for that. Yeah, that's good. So 32. All right, so 36 pixels of font. Now I want to do that blue line that goes below it. So it's right here. We have a div that's just called blue line, and we're going to make it into a blue line. So we'll say... And that blue line appears on multiple places. So we might put this blue line code in our global styles, because we have a blue line here, a blue line there, a blue line here. It's not just one specific section that gets it. It's multiple. We have another blue line here. So I'm going to call that like more of a global styling thing. So let's make that code in our global styles. It's going to go right here. So we'll say dot blue line. So hopefully that makes sense. We're putting it here because it goes in multiple places, and we're just going to keep it with our whole global styles. And what we'll do is we'll say, we'll take a lot of the same styles from this here. So this is the active class blue line, so it's kind of going to be similar. So we'll paste that in there, and there's our blue line. We don't need it to be auto though. We don't need this to be centered. So we could just say, get rid of the auto. And that makes the line go over here now. Let's see, the height, it could be a little taller. It's a little thicker. So we'll say 3 pixels. The width is going to be about 50 pixels probably. And that's good. So we have our blue line there. And again, it's slowly coming together, guys. It doesn't look super pretty yet, but we're getting there. And I think what I'll do is, I think in our mock-up, I can copy and paste some this text here. The copy. So instead of Lorem Ipsum, we could have some text. So I think I'll do that. So hopefully on your image, if you're viewing this on like Microsoft Image or whatever this comes up in your app, you can copy and paste the text. I think you can. I don't know. I'm on Mac, so I'm on the Mac this is like the Mac preview application, so it lets me do it here. But whatever, just pause the video, type the text in if you want, or just keep the placeholder text, whatever you want, whatever floats your boat. There we go. So we have the text there, and now what we need to do is make that, there's that blue button that says read the latest news here at the bottom. So this is just a link that looks like a button, so let's do that. So we'll go below the paragraph, make an anchor tag, and we'll say dot shark info btn. And it's going to go to the blog, I believe, because it said read the latest news. So yeah, we'll just put it to the blog. So we'll say this goes to blog.html, this button. And our text, it says read the latest news. So we'll say read the latest. Latest is capitalized. Read the latest news. Okay. There we go. Now I've got to make this into that blue looking button. So to do that, let's grab the shark info button class that we just made, and it's going to go below our paragraph, below our header. So we'll say dot shark info btn. The code that we put is going to be kind of similar to the one that we did for this Explore the Deep. So we can grab some of that so we're not starting from scratch. And again, it's always good to like copy and paste stuff, guys, so you don't have to do every single thing like newly from scratch. It's like one of those things I'm going to keep reiterating. So there we go. Now we have 2 buttons. Let's go ahead, and the background color for this is actually going to be white and the text is going to be blue. So let's change it from, let's give this color to this. Now the text is blue. This background is going to be white. So we can just say white. And then what we'll do is we're going to give the border that blue color, which is a new thing we haven't done. So we have border radius. We'll say border 1 pixel. Whoa. Border 1 pixel solid. And that blue color, this light blue color, save. There we go. Now it's kind of transparent like it's supposed to be. We're going to put this margin top. We're going to change this to 15 pixels, bring it up a little bit. And we're going to make our padding a little, this button needs to be thinner and longer. So we'll do 8 pixels, 21 pixels left and right. Okay, so that looks a little better. The border radius will keep how it is. See how that looks. Read the latest news. We're going to make our border 2 pixels, so this needs to be a little bit more thicker. And again, guys, we haven't gone over border formally, but this is border, guys. When you want to put a border on something, you do how thick you want the border to be. You can do solid. There's a bunch of stupid things you can do, like dotted. See that? Like, nobody ever uses anything other than solid. There's other things you can do, guys, but in the real world, if you're putting a border on something, it's always going to be solid, pretty much. And then this determines the color of the border. So it's that blue, okay? Let's do font size in here, or font weight. We'll do font weight. So font weight, guys, is how you control how thick a font is. So it goes from 100, which is really thin, all the way up to 900, which is super bold. I usually do like 600 to make things a little bit bolder, so let's save. And that looks more like the design now. So by making the border a little bit thicker and the font a little bit bolder, that's the original. This is what we just made. So close enough. Again, it's not going to be pixel perfect, but we're doing okay. So that's looking a lot better. We just need to fix the widths of everything. So we'll modify our Flexbox a little bit and start spacing everything out. So what we'll do here, guys, we'll start cleaning this up. And what we'll do first is I want to modify our container class that we made. Instead of, I don't know why I put 1800 pixels. Let's do like 1200 pixels. So we'll do 1200 pixels. Max width 100%. We'll keep margin at auto to center everything in the page. And then we can just say like padding 0 pixels top and bottom, 20 pixels left and right. Save that. So that'll make our design a lot more, push everything in a lot more. Okay. And then we'll use other stuff like padding and stuff. Separate our Flexbox area. So we'll stick with that for now. It's going to push in again. I'm on a very wide screen here, so it's pushing it in like pretty centered right now, but we'll fix that. So the next thing we need to do is we need to space these things out a little bit. Our image and our text are like right on top of each other. So let's fix that. So to do that, we're going to use a property that can be used with Flexbox, and it's basically the same. It's basically padding, but they call it gap, the name of the attribute. So if you already know how padding works, which we went over it, it's the same thing. They just call it gap when you're using Flex items. So our shark info is the Flex container that we're using to put them side by side. You know, everything is within the shark info element. So that's where we're going to put our gap. So we're going to say gap. And then we'll put 30 pixels. And then that just spaced. It just gave them some breathing room right there. And then what we'll do next is we're going to give, I'm looking at the mock-up, and there's like a very subtle but off kind of like gray color for the background of this page. See, it's like kind of gray. It's subtle, but it's there. And then these background colors for like the shark areas are white. See that? It's like, it's very subtle, but it's there, and it gives the page just a little more depth and a little bit better design. So we're going to make the body of the page have that like slight gray off color. So let's go to our body up here, and we'll give it a background color, and I'm just going to give it like a very light gray that I just found online. So I'll just say F9F AFD, and we'll save. And now there's like a very subtle gray to our background. And now what we can do is we'll go to our Shark Info area back down here, right here, and then we can say, put it up top, background color white, and now it's kind of white here. Okay, see that? Next, we'll give our Shark Info area some padding, so all the content isn't right up to the edges of our little white background now. So we'll say padding, and we'll say padding all around, top, bottom, left, and right of 20 pixels to bring everything in a little bit, just like that. And I know it might be hard to see, guys, but see, that's white, and now we just brought it in. I think we're going to do border radius if we look at the mock-up here, because it's got some rounded corners. Yeah, these are rounded corners here, just like the image. So we'll do the same border radius of like 14, 15 pixels. Say border radius 14 pixels. So it matches up. Now we have some rounded corners there. And then I'm going to add some box shadowing here. So there's some slight box shadowing, what's called box shadowing. See, there's like little shadows here slightly on the corners. We're going to go ahead and add that. So we'll do the box shadow property, which is rare. Box shadow it's still used today, but it's a little less modern of a touch, but it is there, so we're going to add it. So what we'll do for box shadow, guys, I'm just going to grab the box shadow that I want from online here. I don't ever do box shadow from scratch because it's like so hard to remember where all the values go. So I'm just going to paste this here. And what you can do, guys, just copy what I just did. Just pause it, copy what I have here for box shadow. Honestly, like I said, I don't do box shadowing from scratch, but it's basically the same thing. Like all these values represent different corners of the element, and then in this particular thing, we're using RGBA to control how dark the shadow is. So 0.8 is fairly dark. So now we have that little slight shadowing here. What I used to do back in the day before AI and everything is I would make all my box shadow with like an online tool. I would just type in box shadow generator on Google back in the day, and then I think I would use this one. Yeah, I would use this one. This tool's been here forever, and then like this will just generate the code for you. So it's a little tip and trick. Like a lot of people, I don't think I've ever known a developer that does box shadow from scratch. We always use tools like I do. I don't memorize all this stuff. So anyway, that's box shadow. So getting back here, this is already starting to look a lot better. Looking good. I think our max width needs to be a little bit bigger though for this page. I think we went a little too small. Let's adjust our container again. Maybe max width of like 1400 pixels. I want it to be a little bit wider max width, so it takes up a little more space on wider screens, because we really want to develop for wide screens, because like I said, like most people have like really wide screens at their house. Like most people have at least one giant monitor that they use. So I think 1600 pixels would be better. Because again, I'm judging because I have like a damn near 30-inch screen I'm developing this on. And when I drag this over, I'm just like checking the, so we'll call it 1500 pixels max. I'm just checking how the width looks on my smaller laptop screen. And I'm going to go with 1500 pixels max width. You guys can play with that, but I think that's a good middle ground. Maybe even like 1450 is a good middle ground for all screen sizes, because we don't want this thing getting super wide on this wide screen. Like we'll cut it off. We can cut it off there. Or, we could also make a media query, but I don't want to go that hardcore. All right, so this is already looking 10 times better. Let's continue on. We can make our Flexbox. Right now our image is taking up a certain amount of space because we have pixels on it, but we can actually make our image take up and our text take up about the same amount of space by using another flex property called flex1. So to use that, what you do is, so remember we have, if we look at our HTML, we have our image that's in the shark info image container, and within there is our image. So that's the first little box that wraps around just the image. And then we have our shark info text, which is another box that's wrapping around our text. So if we give those two things a property of flex1, both of them, they'll take up the same amount of space. So let me show you. So let's grab the shark info image container, and it'll go right above the image itself code, and we'll say flex1, and then we'll do the same thing for the text. So shark info text, so that should go right above here. We'll say flex1, and now if we look, and now that moved that over, okay? So now they're basically taking up the same amount of space. There's a divider down the middle, and then we have that 30 pixels that is also separating them left and right. Remember that gap property. Now let's make our image take up more of the space in here, because now it's like way pushed over. So let's get rid of what we had before. And again, guys, this is CSS. It's tedious. You have to go through, fix things. You have to like see how things look, go back, fix it. But it's just part of the game, man. At least it used to be, right? AI is here, but you still need to know your coding foundations. You should still be able to do a lot of this stuff on your own. If you just rely on AI from day one as a crutch, you're not really going to be a developer, because when things break, and they will, you'll have no idea how to fix them. So just some food for thought. So let's change our width from pixels to a percentage, because now it's in that flex container. Let's say take up 100% of however big the screen is, okay? And then now we got to make this a little bit taller, because now our image looks a little stretched and ugly. So let's make this like 260 pixels, and let's see how that looks. That looks better. That looks a lot better. Okay, we'll keep it at 260. Look at the draw. We'll say object fit, and we'll say cover. There we go. And that just helps it makes the whole image really take up like the whole area now better, so it's not stretched out or looking like not normal, if that makes sense. What else? Object fit's a really nice little tool that you can use. And then we'll do, let's see, we already have border radius on there. So yeah, I think we're set for the image. So let's see. Oh yeah. And see how our object fit is keeping it from going crazy. That's a lot better. Let's do our text now, which just pretty much really just needs spacing up and down. We need like padding between our text areas, our headers and our paragraph and everything is the main thing we need to do. So let's give our shark info header, let's give it a little bit of line height. Let's give it like 1.2. And that just added a subtle little bit of padding between these lines, just to make it look a little bit better. Let's say our paragraph, which we haven't even selected yet. So let's grab our paragraph. Where are you at? Right here. Oh, do I not have okay. So let's put a class on here. Say class shark info p for paragraph. And we'll put it above the button and below the header. And then we'll just say, we'll give it some margin top of like 12 pixels. Create some space there. And then we got to do our blue line too. So let's do the blue line. Probably add some margin to that. And remember, we put it up in global styles because it's going to be used several times in different places. Maybe 8 pixels or 10 pixels top and bottom. Give it some space. See how that looks. Yeah. How does the design? Let's look at the mock-up again. Yeah, it's not bad. Might even be more margin there, actually. There's like a good amount of space there. So let's see. Let's go back. No, I mean, that's pretty good. We actually nailed that pretty decently. So I'll keep that just as it is, I think. I think that's good for that image. Let's see our button. Our button here. Let's just maybe modify that. Maybe give it 9 pixels of padding top and bottom. There we go. Because from my design, the mock-up design, there's a little more padding there, so I think that looks better. And yeah, guys. So this is our area. This is what our area looks like. The mock-up looks like this. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty damn good. I mean, it's not pixel perfect, but we'll take it, right? Again, like if you ever get like a front-end developer job or something like that, usually there's like a designer they'll have like a designer there who will give you a design file in Figma or like Photoshop, and they'll give you like the exact, like there's in that software you can get the exact pixels and dimensions of everything to make it like truly pixel perfect. But we don't have that here. We're just eyeballing stuff and having fun. But that doesn't look bad. Not bad at all. So I think we'll keep it just like that. So let's go ahead and add some mobile styles, and then we will move on to the next little area that's below it, which is pretty much going to be the same. So we get to do a lot of copying and pasting of code, which will be fun. So let's just add some mobile styles really quick. So let's go to our media queries, and we're just going to go down. And I don't, honestly, guys, in my media queries, like I let each media query be its own area. I don't really comment in the media queries like what everything is, because you can just tell, like, the reason that I give my stuff really specific class names is because, like, we'll know exactly what it's referring to based on the class name. So I don't think it's necessary to, like, add more comments in the media query area that's, like, nav area, this area. That, like, it should be obvious because your class name should be obvious and descriptive. Even if they have to be a little bit longer, my class names are, like, 3-4 words long sometimes, but I don't give a damn. I want to know exactly what I'm targeting. I feel like a lot of other developers' code that I've looked at and worked with before, they like abbreviate the hell out of all their class names and everything to the point where like I don't know what is what, and it's really frustrating to work with code when you don't know what is what and you have to go into the selector tool and keep figuring stuff out. It's just not fun. So better to be long-winded in your class names than too abbreviated. So let's grab our shark info. What do we need? Let's just grab what we're probably going to need and copy it down. So we'll need the shark info area for sure, or shark info, I should say. And we're going to just go paste that here, and we're just going to modify what we want to modify. So let's put this in like a mobile view. Right click and inspect. Okay, so as you can see, that's not going to work for mobile. So we're going to stack things now. And we're going to be doing that with Flexbox using the flex direction column. So we're going to I think I'm just going to delete all this and keep most of it, I think. Yeah. And what we'll do is we'll say flex direction column. So that now they're stacking. And let's grab our shark image and mess with that a little bit. So let's say, shark info image. And let's see, we got width 100%. Maybe mess with the height a little bit. Make it a little less tall. That looks cool. Maybe 220. Yeah. Go with 220. What else? I'll probably change this font size, probably a little bit big. So change the header for mobile. Maybe make it a little bit smaller. Maybe. Because let's go on a smaller screen size. I mean, it's not terrible. We could make it a few pixels smaller, I guess. Shark info header. We can go to like 32 pixels maybe. So let's do that. Keep the line height and the color. So we're going to delete those so that they just inherit. And then we'll go font size 32 pixels. And okay, I think that's pretty good. See what this looks like. Looks good. About on an iPad. What is this, 768? We might revisit iPad for this at some point, but for now, we can probably just keep it looking like that. I'm not going to stress about that. It doesn't look great, but I don't want to, let's just keep that like that right now. We might revisit that and make the image bigger or decide to do something different with media queries, but we'll just keep it like that for now because every other, like the larger iPads, which most people own, that's not going to be a factor. Do people really, I haven't seen the only ones I ever see are iPad, not the mini, but it's either going to be the Air that I see a lot or the Pro. I don't really see the regular iPads anymore in real life. So, do people really use them that often? I don't even know. Is it worth making a whole other media query just for iPad? Debatable. Let's see. This is a mobile phone. I'm changing the mobile phones, guys, from portrait to landscape in case people view the site landscape too, which again is rare. Where most of us use our phone in portrait, but. It's a Google Nest Hub. So yeah, got all kinds of devices that we can keep testing it on here. This is an S8. This is a small Samsung screen. But so yeah, we'll do that for now. Now we'll do our next section that goes below here. So we'll have to copy paste and just switch very few things around. So let's just copy from here on down. So we'll have two identical sections now. And then what we'll do, we can just change the image and text really. So let's do that. So this one's going to be the scuba diver, and then the image is on the opposite side on this one. And then we can switch our, probably the easiest way is just to switch the HTML to where the image on this side is second. Could probably just do that. So let's see. Just to keep things simple. There's other ways to do it with CSS, but I want to make this really simple for you guys to understand what's going on. So I think that might be the better way. Let's just grab this whole figure for the second one and put it below our shark text area so that they flip-flop. And now we got to change the image to the scuba diver man. So let's do that. And I don't remember. Let's see. This image is going to be, what is it? Scuba diver. Save. There's our scuba man. See how that looks. There we go. Well, the image looks. Where's the shark? The shark isn't even here. What happened to why is the shark cut off? He's up here. That's why. So maybe we'll have to modify this image because it looks. We're gonna have to unzoom it or something. So guys, I just used AI to just fix the aspect ratio of our original image to see if it'll work to make it more of a landscape style by default. So it'll fit better and hopefully not cut the shark off and put the guy more in front of the shark. So I named it, if we go into the image folder, and again, you're going to have all these files if you downloaded the GitHub repo. It's under Scuba V2. So let's see if that helps us out. Let's do Scuba V2 and then see. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Thank God for AI, dude. Seriously. As a developer, guys, we have no idea what a godsend it is. People think that it's the worst thing ever, but it really just saves you so much time and headache fighting with stuff. I might want to I don't really like the width of this. It's not really stacking how I want it to, but maybe it's just because I'm on such a wide screen. Yeah, we'll keep it for now. All right, the other thing that we need to do is we need to put some spacing between our shark info areas because now they're on top of each other and there needs to be, 15, 20 pixels of margin or something there. So let's do I'm going to make a utility class called m-2. And then I'm going to go up to my global styles. I'm going to say m-2, and any element that has that class on it, oops, put my dot here, is going to have a margin top of 25 pixels, we'll say. Save, and then that gives us a margin here. That's another way to use utility classes, right? Because things can have multiple classes, guys, and when you just want to change one specific thing somewhere, just create your own custom little class that any element that it gets put on does whatever behavior you want. That's a really easy way to style stuff. So we'll do that. What else? Looks pretty good, honestly. So if we go to mobile, guys, I want to make it so that our image on mobile is always on top and then the text is always on bottom for both. So this one looks good, but this one doesn't. So to do that, there is a property in Flexbox called order that we can use to make sure that happens. So let's go down here to our media queries for the shark area. And what we're going to do is say, we're going to grab the shark image container. So it doesn't matter which one we grab it from. So shark info image container. Copy this. Put this here. And if we say order 1, so that's always on top on mobile. And then we got to grab shark info text right here. And then we'll put that down here. And we'll say we always want this order 2. So 1 and 2 makes sense, right? Save. Now if we go back to mobile, they're both ordered how we want them to. Because we said, hey, when it gets to the screen size, make sure that this is always on top, order 1, text is order 2. Okay? So that's a simple little fix. And that should be good to go because we basically just copy pasted all the code over and changed a few styles on, the button, but this should be good to go now. Just look at it again one more time on other devices. Looks really nice and neatly stacked. Yeah, I'm happy with that. iPad Pro. iPad. So again, the iPad mini, we'll just leave it like that for now. Pixel 10. Boom. Looks good. Just got to push this down. Obviously, this is here, but that'll be our next section. So what's next? We have to do, and hopefully, guys, you're getting the workflow now. Like you get it. Like we're doing one section at a time, one little problem at a time, making it mobile as we go, so we don't have this big mess to fix at the end of the project where nothing's mobile responsive. Just take one little thing at a time, modify it, move on when it's looking good. So you don't have you only have to essentially you want to touch stuff once and forget about it when it's good to go. All right, guys. So our next section is going to be this right here. So it says check out our latest Great White video, and this is like an image, and then we're just going to put a video icon here. It's not actually going to be a video. But I'm going to do that because it'll teach us how to center things using Flexbox within a Flex container. So I'll show you how to center this icon within the image kind of type thing, which is a really important thing in Flexbox because it's pretty commonly used. So even though this won't be a video, it'll teach us a really good concept. So yeah, it's very similar to what we just did here. We're going to have a blue background this time, white text. Same little thing, same little blue line, and then an image. So pretty much the same. I mean, we can actually pretty much just copy and paste the code for our second shark info area for the most part. So let's go into our HTML, and we're going to make another section here. Let's see. Make a comment, and this will be... we'll just say video section, start, copy this, video section end. Okay. And then we will say section, and we'll give it a class of video section. Then what I'll do is I'll copy. It's going to mirror this one where the image is second. So you know what? This whole shark info 2, second one, we could probably just copy all this HTML in here. Save. And now we've got it right here. So this is where our stuff's going to be. And then we can change our image to the image that goes there, which is like a shark aquarium kind of. So if we say image, And then let's see what I named it here. So I think it's this one here. And I have it as blog image 3. So I guess we're going to use that in a blog post as well, which is fine. But so we'll put blog at the blog image 3 image there. So let's just do that. So we'll say image, blog image 3. And then our alt text will be shark aquarium, something like that. And I don't think we gotta finish. We gotta fix our alt text because it's like we've been copying and pasting a lot. So this is a scuba. So our alt text for this is scuba diver swimming with shark. And then we have another one. Great white swimming through the water. That's good. Okay, so we'll just fix those alt texts so they make sense. What else? So there's that. There's no button on this one, so we can get rid of our button link thing. And now we need to change the background color to blue. So I wonder if we can just do this. Make a class of bg-blue here for the shark info area. Oh, my bad. We need to put this. All of this needs to go in the video thing section. Sorry, guys. Put it in between these sections called video section. I'm sure a lot of you did because you're probably smarter than me and you're like, this guy's an idiot. He's not doing it right. But here we go. So now our code's in where it belongs. And now we got let's see. Actually, no, the section is going to be, yeah. So BG blue is going to be the same blue background as the nav bar up here, the dark blue nav bar. So let's see if we can make that a utility class. Let's go all the way to our global styles. And we're going to put it down. We'll put our utility class down here. Let's make a comment for shark video section. And we'll put this down here. It needs to be down here, guys, because if we put it up in the utility area, it's not going to be, CSS goes in order. So if it's up here, then it's going to be ignored down here because we have the same class. We copied the same classes down from Shark Info, and we're just changing a few things. So it'll be overridden by all of our styles up here. It won't actually, that class wouldn't work. So it needs to be down here after all that other stuff. So BG blue, and then we have, let's see, Shark Info text. So we can put another utility class here of white -txt, white text, or we can let's just say white text. Let's not try to be too cool. And we'll say white text color white. Let's see, why isn't our header? Oh, that's why. Shark Info header. So Shark Info header, put white text on this one. There we go. What else? That's pretty much it. Oh, we have to add our icon, our little play button icon here. So let's do that. So what do we have this under? User icon. So it should be in your guys' folder if you're building this with me as playicon.png. So that'll be what we use. And we need to put it in the image. So it's going to go on top of the image. So where we'll put it is in the Shark Info image container. We'll say image, and we'll say image play icon. And this is just decoration only, so I'm not going to put alt text for it. And then we have to go give this a class of play icon now. And we have to style this up. So let's copy that because now you can see our play icon is absolutely humongous and ruining our whole page now. So we'll say dot play icon width 100 pixels, and that's about right, maybe a little less, maybe 90, something like that. And then we'll say, and we'll center this with absolute positioning, guys. So to do that, again, we're going to do that thing where we do position relative on the parent, which is the Shark info image container. So let's go up here, and again, it's not going to, us making this position relative is not going to do anything by itself. It's not going to affect our other images or break anything. It just allows us to use what's called absolute positioning. So now we can go down here and we'll say position absolute, which takes it, that just took the button out of the normal flow of the document when you use position absolute. So that's why everything just snapped back into place, because now essentially this play button, since we did position absolute and we use position relative on the image container, we just said, hey, basically by saying position absolute, we said, hey, ignore this like it's not even there. We're going to position it absolute. So don't make it an element to, like a block element or any kind of element to stack on anything. We're going to take care of it. So take it out of the normal document flow is basically what that means. So then I'm going to say top 50%. That's going to make it like halfway on the image. I'm going to say left 50%. Okay, we're getting there. And then I'm going to say transform. And then we're going to say translate minus 50% minus 50%, which is going to center it dead, just like that. And then we're going to go z-index 2. And now z-index, by putting it to 2, we're basically saying, hey, no matter what, make sure the play button stays on top of this image and it never goes behind it or gets covered up. That's what z-index does, guys. So if we look now, there's that section, and we might want to give some width to all of our paragraphs here, because if we look at our design, like the text is supposed to stack. It's going a little too far over. We need to put some width on it. See how they want the text to stack. So let's do that, because that's becoming glaringly obvious. So we can handle that with our Shark info P. We can literally, for all of them, just say width, I don't know, like 70%. And then have the text stack like that. That's better. And we can even do more. We could do 60. Make it come in a little bit more. And then on mobile screens, we'll adjust it so it doesn't stack quite as much. But that looks better. Right there, that's how it's basically supposed to look, or at least closer to it. We could do the same thing, honestly, for the headings. They're supposed to stack a little bit more. So let's do, well, first of all, let's do Shark info P, because I don't want it to be 60%. Let's see, on mobile, it'll probably just be 100%, because the screen will get smaller and the text will stack normally anyway. So let's do it, put it down here. Say width 90% for mobile, and then in mobile it'll stack like that. There we go. Okay, so you see our text is stacking now. And then same thing for the headers of that area. Let's go back up here and grab our header. So Shark info header, you can say width 70%. Stack them up on desktop. There we go. Now everything's like kind of stacking here. And then, I mean, we can even make it less dramatic. We could say 75%. And then, yeah, that looks great. That looks better now that the text is stacked. And then again, on mobile, we can go ahead and adjust this down to, 90% or 100%. We'll just say width, we'll say 100. 100%, get rid of all this because it's going to remain the same. So now our headers and everything stacks up on desktop screen, and then as we get smaller, it goes back to like 100% or something bigger. Okay. So that looks good. And then our mobile styles are already set for this because we just did so much we copy and pasted basically all the same styles here. We just changed the background. We changed some colors really. and added that play button. So really, guys, there's not much we have to do. If we right click and inspect, we shouldn't really have to do anything, honestly. Let's see. Okay. Oh, this is it. I was like, what is this? There we go. That looks okay. Oh, we need to change the text. We still have the "Are you brave enough" text, but let's just go through a couple of devices here. iPhone 16. Okay. The Pro Max iPhone 16, huh? How about a Pixel 10? How about this screen size 375? Everything looks good to me. It looks mobile responsive to me. So yeah, that's that section here. And then again, if you wanted, I mean, you could put like a cursor pointer on here. I'm not going to, but let's move on now to our next section, which is we're gonna probably learn. We'll probably use Grid for this next area. We'll use CSS Grid since we've used Flexbox. We can use both Grid and Flexbox. You guys can learn both of those. And it's gonna be this little area down here before we get to our footer. So this is basically links to our other pages, okay? So it's got a link to the About Us page, a little image, a blog, a contact, and then there's this thing over here. So these three are going to be identical. So we can just build one of these things, copy and paste them twice, and then just fill in the different icons and text and image. And then this thing will be a little bit different. We'll build that. But yeah, pretty easy next section here. We'll get started on it now. So let's look at our cards, what we have to make here. So basically we're going to make a section of... I'll make this full screen. We're going to make a section of cards, like 4 cards across all together. We're going to use Grid to CSS Grid to make them go side by side. And then we're going to style each card up. So these 3 are basically identical, and then this is the only different one, right? So we'll have an image, and then we'll have this icon here that we'll probably use absolute positioning for to get it to stick right there. And then we'll just have a little, probably be an H3 heading, a paragraph, and a link. Okay, so pretty simple. So really, we're going to make one of these cards first, and then we're just going to copy paste the styles down, and then we'll set everything going across using Grid. So let's start making. We'll make the About Us card first because that's the template for all the other for the other 2 cards at least. So let's make a comment here. After our video section, so here's video section end. This checkout or whatever thing that we had before for the other project can go bye-bye. Don't need any of that code anymore. So what we'll do here is we'll do a comment, and we'll call this, we'll call it home links grid start. Copy this down. Home links grid end. And then we'll start here. So let's do a section. Give it a class of home links grid. And then we'll just lay down our raw HTML here. So each one we'll call a home, or at least the first 3 we're going to call home card. And then within home card, the first thing we're going to have is that image. So we'll do image, and we'll go into our image folder. It's going to be, what is it? Sharks, a bunch of sharks in the water. Do I have that image? Yeah, right here. Blog image 1. So we'll say blog image 1. And again, these images are going to come out huge until we resize everything, but don't worry about that. So there's the image. We'll just say sharks for the alt text, sharks hunting together. And then we'll have the icon, which is also going to be an image, And let's give a class to this image called home card image, home card -img, because we're for sure going to need to style that up. And then below that we'll have the other image, which is going to be the icon. So this is like I think, what is it? User's icon. Yeah, it's that user's icon, so we'll do that. And then below that, and then for this, we'll just say users for the alt text. And below that, we will have an H3. And this one says about us. And below that, we have a paragraph, and we'll call it, let's give these all classes. We'll say home card header. Paragraph will be home card P. And I'm just going to copy and paste. I have the mock-up on my other screen. I'm just going to copy and paste the text that's in there. So put that here. Learn about our mission, our team, and our passion for shark conservation. And then last but not least, we'll have that link that says learn more. So we'll say A, and we'll give it a class of home card link. And this is going to go to about.html. And then the text is going to say learn more. And then we want that same arrow that we used up in our showcase. I think we use the HTML entity right here as R error, RR. So we'll just add that right next to learn more. There we go. All right, so there's the HTML we need. And now what I want to do, copy. Well, let's get one of these made. Let's do the HTML for just this one home card, then we'll copy paste our stuff down and add the content. So let's grab our home card for now, this class, and we'll go over to our CSS, and we need to make a home card area. So this will be the home card area. So we'll say home card links. Let's say dot home card. And we'll say position relative, because we're going to have to use absolute positioning again for those little icons. We're going to say background color is going to be white. We'll say border radius 14 pixels. Everything is rounded. Give it some padding bottom of 20 pixels. And right now, like, our styles are working, guys. Just bear with me. We'll make these images smaller in just a second so that it's not wrecking the whole thing. And then we're going to give them that same box shadow that we gave up here. Let's just copy and paste it. Boom. Okay. And then let's grab our home card image. So say dot home card image. Whoa, what the heck? And then we'll say width 100%. What the? Go. So that already made it smaller. And then we're going to say height 150 pixels. So I made it much smaller, and it's going to look a little funky until we use our grid, or until we use grid on that and spread them out. So just bear with me here. We're getting it set up so where we can just put them all across, copy and paste everything at once. We'll say object fit. We're going to use cover again. And then we're going to do border radius. But we only want the tops of each image. Or no, it is. Say border radius 14 pixels to round it. And then let's do our home card icon. So it's going in order here. So we can give it a class. Let's say class home card icon. go here. We'll say dot home card icon. And this is going to be position absolute top 125 pixels. And then we're going to say left 15 pixels. And then we're going to say, got to give it a width because it's way too big. Let's say 50 pixel width. Might be too small. Say 70 pixels. Keep it at 70 for now. Height, we'll say 70 pixels. Or maybe we'll do 50. Let's do height 50 so it looks more round. And then let's go for, and you can see now it's sitting in the corner, right? The only problem is we need to have 4 of them, so we're almost there. Let's just do the header and the text. This will look better in just a second. I know it still looks funky, but you can kind of see where it's headed. So let's grab the home card. What do you say? Home card header. Copy that. And we're going to say color. It's going to be that dark blue for the header that we've been doing for headers. So boom. And then our font size for the header is going to be like 24 pixels. And we'll go margin top 15 pixels to push it down. We'll say margin left 75 pixels. And margin right 15 pixels. And then we're going to say our paragraph. Let's go grab our P tag. Home card P. We'll say font size 15 pixels. Padding 10 pixels. And then we'll say 10 pixels top, 18 pixels right, 0 pixels bottom and left. And then let's style our link, which is going to be home card link. So we'll say dot home card link. And we're going to say display inline block. Say color. And it's going to be this light blue color that we've used. We'll say font weight's going to be bold. So we'll do 600. And we'll say margin. We'll go 12 pixels, 18 pixels, 0 pixels, the same as the home card piece. So they line up together. So let's see. We'll see how that goes. I think it's going to look good. We're going to copy and paste this down and then use Grid to put them side by side. But maybe we should also do the blog icon, the blog card as well. So let's copy paste this down though. So you can see that we have 3 cards. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now let's do our blog card. So let's make our little blog card now, since we have all of the HTML and CSS that we need for now for these cards. Let's make this little blog card. So it's a little bit different. It's a little bit bigger. It's just got this background image, which I have for us. The background image I have is a little bit different, but it looks similar. And then it's just going to be a heading like an H2 and another link that looks like a button. So let's just get that out of the way. I mean, we can even have this up here as we build it so you know what I'm doing and why. So let's just put this on the side. And let's go below our home card. And we're going to call this one .blog card because it's going to be different. It's going to have a background image, so it can't share the same class as these guys. Does the home card guys. And then this is just going to have like an H2. We'll say .blog card header. And it says, let's see, can I even copy this? There we go. Check out the blog for more news. And then underneath there, we're going to have our div. What did we name that? Blue line. Blue line. Yep. So let's copy this. We'll say blue line. And then that should already come in. There it is. So remember, we've already used that several times, so we just got to basically put the HTML there and everything will come in for us. And then what else do we have? A link thing that says go to the blog. So we'll say anchor tag dot blog card link. And this is going to go to blog.html. This text is going to say go to the blog with that arrow again. So let's just copy this HTML little entity code. Okay, so it's down there. And then let's add our CSS to this thing. So let's grab blog card. And we'll go down here below our home card stuff. Say dot blog card. And then we're going to have a background here. So let's just copy our background showcase stuff that we already have. Let's copy all of this, and we'll just delete what we don't need because it's going to be very similar. I'll paste that in here. There's our blog card. Now we're going to change our image to... So we can take out, that's our blog, so we got blog card BG as the background image. I'm going to take out all this linear gradient stuff. We don't really need any of that. We just need that simple background image, no repeat center, all that's good. For now, I'll just put the height of this to 150 pixels, like the other cards. And we'll do the header next, so blog card header, copy that. And what we should probably do is just give it this like another div around all the content in here called blog card content, so we can just give everything padding at once. So let's go blog card content. It's gonna go, our closing div is gonna go above here. And that way we can give everything padding, because if we look at our design, yeah, everything has padding, so it's padding left and top. So we can probably just do that now. Let's grab blog card content. And we'll say padding top 30 pixels. And then we'll say padding left 40 pixels. Something like that, maybe more, maybe 50. Keep it there for now. Just the stuff needs padding, right? Let's see, it's got white text, so this blog card header needs white text. Copy that. And we'll say color white. And we'll say, what did we give that other H to? We'll just give this font size of like 32 pixels for now. Might be too big. Do 28 pixels. And what else? Probably have to give this a width. I mean, it almost looks like it's the text is centered. So maybe text align center. No, that's not it. So we'll give it a width. Just say width 60%. Other stuff stacks. And it might be even, 40%. Stack it more. There we go. So 40% width for now. We'll keep it like that for now because we're gonna use grid. They're all gonna go across, so it's gonna mess with everything. So that's fine for now. Go to the blog. Let's fix that. So go to the blog is a white looking button. That's actually a link. So we got blog card link. So let's grab that. We'll style this up to look like a white button. So we'll say background color white. Border radius 14 pixels. Color is going to be the blue color. And it's right here. It's just not on here yet. And then we'll give it, whoops, actually went to the next page. Let's give it some padding. say padding top and bottom 10 pixels, 20 pixels, left and right, just for now, just so there's something there. What else? Yeah, we'll keep everything like that for now. And so what we'll do next is we'll do our CSS Grid. So we'll go ahead. I'm going to show you a slide just to go over CSS Grid because we haven't seen that yet at all, just so you can get like the gist of what it's going to do. And then we'll use Grid to put all this stuff side by side, and we'll fill in the different content for each card. All right, guys, so we're about to use Grid to make everything go side by side. Up until now, we've used Flexbox. Grid pretty much does similar things. It allows you to easily put elements side by side, especially when there's multiple ones like we're about to do now. So the syntax that you're about to see is we're about to use display grid. We're going to use something called grid template columns. This repeat 3 1FR would give you 3 elements or boxes or like home link cards that we just made. This basically says we want 3 of them to be side by side, and 1FR means we want them to all be the same equal size. And then the same thing that we used in Flexbox earlier, gap, to add padding between your items, is in Grid as well. It's just called gap, okay? So that's the basic syntax. This is the basic idea. And Grid really, it easily allows you to make, containers or grid, like, a grid of images or a photo gallery is what it's really good for. Or just like we're about to use it now for putting multiple things side by side and then easily having control of them. So we're going to do that now. Grid, and you can use Flexbox to do pretty much anything that you can do with Grid and vice versa. It's just that depending on how complicated the design is that you're about to do is what's really going to determine what you should use. So in this case, we're about to use Grid because if we look at the mock-up, we've got all these items going side by side, but then this one is just a little bit bigger. So I can easily make this like 20-30% bigger using Grid, and it'll save me a lot of time as opposed to doing the same thing with Flexbox, which is why I chose to use Grid for this part of it down here. And also just to teach you guys Grid along with Flexbox so that you basically know all the most modern CSS technology. So let's go ahead now and we'll get our cards going side by side and do the mobile and fix anything else that we have to fix. So let's go ahead and grab our container for this whole section, which is called Home Links Grid. So all the other elements are within here. That's why it's the container. So we're going to select that. And then this is going to go at the very top of this home links area. Look at all the CSS we wrote for this. So there. And then what we're going to do is this display grid. And that doesn't do anything because we have to tell them how many columns we want going across. So display grid on its own doesn't do anything. Next, we're going to say grid template columns. And we're going to say 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. So the first 3 cards be the same size. And then the last one we want to be 3FR, be about 30% bigger, and save. And now it gets everything going side by side. See that? Let's keep going here. Let's give each one of these a gap of 20 pixels so they're spaced out and not right up against each other. Okay. And now let's give this whole section some margin top because it's right up against that other section. So let's look at our mock-up here. And we'll say margin top 30 pixels. Pull this back up so that should hopefully, there we go, give us a little bit of spacing there. This is all looking, so now you can see it's looking better, but now we have to definitely tweak this. And we forgot to put border radius on our card, on our blog card thing. Let's do that really quick. So blog card right here. Border radius 14 pixels. And now it'll be rounded, so that's good. And then we obviously have to fix this stuff. We'll have to give this probably a height. But let's get our cards looking how they should. So this is our first attempt to get it good. This needs to be more off to the left. So let's right click and inspect this and see if we can get it where we need it to be. So let's select our home card icon. It's left at 15 pixels is no bueno. It needs to be over like this. So minus 15 pixels maybe. So let's change it to, let's see, where's our icon? There we go, home card icon. Let's change this to minus 15 pixels. Save, and then now it's in the corner like we want it to be. It's good. And now our header is way too far over, and we want that to be with the other stuff. So let's change that. So blog card header, margin left. That's like, why do we have margin left 75? Let's just take that out. I don't know why we have that. Let's just give it identical padding. Get rid of that. Okay. So now our home card header is that identical padding as the home card piece, so it should all line up. Okay, that's a lot better. Let's see, everything else looks good. The learn more looks good. So those are all good to go as far as like the desktop version goes. I'm liking what I'm seeing. We can push them over a little bit more, maybe like minus. Let's inspect. I want these more in the corner. So let's select this. We got minus 15. Let's do minus 20 maybe. So let's just change this. So that looks, so it's more in the corner. That's even better. Let's add all of the content for these, because now we just got to change the content for each one. So the first one is about us. That's actually good. And then the other two are different. One of them is blog and one of them is contact. So let's go back to our HTML. And this one's going to be, the text for this one is blog. Go. And then we'll do the image here, which is supposed to be the shark jumping out of the water. So let's go image. And this is main homepage shark. There we go. And the icon is like a writing icon. So say image. And let's see. What do they call it? News icon maybe? There we go. All right, so there's that one. And then the next one is for contact. So let's do that. So let's go into our image folder. And which one is this? This one maybe? Gotta see what shark I need for this one. Yeah, we're gonna use this image for that card. So about shark image. So let's do this image about shark. What the heck? Oh, I put it in the wrong area. Right here. Image about shark. And the icon is going to be our envelope icon in our image folder. So it should be that. And let's see. Looks kind of funky. We'll have to mess with our icons a little bit. So let's change the heading on this one to contact, or H3. And then let's copy paste this in here. Cool. And then let's fix our blog home card because it's not doing what we want it to. So the main issue with our blog card is we put a height on it. I don't remember why I did that, but let's get the height off there so this text goes all the way down. And then let's do, let's see here. Padding is killing us, I think. Blog card header, huh? Let's change this to 100. Let's just take the width for the blog card header out of here. I don't know why that's really there. And then this padding, let's just add this padding. Let's make the padding 30, 35 pixels. There's not as much padding. And then say width 100% for our blog card content. We can give it, for our blog card header, we can give it a max width of 320 pixels. So it doesn't just go on and on forever on wider screens. We can give that some line height to that one as well to separate the words on each line. So we say line height, we'll give it just like a 1.2. What else? Got to move our link down. So let's do that. Say margin top 16 pixels. And then let's make it display inline block so that it'll actually listen to what I just wanted it to do. There we go. Alright, that looks better. Alright, looks a lot better. Kind of want to drop this text down a little bit more. So padding top 40 pixels. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Let's fix our icons here because their sizing's a little funky. So it should be home card icon. Let's do 50-50 so that they're more circular. For some reason though, they need to be a little bit wider from what I'm seeing. So 40-40. These icons are sizing up just so weird. Let's just do 50-50. They look a little strange for some reason, but I don't want to spend an hour on this. Alright, final answer, 70-60. I'm not going to mess with it anymore. There's our icons. So let's see now that we updated our links. Does this go to the about page? Blog page. Cannot get blog. Alright guys, so that's all we need to do for the desktop version. Now when we get down to the smaller mobile version, we just have to do something really simple with our grid. And I'll show you, it's really easy what we're going to do. We're going to grab our home links grid here. Check out how easy it is to make this mobile responsive. Let's go all the way to the bottom here to our grid links area. All we have to do from here is do the grid template columns again, and then this time just say 1FR, and they'll all stack. So we'll save, go to smaller screens, and then there we go. So the 1FR stacks up all of our things, because 1FR just means go one across and stack up instead of going, 3 or 4 or 5 across. Okay, so we can make, let's see, looks like our blog card is getting a little cut off here. So maybe we make that a little bit taller. Let's grab our blog card. Just give it some padding bottom here. And say 20 pixels on mobile. Okay, so there we go. Test this out on mobile devices. So click our mobile icon here. It's iPhone 10. That's good. Go this way, they all stack. Okay. Cool. Pixel 2. Looks pretty good. I'm just going to make our icons a little bit smaller on mobile. These icons are super big. Let's grab home card icon. And then we'll go put this here. Say height and width are going to be 50, 55, 55 on mobile. That's better. Alright guys, so that is our grid links. What do we call them? Home card links area, grid links, whatever you want to call it. That's what they look like. Mobile responsive, everything's good to go. All of the links are working. So next up, one of the easiest parts of this website build that we get to do is the footer. So we'll take a look at the footer here. And it's pretty simple. It's just going to be this little footer, a couple of shark images, copyright, Great White Sharks HQ, blah, blah, blah. So let's go ahead and get that done now. All right, guys. So last thing we have to do on our home page is the footer. So we'll go ahead and do the footer here. The other good news is, CSS is really tedious, but once we got, we just built so much stuff, so we don't have to do on all of our other pages. The nav bar is already built. We're just going to copy and paste that whole thing. The other pages, some of them have a showcase area. We've already built that. All we need to do is change images and text. And then there's other areas, especially this area, that are almost identical to what we built on the homepage. So like the rest of this project, guys, is going to be a lot of copy paste and just reinforcing what we've already learned, which is the good news. So once we get past this footer, if you're still here in this course video and you're like, Jesus, this is so long and tedious, like, yes, that's what CSS is from scratch. But again, like I always tell you guys, you still need to learn this stuff, because even though AI is here and we can use AI to code up pages really fast that can write, 2,000-3,000 lines of CSS in a couple minutes for us, you still need to know how this stuff works when AI fails you or when it just gives you wrong answers, because it still will, guys. Like AI all the time gives me stuff that makes no sense, and I know that as a developer, and I have to redirect it. Okay, so that's why you're learning this stuff. So if you're still here, you're doing the right thing. Keep at it. You've got to be able to build simple layouts like this by yourself. All right, so here we go. Footer. We're going to make ours simple. I'm not going to add all this extra. I don't know if this is like background. I think this is like a background image that AI just generated, but I have one of these little shark icons. So we'll put a little shark icon in the corner, and then ours is going to be a solid blue background and then just the copyright text that we already have. So our footer is going to be more simple than that. No need to make it super intricate like that. So I'm going to move this over here, get our project back up. And by the way, guys, our page is looking pretty damn good. Pretty good. So let's go and do our footer. So let's go to the bottom. We already have some footer stuff here. Let's get rid of these line breaks. We don't want that. That was from our HTML only course. We already have our copyright, but let's put that in a paragraph. So we'll say footer copyright for the class name here. Oops, footer copyright. And then let's put our text in here. Just cut and paste it in our paragraph. Whoops, let's grab all of it. Okay. And now what we need to do is really just style up. So give the footer that background. So let's go to our footer. We're not going to give the footer a class because a footer is just a footer. We will give it a comment though. So above our media queries, we'll say footer. And we'll just say footer. We're going to say padding, top and bottom. We'll do 30 pixels. We'll say background color, dark blue. We're going to say text align center, color white, so the text goes white, and then we'll say font size 40 pixels, make it 20, there we go. And we might even, let's just do like 18. We don't need our text super big for the footer. Let's see what that looks like here. So that's it. That's a simple footer. Let's give it, we need to give some margin to our other, or we can give a margin top to our footer, I guess. Let's just say margin top 40 pixels, or actually no, just do like 20 pixels so that there's space between the footer and our last section there. And then we can add that little shark image into our footer. So let's go image, and we'll give it a class of footer shark. And let's go into our image folder, and it is saved under right here, footer. Oh, footer shark silhouette is what it is. So back in here, we'll look for footer shark silhouette. There we go. And then has a class of footer shark. So let's just take this class of footer shark now and make this smaller. So we'll say dot footer shark. And what the heck happened here? All right, dot footer shark, and then we'll say width 40 pixels, make it way smaller. You can make it bigger than that though, let's say 80. And then we can just put it, I mean, honestly, we could just put it like that. Or we could do, So there we go. We'll just do it like that. We'll have a shark. We'll have our copyright. Easy footer. Our padding might be a little too much though. No padding, so let's just do 10. Make our footer a little bit smaller. So there we go. There's our little footer there. What the heck? Why did we lose our margin? What happened to my margin top? Go 25 pixels. Okay, there we go. So there's the footer. We'll just keep the footer like that, guys. That keeps everything simple. So let's look at what we have here. Let's look at our whole page. This is it, guys. I mean, this is our home page now. It looks a hell of a lot better than it did, right? Very, very nice. This looks like a professional little home page. These are a little funky, these icons, but I'm not going to spend hours messing with them, guys. That's the one thing that I would say like probably needs work is just, I don't know why these are sizing so weird, but whatever. But everything else, guys, this looks good. So you can look at it mobile view. Everything stacks on top of each other. Really nice. Looks good. Nice. You can go in and just give it one last view on the mobile Google Developer Tools here. Yeah. Looks good. Let's see. Yeah, even on a really small mobile screen, it's a 320 pixel screen, and everything still fits, so it still looks good. If it looks good on an iPhone 5, like you're doing good. Okay, so yeah, fully mobile responsive, guys. So when we come back, we'll do the about page next. We'll go in order here. So let's just get a little preview. Let's see, like, what is this about page gonna look like? So yeah, guys, I think we're ready. We'll go ahead and we'll move on to the about page. All right, guys, so here's the about page that we're going to build. So it looks very similar. We're just going to copy the nav bar over. We'll switch the active class on the about page to the about link. And then we will copy over our showcase from the other home page and pretty much just change the image and the text. So we'll do those two things first, and then we'll get to this area, which is just, text and an image. That's very easy, can be done with Flexbox. We already have our blue line here, and we already have a button that looks just like this, so more copy and pasting to come. So let's go visit our about page, and this is what it looks like right now. So we got some copying and pasting to do. So let's go ahead and transform this thing in like 2 seconds by getting a bunch of our styles over here. So I'm going to grab just the whole about, or we're pretty much just going to grab the whole entire index.html page and paste it over in about.html, because really, like, all this stuff that we put here for the HTML part of this video or the course, if you watch both parts, doesn't really matter. And we have so many styles and classes now that this was all just for teaching purposes, so we can just kind of get rid of it all. So we'll paste that there, and now we'll look at our about page, how it transformed already. Kind of like cheating, right? And then here's the about page.html. Of course, now it's just going to mirror the home page. But we'll change it up. So first thing I want to do is I want to put that active class in our nav bar on the about link instead of the home link. So let's just get rid of this, and we're going to put it on about right here. There. Now our user knows they're on the about page, right? Next, we'll keep the nav bar and everything, but we'll get rid of a lot of the content. We could actually probably keep. This looks really similar to what we're about to put on the about page. So we can keep this middle one, Are You Brave Enough to Swim with the Great White? But everything else I'm going to get rid of. So we'll keep the showcase. We'll keep, Shark Info 2. Yeah, we might just keep that. We'll keep the container. So let's just get rid of this shark info. Whoops. And we don't need the shark video area. Get rid of that. We don't need the home links grid. So let's see what we have now. Okay. So yeah, and then is this about page just all white? Yeah, it looks like the about page has pretty much a white body butt in our mockup. But you know what? I don't care about that. We'll keep this dark gray on the about page, and we're just going to change this now. This text in this image, basically. And the image is going to go here, the text on the other side. And then we'll put them a little bit closer together. So, all right. Let's do our showcase now for the about page. So what we'll do is I'm going to keep my showcase class, but what I'll do is I'll add an ID on here. And we've seen IDs before, and IDs are really good to use for things like this, to where I want to keep all the showcase class stuff, but I want to change the background image. So we'll attach the about background image to this ID. So I'll put about BG on this ID. And then we'll change the text, and we'll get rid of that link because there's no link on the about page. There's no button. There's just text. So we can get rid of this on our showcase. And then we'll go to about BG. We'll copy this. We'll go make an about page comment. And you know, we just did our footer, so the footer is always going to be on the bottom. We'll put the about page here. And this will just be for the whole about page. We're not going to have like all these different comments and sections. So we'll say about page and select about BG. And let's go copy the showcase CSS that we already had for the other image. So we'll copy this. And I'll put this here. And then what I'll do is I'm going to put the about image on here. So I'll say image, about shark. And it's that one. So let's see, we might modify it though. I might have AI modify it so that the shark is way over here like it is in the mockup, because our image right now, the shark is just going to be like that, and it's kind of not going to look that great. So let me go do that really quick off camera. All right, guys, so I modified the image here. Now I have the shark way over here. And I named it the about showcase image. So you should have that again if you're following along with me. We're going to put about image about showcase. So let's go about showcase. And now the shark is nice and over there. We don't have to mess with it with CSS for an hour trying to fix the image, positioning, blah, blah, blah. Very easy. And now let's just change our text, because everything else I'm just going to keep the same here. So let's go back into our HTML, and I'm just going to grab the text from my mockup and paste it over here. That's going to go in the showcase for the showcase text. So we'll go down, and I'll copy and paste this here, about Great White Sharks HQ. And then we'll also grab this paragraph text and paste it in here, the about paragraph text. Okay. And that's it. Like, I'm pretty much just going to keep it like that so that our home page and then our about page look pretty much the same for showcase. So it's uniformity within the website and the design. This should already be pretty mobile responsive because we have the showcase class on there already. Let's see what this looks like on mobile. We could always just use like a mobile version of it too, so that the shark is in the image more. See, mobile, the shark is kind of gone. But what we could do is we could go to our media queries and put the original shark image, which is going to be more central for the mobile screens, so it looks better. Let's see if that'll work. If not, I'll make a about mobile image, you know, with AI really quickly. But let's see. So we have about showcase. What was the old image? Just the about shark or something like that. Oh, right here, about shark. Yeah, so let's try this, guys. Got about shark. So let's go over CSS. Close these images. I'm going to take my ID with about BG, go down to my mobile styles, put it down here. And I'm going to delete all this because it's going to be the same. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to say image, about shark, save. See if that looks better on mobile without. Yeah, it does look. It looks better. Kind of looks busier though, but at least there's a shark there that we can see. And then we can like darken it. Can darken it if we have to. Let's see, 0.4 point. Let's see. Remember, we can control how dark the overlay is. Let's go 0.7 for both. There we go. So that'll be like our mobile. It's 2.6. Let's make it a little bit lighter, but that's good. So there we go. Then we'll just have on mobile screens, we'll have our about chart like that, so it's more visible. So on like a regular mobile phone, it'll be like that, and then boom, it's like that. Let's do like a modern phone. So on an iPad, okay, and then it goes to the desktop version. Let's do iPhone 14. Okay. So I'm good with that. That'll be our showcase. We could probably center the text more or bring it down. So what if we did display flex, align items center, justify content center, center. Just center the text more. That probably looks better. Let's just center it on mobile phones. I think that looks better than just having it float. So if we go back to like iPad mini, it'll be more, see, I don't know if I love that on iPad mini, but again, who cares about the iPad mini? But this is stuff, guys, like I'm showing you how to do this. This is where you can actually do more learning on your own. Like go in, mess with the positioning here, see what you like. See, move the text around with Flexbox. Like you got to kind of experience this stuff on your, by yourself. Or what we could do is we could do the centering. So let's take this away. Or no, we can make another media query for like smaller screens. So 7, so it doesn't show up on that. So let me copy this media query. So far we've been lucky. We've only had to do media queries for tablet and smaller, but we can go smaller. We can say like on all screens, like 7. We could literally just like go one notch down. Well, let's go to like 750 and lower, just a little bit. Or you can say 700 pixels and lower. We could copy this with the centering of everything, and then we can just get rid of the flex on the bigger screen so it's not. That'll probably look better. So then when we go to small screens, it's centered. The text on the overlay. See how that worked? That's probably the better way to do it. And then we'll get rid of that. We don't need it twice. And now, when we go on phones, boom, and then boom, it won't be centered anymore. When it's like a landscape or a bigger iPad or something. So if we go to iPad now, go to iPad mini. Boom, that looks 10 times. It doesn't look great, but it looks better. We could probably move this text down, but everything else, though, it looks really decent, honestly. Even at like 820, just a little bit bigger. So I'm going to keep that for now, guys. If you want to do more media queries for the iPad mini, which is like the only thing where stuff kind of struggles with our design, go for it. But otherwise, that'll be our showcase for now. So desktop, about showcase, and then mobile, it gets smaller and centers. So pretty cool. All right, guys, so let's do the about area now. We'll go over and we're going to change this background to white for this page like we should. And then we're going to get the image. We already have a lot of the code for the image and the text, but we do need to change this background. So we'll go over and do that now. So let's go into our code and we'll make this background white. And we're going to do it with a class. So we'll use a class name and I'll just make it like about BG or about body. And then we'll go and we'll take this over and we'll make it white. We'll make the background white in our CSS here. So we'll go above about BG and we're just going to say background color white. All right, so now we're white and we have a lot of the code here. I don't know yet if I'm going to switch all the code over or keep this code and just change a few class names and copy paste some CSS. We'll probably just do that so that we don't have to like remake all the code for this, because we already have a lot of the code that's going to really fit what we want. Like all we really have to do is switch the image over. If you guys look, The image is going to go on the left, text is going to go on the right. Everything else is pretty much the same. There's like a blue link button, you know. So we'll probably just switch the image now, and then we'll modify what CSS we have to. So let's go down and figure this out here. So what we'll do is I'm going to change this to, we'll call it all about sharks, like about sharks or all about sharks info. And we'll just say all about sharks start, and then we'll make this one all about sharks end. So we'll just, so we know what we're doing here. And then that'll probably be the class name that I change things to when we have to modify our CSS, just like all about sharks. Keep it simple. So and now what I'll do is I'll just switch the image here because we have the image. The image needs to go on the left, text on the right. So we'll just modify our HTML and we'll switch the image to go over to the right here. Alright, so now we have our image on the left, so that's good. Now we have to change the image to that shark and probably change the height on that image, but we'll do that by changing, we'll copy and paste some CSS, change the CSS class name. You'll see what we'll do here, but we're trying to get away from writing manual code as much as possible for the rest of the project because a lot of our assets and stuff are already made. So it's going to be this blog one image shark that we put on the about page. So let's go ahead and make sure that we get that in there. We go into my image folder and we're going to select blog 1, or sorry, blog image 2. Okay. Now the image is too long, but again, we're going to fix that. There's a height on that image right now from the other class that's on there, but we will fix that. And now I'm just going to copy and paste my code, my heading, and my paragraph. There's 2 paragraphs in here from the mockup. So my mockup is off screen. I'm just copying and pasting that code. We'll paste the heading in and then the 2 paragraphs. I'll put the, there's 2 paragraphs on this one. So there's 1, and then we'll copy this down, and then I'll go ahead and I'll just paste the other paragraph in here. This one has like a lot more text, so go ahead and do that. And then our button is already there, so we won't have to do anything with that. We'll keep the button there, but we'll change our button text. And then the button text, I think it goes to the contact page. So yeah, it says contact us here to learn more. Boom. Okay, so let's check our button text. We also have to put that arrow, that AAR little entity. Put the arrow there. Boom. There's our button. There's our text. Everything is looking pretty good. Now our image is a little messed up, so we'll go ahead and fix that now. So what we're going to do is I'm going to grab that class name because I think it's got a height set on there, and we're just going to take that away and then we'll just change the class name, copy and paste the CSS, change what we need to for this about shark image. So let's go grab our class. I think it's shark info image. We're going to grab this class, copy and paste it down in our about section, change the class name, get rid of the height, put the new class name on our HTML element here so that a lot of the styling is the same, but here. So about shark image. And then we need to get that height of 260 pixels that's fixed on there, needs to go bye-bye, so we're going to get rid of that. And that should fix what our shark looks like, so it's not like super like stretched basically. Right now it looks very stretched, so we'll put our new class name on there as well so that our styles actually take hold. And then let's just get rid of this height. Boom. Okay, so that's a lot better. Image looks a lot better. And that's exactly right. It's exactly what we want there, them side by side, just like that. So that's most of it, guys. What we'll have to do now is fix our mobile styles. Because if we go look at this mobile, well, actually, we're going to get rid of this box shadow first. My bad. Let's get rid of the box shadow because it's still making this thing pop out, which we don't need. So we're going to grab the shark info. I think the whole box is shark info. There it is. And we got to get rid of that box shadow. So again, we're going to do the same thing. We'll just change the class name from shark info to like about shark info. And just basically have the same styles minus that box shadow. Again, just so this is like the easiest way to not write a bunch of code that we don't have to. So get rid of box shadow, save, we'll call this about shark info. Okay, change our class names. So we got to go change the class name now here in our HTML so it actually shows. Boom. All right, so, and then again, that didn't change any of our stuff over here. We're just changing class names. Everything on the home page is still the same. All those classes and styles still exist, guys, so no issues there. So let's go ahead now. Let's check mobile here. We're probably going to have to change the mobile because now it's not going to inherit the other styles that we had. So yeah, we can already see on that smaller screen that it's not stacking like it should. So just to show you guys, I mean, that doesn't look too bad, but if we go to a mobile phone, yeah, that's not good. So we'll go ahead now and we have to make our new class flex direction column in the mobile area so that everything just stacks up nice and neat. And then we should be good to go with this area here. So let's go down here and paste this, and we'll make this flex direction column. So I'll get rid of everything. Everything's going to stay except for that flex direction columns are going to be our only change. Okay, and then we'll save, and there we go. All right, guys, so that's it. Now everything is going to be mobile responsive here. And we'll go ahead now and we'll just check this, and there we go. Some of those bigger screens, it'll still be side by side. It'll stack up nice on mobile. And that's really all we have to do for this section, guys. So we'll go ahead now and we will get started on the next section below here. All right, guys, so our mission, so this is just going to be basically, we're going to do the HTML first, so it's just going to be a section. We'll call it the our mission section. And then there's going to be 4 boxes, so we can probably just, we could use Flexbox, maybe we'll use Grid again for this. Just we're going to have 4 equal boxes separated by this little divider looking thing. And then it's going to be icon, like an H3 title, text. And then we're just going to copy paste that down and fill in the information. So let's do the HTML, and then we'll style it up with CSS. So I'm going to move this, or I'll just keep this here so that we can see what we're doing. And let's go down. And let's actually do this. I'll make the code bigger for you guys. If I'm not making the code editor big enough for you guys and when I'm coding, guys, you can like leave a comment to like help me improve the quality here. I'm doing the best I can, but so that should be good. I like to actually like look at what I'm building as I write my HTML so I know exactly what's going on. And remember, guys, we're just putting everything in order. So here we go. Where we know this is all about sharks. So our new section we'll call this our mission, and we'll say start, and we'll say our mission end down here. Okay, and then between there we'll put our stuff. So let's make some space, and then we'll say section, and we'll give it a class name of our dash mission. And then we'll do it. Remember, it's just going to be like 4 boxes. So the first thing we're going to have is like this title up top here. So let's do that. That'll be like an H2. So we'll say H2, and we'll give it a class of mission header. And then it just says our mission. And then below it, we're going to have one of those blue lines. So, and remember, we already have a div for that, right? I think it's just called blue line. See, yep, blue line. So all we literally have to do is say dot blue dash line, save, and it's already going to be there if you're going to look at it. Let's see if we can see it yet. Right there. See that? It's already there. So we're worried about centering it and all that in a little bit. And then now we're going to do these 4 little boxes here. So probably call these mission boxes, or we'll call it mission box. So let's do this. We'll have a container, and we'll call it mission boxes, and then we'll flex them within this container. I think that's how we'll do it. So mission boxes, and we'll say dot mission box. Okay. And then each box is going to get the same thing. It's going to get an icon, so this little educate icon. So we'll say image, and this is going to be in our image folder under educate mission icon. So if we save, you can just make sure that it's there. There it is. So there's our first one. So we'll just do the first box and then we'll copy them down and then we'll fill in the information for each individual box later on. We just want to get the skeleton built out with this thing here. So we got educate, alt text, just say educate. I mean, honestly, this is just for decoration. You don't really have to have alt text there for a screen reader. It's not really important to the website itself. It's just really decoration. So you could leave alt text off if you want. And then we're going to do H3. We're going to give that a class of mission box header. And the header is educate. And then we'll just go ahead and copy this. Text here says share accurate, engaging content. Learn about great whites. Great white sharks, that is, right? So we'll give this a paragraph. We'll say mission P. And again, I give everything like its own class so I can have total control of the design. Sometimes I don't even use half the classes that I put on stuff, but it's good to have it, you know, in the future. It really future-proofs your code if you ever really need to like single any one thing out later on after everything's done. So that's it for the content of each box. What we can do now is we can go ahead and copy this down a couple times. There's 4 boxes, so I'm just going to go copy this down. So now there's 4. And we should have all the raw HTML we need to go ahead and do this. So there's our mission boxes, not styled. And now we'll go in here and we'll add the CSS. All right, guys, so let's add our CSS here. So we can start making this look real nice and pretty. So the first thing that we're going to grab, we'll go down here and we'll grab our mission section area here. Oh, let me get in our, I don't know why I'm in index.html. We need to be in about. So let's go down, Here we go. So we're going to grab our mission. And let's put the second. Okay. So we'll say dot our mission. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to say background color, and we're going to give it that off gray color that we already have because it's supposed to have that little off gray. We're going to give it a margin top of about 30 pixels. We'll say padding, and we're going to say 25 pixels top. We'll give it 30 pixels left and right and 30 pixels bottom. And I'm going to give this thing a border radius of 14 pixels. Next, we'll move on down, and our next thing should be our mission header area. So let's grab that. Say dot mission header. And I'm going to give it a color of that dark blue. We'll say font size 30 pixels. And we'll say text align center. And now we got to center that blue line. So we're going to do it by copying, copy this. And we're going to say dot mission header. And then within it, we're also going to say dot blue line. So that's just a way of saying, hey, we want to target the blue line, but only the blue line that's within the mission header area, not every blue line on the whole website, which, you know, we have like several of them now, right? It's like one of our universal classes that we made. So this just ensures that we only select this one. That's how you do that. And I'm sorry, not mission header, our mission. My bad, guys. All of them within the our mission little section, blue line. Same thing, just I got the wrong class in there. So what we'll do is we'll say margin, say 8 pixels top, auto left and right, which is the same thing as text align center basically, and then 20 pixels bottom, and that'll center the line. Okay, so auto just means center, guys, when you're doing it with margin. Next we'll go into dot, let's see what's our next one, mission boxes. Yep, so the mission boxes themselves, so we'll grab that. Say dot mission boxes. And then for this, we're going to display them using grid again. So we're going to say display grid. And then we're going to say grid template columns. And we'll say repeat. And we'll say for 1FR. So that means, again, 4 columns. 1FR means make them all equal size. Okay. And then we're going to grab each mission box itself. We're going to add few styles here. So mission box, we're going to say text align center, and then we're going to say padding 10 pixels top, 30 pixels left and right. And then, so let's make those divider lines now, which like you might look at those and be like, oh God, how would I even do that? Is that going to be a div and we have to do all this stuff? And the answer is no, it's actually not that hard at all. All we have to do is make some border that goes to the left or to the right. I think border left is what we'll do. And it's just going to be on these last three. So this one I'll have a border left, this one, and this one. Not educate because there's nothing there. So I'll show you how we're going to do that. So we're going to say dot mission box, and then we're going to use a pseudo selector by using the colon, and we're going to say the word not, parentheses, and then we're going to use another colon, and we're going to say first child. So remember, when we learned HTML, child elements, parent elements. So right now, mission box is the parent element, and we don't want the first child of mission boxes, which would be educate, to have this border left, which is why we literally spell out not first child, which means, hey, we're about to do some styles, but leave educate alone, but put it on these last three. That's all that means. I know it looks kind of scary, but that's all it means, guys. And this is one of those things you're not going to use too often. It's just one of those things that is going to come up in this particular project. So don't let that scare you. You don't have to memorize this stuff. Whenever you come across a design like this, again, you have AI today. You have the advantages. A lot of us developers 10 years ago had no idea how to figure this stuff out with, on our own. It was a lot harder. So just be grateful for what you have. You don't got to memorize any of this stuff, but you should know the basics. So let's say border left, which is what we're going to put on them. And we're going to say 1 pixel solid. And we're going to give it that off gray color of hashtag D5E1EB. So let's look what we have here. And there it is. Okay. So we have our little dividers there. You can even make them like 2 pixels thick. I think 1 pixel's not enough. They look a little thicker in the design. Let's say 2 pixels and save and see what that looks like. Yeah, that looks more like it. So we'll do it like that for our dividers. Now let's do the images themselves, which is our icons. So we'll go down. And did we put a class on there? We didn't. So it's fine. We'll just say mission box image to select all the images in there. And it'll be good for you guys to see other ways to select stuff. You don't have to put classes on anything. You could just do it this way. We'll say, hey, mission box, all the image tags in the mission box do the following instead of putting a class on each image. So we'll do width, 55 pixels. Height, 55 pixels. Object fit is going to be contained so that it keeps it nice as possible. And that might be too big. They're getting a little blurry. Let's do 45 by 45. Our images are really small, so if we stretch them out too much, they're going to look ugly. So we'll just do 45 by 45. I don't want them too big. And then we'll say margin bottom 10 pixels. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, looks pretty good. Almost done, guys. So let's do, what do we got now? I guess we'll do the header. We'll go down in order. So what do we got? Mission box header. Select that. Paste it in there. Say dot mission box header. And we'll give it that dark blue color. And then we're going to say font size 20 pixels. And we'll say margin bottom 8 pixels. Okay, so that gives it more separation for our headers. And then the last thing we're going to do is the paragraphs, which is mission P. Select that. They all have that same class on there. Say mission P. We're going to say font size 14 pixels. Max width. We're going to give them a max width so that they don't stretch too far on bigger screens. So we're going to say max width 220 pixels. We want to keep them nice and stacked. We're going to say margin auto to make sure they always stay centered. And then we're going to give them a line height of about 1.4 to make them readable but not too spaced out. So that's good. And we might just want to leave the line height as, well, let's look at our design. Because I know we have a line height on all paragraphs by default of 1.7, which is like, or what did we say? 1.5. So we'll just keep it default. We don't have to have a line height on there. So let's get that rid of. I don't need that. Keep it default. And that's pretty much our boxes, guys. So let's just go do the mobile styles really quick, and then we'll just copy paste our content images for each box, because right now they're all the same, just so we could build it out. We just copy paste it, but we'll actually change the HTML for them. What we'll do for the mobile styles is we'll go down to 768, and we're just gonna have to really change like one or a couple things here. So let's grab mission boxes, and mission box is mainly what we're gonna want to be changing. So let's take this, go down to our 768 and below, which is pretty much all we're really doing for this design. Very simple design. So we're going to change this from repeat for 1FR to repeat to 1FR. We're going to let them stack as columns of 2, like that, on smaller screens. And that should look pretty good. We'll test it on mobile. We might want to go down to 1 on smaller screens. We probably will. But for now, let's do 2 1FR like that. And it's all you have to do, guys. And now it's stacking it. But now we got to get rid of this border here. So to do that, we're going to say, let's go below. And we'll say, we're going to change the padding on this. We'll keep text align. We'll just delete that. The padding, we're just going to say 20 pixels all around on mobile to give it a little more room. And now this is killing us, so let's get rid of that. So let's just say, well, let's just get our mission box not first child thing. Let's grab this, copy paste it down. And this is going to change to border left none. We're just going to get rid of the border. Boom, because we don't need it on mobile. And then let's check this out on like smaller screens. So I'm going to right click and inspect, go to my developer tools. Looks pretty good. That actually looks good doing it that way. You know, that's an iPhone 5 or really small screen, which most phone screens today are that 375 pixels when you're landscape. So I think that looks pretty good. Keep it like that. Even at 360, it looks good. So let's just go ahead, and then of course it looks good on landscape and iPads. You know, you can throw an iPad in here. Looks good. Okay, very cool. So let's copy our HTML over really quick. So if we go to our HTML, let's bring up our mockup, and we'll just copy paste all the text that we need. So the next one, so the first one is this one, educate. The next one is inspire. So we'll say inspire, copy all this text down, paste that in there, and then we need the inspire icon image. So we'll say image, and we'll say inspire mission icon. Okay, so you can see that now. Boom. Okay, and then let's do conserve next. So go into the image folder. We'll say conserve. Heading's going to be conserve. Copy our text. I'll paste this in here. And then last is going to be connect. So we'll say connect. Get our connect image in here. We'll say connect. Mission icon. Okay, so that should be all of them. Let's get this, build a community, text. Kind of a cool website, right? Like the website copy looks legit. Everything looks pretty cool. Nice little first project here. Did we do, see, support for research, inspire. Okay, so I think that's everything. Let's just check. Inspire, educate, conserve, connect. So that's what it looks like. Does it look like our mock-up? Are we at least close? I think so. Yeah, that looks good. Looks good to me, boys and girls. So that's our mission section. Next, we just have to do this want to learn more or get involved area, and then the about page will be set to go. All right, guys. So the last part that we have to do here is going to be the want to learn more and get involved area. So let's do the HTML first. It's literally just going to be a heading, a paragraph, and a button. You know, and then we'll put a section on it, and then on that section, it's going to be this background image. So this is just a background image, right? So we'll get this background image in there, and yeah, it's going to be pretty quick here. It shouldn't be too long to get this. It looks really good, but it's really simple to make. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we have our mission end here. So let's go below that. And we'll have a new section. So we'll go section. And this will be called, let's see, let's call it Learn More. So just right here. Okay. So we'll say dot learn dash more. Okay. Say learn more start. Then we got learn more end. Some space here. And then we'll do in H2, say learn more header. And this says want to learn more or get involved. So let's just copy. I'm just going to copy and paste that in there. You can type it in. And then, of course, under it, we need our blue line. So let's just say dot blue line. And then below that, we're going to do a paragraph, and we'll give it the class of learn more P. Put the text in here. So copy that, paste it in there. And then we need our button. So we'll say, and I think we already have a button like this that's transparent on our home page. So we could probably just use, let me make sure. Let's go look at well, let's just look at the home page again, I guess. We need to look at the mock-up. Did we? Yes, we did. So right here, read the latest news. So let's go grab that. Let's go to our index.html. Again, this is how we save time. We don't want to code if we don't have to. So right here, shark info btn is the class. So let's just grab this whole thing, and we'll go to our about. Paste this in here, and then we'll just change where it goes and the text. Back to our about page. So it's there now. Get this back here. So contact us here to learn more. And the arrow. So let's do that. So let's change the button text to that. And then we'll say ampersand R A R R save. That'll get us the arrow. And there we go. Contact us to learn more. So that's it for the HTML, guys. Now let's get in. We can dive in and just do a couple CSS styles and get this thing all set. So let's go in, grab our learn more section here. So grab that, and we'll go to our CSS about page area. And now we're on learn more. So we'll say dot learn more. And we need to get our background image in there. I'm just going to copy and paste our background image from wherever we have it. So up here. So let's just grab this code, or this whole thing, I should say. And we'll go down here, because again, you don't want to rewrite. You want to rewrite as little code as possible, guys. So this is the real deal coding. I know when you're new, it's cool to like code from everything from scratch and want to do that, but trust me, that gets old fast. So we need our learn more image. So it's learn more bg.png is what I have it saved as. So we'll save that. And then we can see it here starting to come into focus. And then we're going to add some more styles to it. We're going to give this section a margin top of 30 pixels. Going to give everything padding in the box, because right now everything is, the text and everything is right up to the edge. So we'll say padding 45 pixels top and bottom, and then we'll say 40 pixels left and right. There we go. Already looking way better. We'll give this thing a minimum height so that it stays at least a certain height on all screens of like 280 pixels. So it gets a little bit taller. And then we'll say border radius 14 pixels. And then we're going to say color for all the text is going to be white. So we'll just do it all together. And then we're going to say for the text, we're going to keep it all in that left corner. So we're going to say display, flex, align items, And we're going to say flex start, which means keep it to the right. We're going to say justify content, center. And then we're going to, we don't want everything side by side, we want it stacked. So we're going to say flex direction, column, just like that, okay? So you might say, hey, that didn't do too much. Maybe it just centered it in the box. But did we need to do all that? Like, yeah, it's best practice because now instead of having it just stack here and adding padding to cram it in, now Flexbox is always going to keep it in this corner. And it's just a little bit more robust code to do that. Like, yeah, did we write some extra lines? Was it completely necessary? We could probably get away with not doing that, you know, because the stuff's going to be in the left corner by default. But I don't know. Still a good idea to do that. So next, let's do our learn more header. So we'll say learn more header. And for this, I'm going to say font size 32 pixels. Get a little bit bigger. And then say line height 1.2. And then let's grab our learn more P paragraph. And we'll say font size for this will be 16 pixels. It's kind of like a mini showcase area, right? And then we'll say max width on as far as the paragraph can do, 550 pixels. So that'll make the text stack a little bit nicer. And then let's get the button here. And we'll just add a little bit of styling there. Actually, I mean, it looks good as it is. I don't think I'm going to touch that. I think I'm good with the button. Does it look, I don't know if it looks exactly like the mock-up. No, it's got a blue border, but that's fine. I'm going to keep that as is because I don't really want to get into changing that code if I don't have to. So the only thing I do want to do is probably darken this up a little bit and maybe put a max width on the header too. And what we could do, guys, we could do some inline styles on this button just to take away the background. So we can go style, and again, this isn't like best practice, but just so we don't mess up the class for the other thing that we have, we can just say style border none inline, and then it'll not have that border. So that'll look closer to the mock-up. I mean, and that is a practical way that if there's really just one little element that you want to style, like you can still use inline styles. Like, you know, a lot of people say it's a terrible idea, bad practice, but hey, in this case, it's, you know, it's going to make our life a lot easier. So let's darken this background though, for the shark background a little bit. I'm going to say instead of 0.35, I'm going to say 0.25, 0.25. And I'm going to change the linear gradient to a darker color. I'm going to say 2, 44, 88. And then same thing, 2, 44. Oops, actually, let's make this bigger here. So 2, 44, 88. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that looks good because we don't want, it's not super dark on there. I'm gonna keep it just like that. Let's see the heading though. Should that be stacked? No, it shouldn't. Okay, so actually, yeah, I mean, this looks pretty close to the mock-up. I mean, it's good enough for me. What do you guys think? You can tweak it if you want. Again, this is your time, guys. Like, pause the video, go in and tweak stuff on your own, break stuff. That's how you really learn, is by kind of experimenting on your own. Now for mobile, if we get it down to mobile screens, we're going to need to do a little bit here probably. I mean, honestly, it looks pretty good though. You can probably tweak a few things, but it's still I mean, is it still readable? I don't even know if we have to do anything here. As long as it's readable and it looks okay. Like, we might just not even touch this right now. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it looks fine. We could probably darken it up, but it's still readable. Let's see. iPhone 10. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to really touch this too much on mobile, guys. Again, go in and touch it if you want, okay? You guys know how to do this stuff. If you're still in the video, you know the basics. Go in there, tweak some widths if you want. Maybe make the background image a little bit darker if you want. I mean, we could do this. We could do a heavier overlay on mobile. So we could do, and we could just do the heavier overlay altogether. So we could say like point. See if we did 0.65 and just darken it up. That's really good. And then we can just keep that for desktop. Make it a little darker. I think that's better overall. So let's just do that. I'm just going to go with that. And then this is pretty much already mobile responsive. Whoops. Yeah. So desktop, down to mobile, very readable, very cool. So I'm going to call this section done, and I'm going to call the about page done. So that's going to be it. Next up, we'll do the blog page. All right, guys, so let's do our blog page now. And let's look at the mock-up for it here. So this is actually probably the simplest page. I mean, we're almost done. We got this page one and then the contact page. This is like the easiest page of them all. We're just going to have the showcase here with this nice big showcase image. And then we're going to have 3 identical, simple blog style previews with read more buttons. That's it. We're going to have a nice go back to the home page button and then the footer, which we already have. So very simple here. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll copy and paste over everything from another page so that we at least have the showcase area and the footer present in our nav bar, because right now our page is just empty. So let's do that first, and then we'll work on this showcase. So I'm just going to take, let's just take the about page that we just made. Let's just copy and paste all the code on here. Just say copy, because we really don't need any of the page from that. Any of the code from the HTML only it's pretty much obsolete. We don't really need to save any of it. So just paste that in there. And now we're on the blog page, but it looks like the about page, but we are on blog.html. And now what we'll do is we will get rid of what we don't want. So we're going to keep the showcase in the nav. We're going to get rid of all of this stuff here, pretty much down to the footer. We got the learn more area, the mission area. So let's get rid of all of that. And then we should just have, let's see, what's this div? I don't think we need this div here either. Yeah, get rid of that. Just make sure. And then let's see, we do need the container. So I think that's what that closing div was. I think we accidentally erased it. So let's say div.container. Put it down here above main. Everything, remember, we have that container class to keep everything with some padding on the sides. And then let's go ahead and do the active class on blog for this page, because right now it's on about, and it looks like we're on the about page still. So let's go down here to our nav link, remove the active class from about, and put it on blog.html. Okay, so now the user can see they're on blog. And now mainly what we have to do, if we look at the mock-up, we just have to change the wording, and then let's see, there's no button here, so it says blog, some text, and the image that we have. That's kind of looks similar to this, but it's different. We're going to use this shark here. Let's see, about. So none of our other showcase images have the blue line here like this mock-up does, so I think we're just going to leave that out and just have the words. But let's go ahead and remember what we did with the other one. We're going to give this one an ID so we can change the background image on it. So let's go to the showcase area down here, and this ID is going to be blog BG so that we can have a unique image there. So remember, and it's just going to revert it back to the showcase image, because our showcase is our class that we put on index.html. So if we don't have that ID there to override the images, it'll just revert to the same image as the home page. That's why I did that. Let's get our image, and I named the image, guys. What did I name it? Blog Showcase. It's this one right here, blog showcase -bg. So we'll be adding that image in. So if we go to CSS, let's select our blog-bg, and let's go down, and we need to make a comment for our blog page too, above our, let's do it above the footer. So let's do that. Say blog, and then we'll say dot blog dash bg, and it should actually be not dot but the ID selector, so a hashtag. And then we'll grab the background image and paste it here. And then let's just say image, and we'll say blog showcase BG. And there it is. Okay. And it's a little bit darker. We can keep it that way, honestly. Like, whoops. And this image looks a little bit darker because we have the overlay on it, but that's fine. I want our text to pop, so I'm okay with that. And then what we'll do now, guys, is we'll just change the text on this. We can even bring it down. So what we can do, if we want to bring like where the text is going to appear, it's supposed to be like down more towards the middle. We could just use padding top for that and keep this really simple. We can say padding top like 40 pixels. And, oops, padding top. And that'll just bring the text down more. We can even do more. You could do like 55. Oops, not 550. Okay? Just to bring that text down a little bit more so it looks more like the mock-up, because the mock-up text is more centered. And then we got to get the text in here that we actually want. So pull up the mock-up. So we'll change this to blog. And then we'll change this to all of this here. Boom. Okay, so then we have the blog text, and then if we go mobile, it should already be mobile responsive. So on mobile responsive, we got to fix the padding because now it's going to be, our text is going to be too low. So let's just grab blog BG, because remember, like all the other showcase stuff is going to be inherited from the showcase class. So it should already be mobile responsive for the most part. So if we just go down here, and so let's change our padding here so that there's some. So let's change our padding so our text isn't being all pushed down now. So let's just go padding, and we'll say 30 pixels top and bottom, 0 pixels left and right, and that'll bring it up more. At least give us some padding on the bottom for mobile. Okay, so our text is still centered, and then let's just check this on like all mobile devices now, or not all, but you know, like some. So this is a Pixel 2. Okay, iPhone 5, 6, 7. Looks fine. Galaxy S5. Okay. Looking good about iPad. We can give the text like a max width too for the paragraph. Again, we could go in here and do styles on it. We could just say style because we don't want to mess up everything. We just say max width 300 pixels, and that'll stack it. So let's see what that did. That looks better. And I might only want to do that. We might want to make that bigger. So if we do max width 500, so it doesn't stack super hardcore. But then it still looks good on smaller screens. Because it's stacking here. I mean, it's stacking pretty, maybe 400. There we go. It looks closer to it. So we'll say 400. Final answer. Again, it's just one of those tiny little nitpick little tweaks that we can do to make it look better on all devices. Let's see. iPad mini. Okay. And these are just all the smartphones out there, but it looks good. It looks fine. It looks mobile responsive. Pretty much everywhere we go. Again, guys, I encourage you, go in here, go to your media queries, mess with it, mess with the width. This is how you learn stuff. Okay, you got to mess with it on your own too. So that'll be it for the showcase area. Next up, we're gonna make these 3 little blog areas. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and set up the HTML now for our little blog preview areas. So what we'll do here is, it looks like, so each one of these has a white background, and then the body looks like it's going to be that gray again. So we might want to change that. Got a class of about body on here. Let's take the about body class off. I think it'll go to gray after that because we said body gray. Yeah, so it just went to that little gray. Very subtle, but now it went to that gray background that we had. And then that'll make our little blog areas pop with that white background on top of it with the box shadow that we're about to add. So that'll be that. And then these are really, I believe this is the same that we did on the home page actually. Let's go to our home page, and yeah, it's basically this, guys. It's basically literally this thing on our home page. So I'm wondering if we could just copy paste these three things over and have that be our blog area. Pretty sure we could. So let's do that. I just noticed that like live on the video. I'm like, oh, that looks really familiar. It's from the homepage. So let's try that. Let's see how it looks, and then maybe add some styles just to change a few things if we have to. We'll have to change the arrow. There's an arrow on the button, and is the button here? Oh, the button here is transparent, so just add the arrow, change the text. So what do we call that on the homepage? Is that shark info? That showcase shark info area. Then there was a class, so we don't really need that, but maybe just the, yeah, it's this whole div. Let's copy that and bring it over here to our blog page. But before we paste anything, let's go down here, and this is going to be the blog preview, we'll call it. So let's set up some comments. Say blog preview start. And then we'll say blog preview end. And then we'll go section. And we'll say dot blog preview. And in there we'll put this and see what that gets us. Go back to blog. Yeah, look at that, guys. So it's exactly what we want. Probably just make the width on this less, because it's going all the way across, but we can fix that. We'll fix that. I wonder why it's doing that. Do we not have our container in here? There's that. Oh, it's because our div class container is not where it should be. So this needs to be brought up here underneath main, I believe. There we go. Now we have our container. Oh, did we mess up our design though? Yep, we did. Hang on. Don't want it to be there. Don't want it to be above the showcase. My fault. So we want it to be below the showcase. So right here. Boom. And that should fix it. There we go. That's exactly what we want. Okay. So we can copy that down 2 more times. 1, 2. Oh, whoops, that's the showcase. Sorry. Keep doing that, guys. Jeez Louise. Here we go. Blog preview. Let's do 2 more. 1, 2. Boom. Look at that. And then what we need to do is add, actually, before we copy them down, let's go back to just 1, because we need to add the arrow thing, the ARR ampersand thing. So let's do that here. We'll say and RARR. There we go. And now let's look at the mock-up. I think that's it. That's like the only difference, really. Yeah, because the blue line is there. Everything is where it needs to be. So let's look at this again. Yep, this is exactly right. Okay, so now let's do that again. Shark info. Down, down. Save. Cool. And those should just stack. I mean, we could do flex direction. We can do Flexbox and flex direction if we want on this thing to make sure that they always stack. But let's add some CSS. So all of our boxes in the section itself are all scrunched together. So let's give them some margin. And if you remember, we made that M2 class, where whatever has the M2 class will get that top margin of 25 pixels. So we could just add that to these, areas here as we need to. So for the blog preview section itself, it's right up against the showcase. So let's go M-2, save. There we go. Perfect. And again, guys, this is why we make these little utility classes, because look how easy that is. Because again, we copy pasted the shark info area. So like it's good, but at the same time now, if we change styles on the shark info area itself, it'll affect our home page, which we don't want. So that's where these utility classes really, really come into play. So let's do it on this one, M-2. And then we'll go down, say M-2. And I think that's it. Yeah, so now everything has the separation, and our shark, since we use the shark info stuff with that class on it, this is already going to stack mobile responsive. So we don't got to, everything is basically already set, which is really nice. Let's see, what else do we have to do? I guess we'll copy paste and put the real images in here that are supposed to be in here next. So let's do that. Let's just see what they are. So what do we got? We got this one. So let's go up here. It's all these sharks swimming together. So let's see, what image would that be? Blog 1. So it's probably going to be blog 1, 2, and 3 is what I named the images, so which would make sense. So image, blog image 1. There it is. And then we'll get the heading and paragraph in here. Get this in here. And then so let's make sure that's in there. And I know these aren't great white sharks, guys. At least I don't think they're. These are different kind of sharks. But again, we're just making a fictional website, right? This one's already in there, so let's just do the text. So we'll go down to, let's use that blog 1. This will be this header here. Sharks like to hunt at night. I don't even know if any of that's true, by the way, guys. If it is, leave a comment if you like sharks. I don't know. Just made a bunch of this text up when we did the HTML stuff. All right, and then visit our shark exhibit is the next one. So I'm guessing that's going to be blog 3. Yeah. So we'll do blog 3 for the image. Image, blog 3. There we go. Grab this header. Boom. Grab this text. Bam. Okay. All right. So there we are. What do we have to do? There's one more thing. I think we have to make that button on the bottom, and that's it. Go back to homepage button with that arrow. So who's got that blue button? Is it the homepage? It's this one. So let's copy that from the home showcase page. Just change the content in there. So what did we call this one? Showcase BTN. Okay. So let's just copy that and put it right here on the bottom above the header or the footer. There it is. And then let's do this. I think it says back to home. Go back to home page. So let's delete this. Say go back to home page. And then we need to center this, guys. And we already have showcase button on here. So what we'll do is we can wrap this in a div just to give it more control over it. So we can say class go back BTN. Wrap it in this div so that now we can control it within the div. Because we don't want to, there's styles here that are already going to keep it to the left, so we don't want to mess with that, else it's going to mess up our showcase button as a whole. So let's go to style showcase, all the way down to our blog page, go back BTN, text align center, and that'll center it. That's like a little hack you can use to center stuff. And let's see, it's pretty much it, guys. So. And then that should be, let's see, the button. I think there's a max width on there, so it should be mobile responsive. Yeah, it looks fine. Let's see. I mean, we can even add more margin top of like another 15 pixels just to bring it down more. There we go. But yeah, it's responsive. Go back to home page. And yeah, so that's our blog page right now. Make this bigger. That would be like a regular iPad. Yeah, the regular iPads, you know, again, you could tweak the image width so that it goes across more. I don't know, maybe we'll fix that in our final tweak. We'll do like a final tweaks video at the end and maybe fix a few things. But again, I really want you guys to pause it and see if you can figure that stuff out. Like, how can I make this? You know, I've shown you all the basics. Again, this is where the real learning happens, guys. When you just look at something without me holding your hand or anybody else, and you try to fix it on your own. Okay, but let's go ahead and we'll move on to what do we got next? The last one, the contact page. So we'll move on now. We'll move on to our contact page. We'll build that out, and then we will be done, and we'll have a really nice looking website. All right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and build the contact page now. So what we'll do first, we'll copy over probably like the about page. We'll delete everything, but we'll keep the showcase, the header, and the footer. And then we'll go ahead and get our showcase situated by putting an ID on our showcase like we've been doing for contact, changing the background image and the content. So we'll do all that first. So let's see, let's just grab I'll grab the blog page here and I'll just paste it over here for our contact page. Then I'm going to take, let's see here. We're going to keep the showcase. So let's make so we don't mess this up. Our showcase ends here. So let's put showcase end. I don't know why. I thought I had that before, but it's not here. And then we're going to take everything. There's the container class. So everything in between here is going to be deleted. And then this should be our contact page now. So there it is now. We're on contact.html. Now let's move our class over for the active. That. And then let's say put it on contact. Whoa. Hang on. Jeez Louise. Active. So let's just put this here so that our contact page is now the active link showing on contact. And then what we'll do here is we need to change this. So we need to put an ID on our showcase of contact BG. And then what we'll do is grab this, go to our CSS, and we'll make our contact comment here. Say contact page, and then let's paste contact BG in here. And change the background image. So let's just grab this. Put it in here. And then we're going to change our image again in the URL. So we'll say image. And we're going to do contact showcase PNG and save. Okay, so there's our contact image. We can brighten it up. Let's make this like 0.45 on the end of our gradient. There we go. And we could even do lighter, 0.35. We don't need it to be so dark. There we go. I like that. Looks really good. And then we can just change our text. And then let's center the text in here, but we'll keep it over here, but we'll use Flexbox for this. And we use padding on the blog page, but I'll show you how to do it a more robust way with display flex. So we'll just say display, say display flex, align items center, and then we can say justify content flex start, which means all the way to the start, which is the left. This is the start. This would be flex end over here. So it centers the text more. Okay. And then let's do the actual content. So let's pull up this and fill in what it's supposed to say here. So for the showcase H1, this should say contact us. And then we have 2 paragraphs for this. So we'll grab this first one and put it here. And this max width 400, where I'm going to take, I'll put 600 just to make it stack more, or we can do 500. And then we'll just copy this paragraph down, put our next text in here. Copy. So there's our contact us showcase. I think it should look pretty good here. Let's see, for mobile. For mobile, we're going to have to add some, like, probably padding on the bottom. So let's do that. So let's grab this. Go down to mobile. And we can do... we're going to keep all that so we don't need it twice. We'll say padding bottom 40 pixels maybe. There we go. So it'll have a nice amount of room there on mobile on the bottom, the text will. And then let's just see what this looks like now on a few devices. So probably make this darker on mobile. So let's do that. Make our overlay darker. So we should actually bring this back. So we'll go back to padding. Padding bottom, what did we say? 30 pixels. And then keep all the flex stuff. But we're going to say 0.65 again, since now the text is going to be right over it. Oops. Let's make sure we look at this here. Yeah, this should say 0.65 for mobile, so it'll be darker. You can read the text better. And then for the text, we should probably change the max width of it. Let's see. What can we do for this? We could say... we could just give this an ID of contact P to override some of the class stuff that we don't want. So let's just do that. Let's just say contact dash P. And now we can go here from mobile and say hashtag contact P. And then let's say width 90%. See what that does. So it'll scrunch it up a little bit more. Say width 80%. I think maybe 85. There we go. We can just we'll just keep it like that. We'll say width 85% for mobile, for the text. So it looks better on mobile now. We got some padding on the bottom. Let's check some other devices though. Looks good there. Looks good there. Okay. iPad. Yeah, so that looks good, guys. So that'll be our mobile showcase. And we'll go ahead and move on to the next areas now. All right, guys, so let's go ahead now and we're going to do we'll do the HTML for the rest of the page here. Well, for at least this contact section here. So we're going to have two different divs. Well, we're going to have like a div with the form in it, and then another one with, like, we'll call the div like sidebar, and then we'll use Flexbox or Grid to put them side by side with CSS. But we need to get the raw HTML down first, so let's do that. So let's go in our container class here, and we'll say contact form start. And then before that, though, we're going to actually, this is all going to be in one section. So we'll call this contact section. Say contact section start. And then we'll say contact section end. Because we have to have both of these in like one wrapping container div and one div, right? So that we can use Flexbox or Grid to put these the sidebar and the form side by side eventually. So we have to kind of like group them nest them within the same div. So that's going to be our section. That's going to be contact. So we'll say section, say class, contact. We'll call it what? Contact area, or we can just call it contact, honestly. And then we'll say, delete that for now. And we'll say, let's see, so we'll just go back and forth. So first we're going to have the contact form area. So we can just do, we'll just do form, the form tag. And we're not going to need an action because this isn't going to be a real full stack application. So let's get rid of the action and we'll just give the form a class of contact form. And then, so first we have like an H2 here and an icon, so we'll put that. But before, since this isn't really going to be part of the actual form, we might want to keep this separate. So maybe let's go above the form and say, we can just have a div called send us a message. And then we'll have an icon and send us a message here. So we'll do a div of message header because we're going to have to use Flex to put the icon and the header next to each other. So it's got to be in another box. And then we can do image and give it a class of send message icon. And then we'll do image, and we should have that. We've already used that before. It should be under like envelope, right here, envelope icon, which there it is. And is that, I don't know if that's the exact one that we used. No, it's not, but we're going to use it because I'm not going to get a whole other icon for that. So I'm just going to use that one. I'm not going to have alt text because it's just for decoration. And then next to it, we'll have an H2, we'll say. That is, and we'll give it contact. We'll say send. We'll say class send message header. And then we'll just say send us a message. Okay. And then below here, it's going to be the paragraph. So we'll do p, say dot send message p, and then we'll copy paste this. Okay. Send us a message. So there we go. So we have our text, and now let's do below that. Now we can do the actual form, and we'll wrap that in the form tag that we have here. So form, contact form, and this is where we're going to put our labels and our inputs. So let's do what we'll do here, guys, because form inputs are inline. So what I usually do when I do forms is I wrap every input within a div, and I just give it a generic class of like form control, so we can have total control over the like how the form inputs are on different screen sizes. So I'll do dot form control, and then I'll say label for, we'll say for first name, and then we'll say first name, and then we'll do the input itself. So we'll say input type is going to be text, and then we'll have a placeholder. It says enter your first name, so we'll add that placeholder text. So enter your first name. Okay. And then you can copy this down, and we'll do last name. So we'll say for last name. And then we'll say a last name for the label. And then this text is going to be enter your last name. So we can see here where, all the labels and everything are doing their thing here. And then let's copy down this again. And we'll say this is going to be for email. So form control, we're going to say for email. Put email here. And then we'll say enter your email address and the placeholder text. Okay. First name, last name, enter your email address. And now, what else? The text area. Yep, so then we'll copy this down. And then this label is going to be for the message. And then the label is going to say subject/message. So we'll say subject/message. Okay. And then we'll say placeholder. Or no, sorry, we need to change this to a text area. So let's do, it's not an input, it's going to be called text area. And we'll say the name will be message, the ID can be message, and then we can just put in here, or we can do placeholder, I think, again. I think it'll take placeholder text. Yeah, it will. So let's do placeholder. Type your message here. So type your message here. Okay, so there it is. Type your message here. So that's pretty much the HTML for the form. Oh, we still need to use the submit message button. Blech. So let's go down here. Say dot form control. And then this is going to be an input. The type is going to be submit. And the value is going to be submit message. Oops, that did not come out right. And then the value, which is going to be the text for the input, is going to be submit message. There we go, got a little submit button there. Okay. So there's that. So that's all the HTML for the form. And now we need to make the HTML. So we're in the contact section, right? So now the form is complete. What we need to do is actually wrap this whole thing in another container of form container. So we'll say form container. Because if we don't, when we try to use Flexbox, it's going to try to put the send message and everything side by side as well. We don't want that. So we'll say form container. And it's going to be above there. It's going to wrap around this whole area. So that's everything for the form now. So you'll see when we put stuff side by side. And then we'll go down and we're going to do, let's see what we got to do now. This area here. So this other area we'll call the sidebar. We'll say contact sidebar. So let's do dot contact sidebar container. And then let's build this thing. So this is the contact sidebar. So it's got image and then it's got text and it's got, if we zoom in a little bit here, it's got like bottom border between each thing of dotted or dashed. So that's bottom border. So we'll do that too. But that'll be the CSS. So let's go here. Let's zoom back out. So the first thing is going to be the shark image. So we can just say image dot side contact sidebar image. And then let's see, do we have, so let's go in our image folder and this is going to be contact sidebar shark.png. So there it is. Of course, we'll make it smaller in just a second. So first we've got the image and then we've got this little section area here. So pretty much all these sections are going to be their own separate divs so that we can put that border on them to make that dotted thing. So I'll just say, we'll just make like a generic section here. I'll say dot sidebar divider. And then this one has, let's see, it's got this, whatever this is, like a, it's kind of like a, what is it, like one of those little things that you throw in, like a lifesaver or something maybe? I don't know what that's supposed to be. We got that, we got a clock, we got an envelope, and a heart. So let's go ahead and we'll get these here added. So first we'll have our image here, and the first one's like that little, you can zoom in on this a little bit, little like lifesaver thing. So we'll say image source, and it's going to be contact lifesaver, and then next to it will be the text or the header of, this will be like an H3, and we'll give all of these a class of contact sidebar header. And this one is we're here to help. Okay. And then, so this is also going to have to go in another thing, because these have to be side by side. So, and then, well, after this, let's do the blue line. We'll say dot blue line. So it should, yeah, there we go. Okay, so the blue line is there. Say dot blue line, we're here to help. We're going to put this in, say, sidebar, divider, header, container. Again, so that we can eventually put these side by side. Lots of divs, guys. Lots of divs. That's basically like once everything starts clicking in your head for HTML and CSS, you get to the point where you eventually realize if you want to put stuff side by side or have the most control over a section, like you're just gonna have to have more divs. Like that's just the way it is. So there we go. Boom. So we have sidebar divider, header container, so that we can eventually just put these two things side by side. So if we go below that into the sidebar divider itself, so right there, we can put our paragraphs. We can say sidebar, sidebar P. Put the text in here, and we really only need to do this once, guys, because all of the rest of them have the same design. So we can just copy paste down and fill in the content. Okay. So there we go. You can see how it's going to be. Like these are going to be flexed side by side, and the paragraph's going to be on the bottom. And then what's the next one? So we have 1, 2, 3 more of those areas to go. So let's do, what do we got? Contact sidebar container. So I think this image has to go in our header divider. Wait. Oh no, that was for the shark. My bad. But let's see, sidebar divider. No, this is separate from them, so that's fine. So it's going to be image. So we need, that's there. So no, we should be good with this configuration. So let's go ahead and just copy this down 1, 2, 3 times. And then we'll just we'll fill in what we need. I guess we could do that now. Might as well do all that now. So let's see, go up here, sidebar P. So our first sidebar divider is the lightsaber. The second one is the clock. So image, contact clock. And then the header for this is response time. And then this text here, we aim to respond within 2 business days. So let's put that in here. Okay. The next one is going to be what? The envelope. So this will be image, envelope icon. Check your spam folder. There, and then our replies may sometimes land in your spam folder. So let's do this. And then last is the heart one. So image, contact heart, and thanks for reaching out. It's going to be our header. Boom. Your support helps us protect sharks and our oceans. So that should be all the HTML that we need for this little contact form area in the sidebar. So we'll go ahead and add our CSS and style that up now. Alright guys, so let's go ahead now and add our CSS. So we'll start from the top as always and work our way down as things appear on the page. So first let's grab contact. And you know, the very first thing we might want to do is make these icons not so huge, because damn, that's kind of going to break our whole page and make it really hard to see the styles. So let's actually take care of that first. So the first one is this envelope and send message icon. Let's grab that first. And then we got to make a comment too for the, all right, no, we already have the contact. Yeah, we do. Okay, so let's go down here, say dots, send message icon, say width 48 pixels, height 48 pixels. Is that for all of them? No, it's just for that one. Okay, so we'll just do that. And then what did we put the class on for the other ones? So then it's sidebar, contact sidebar image is the class. I don't think we put it on the other ones. Let's add it to all of them so we can control them all. It's okay. Sometimes you miss HTML, and you know, again, some of you guys, a lot of you guys are really smart that are watching this, and you're smarter than me, and you probably caught the mistake and put the class on all of them too. So there's always that. All right, so let's grab this. And let's do the same. Width 48, height 48. Just so we can, now we gotta put on one more. Oh, that was for the shark. Oops. So it's actually, we should actually make it icon. Sorry. We should make it contact sidebar icon. That's okay, let's just do that. We'll just copy this here. We'll just change the last word to icon. Okay. And then we'll go dash icon. There we go. So then we have contact sidebar icon class should be on all of those little icon images. So let's just make sure we re-add the class again the right way. So just go on this one, this one, this one. Okay. And then we'll leave this image big for now, I guess. I mean, we could change it. So let's just grab the shark really quick. So what is it? Contact sidebar image is the one now. And I do this a lot, guys. Whenever I have images, like the first thing I do is I usually get them under control so that, again, we can actually see what the hell we're doing here without the image taking up the whole page by default. And it's also good practice to bring these images in at a dimension that they're actually going to be on the website to save file space and everything. We're not really doing all that on this project because I just want to teach you guys CSS. But there is more best practices out there for images. Again, I get into all of that a lot, and I think I have another video on YouTube that just discusses that, but we really get into all the nitty-gritty and how to make like complete production websites from start to finish, including compressing images and everything, and the prompt build ship, the course bundle that I have. So if you really want like the deep nitty-gritty and you want to start building projects with me that are more simple to start out than this one, that's really for you guys, and along with wanting to learn coding from scratch, but also how to use AI effectively, that bundle teaches all of that in great detail, which you need both of those in the modern age, guys. Everybody uses AI. So contact sidebar image is going to be width 100%. It's going to be height 210 pixels. We're going to say display block. We're going to say object fit cover. And we'll say object position center. And we're going to give it a border radius of, 14 pixels, just like everything else. And we'll say margin bottom, we'll go 12 pixels because that's what we'll need. And again, this is also going to it'll resize again when we put them side by side. So right now we have width 100%, but it's eventually going to be 100% of when we put them side by side. So it's going to shrink up into like a square. All right, so there. Now our images aren't messing up the whole thing. Let's do what we want to do for real and start from the top. So let's go grab contact, which is the name of our whole section. And we'll say dot contact. Remember, now we're going to put this below contact BG because that's for the showcase, but above this other stuff because this is like the whole section container, right? Want to go in order that the stuff appears on the page. So let's do display grid, and then we're going to say grid template columns, and we'll say 1.65 FR, 1 FR. So in other words, make this one like 65. The form is going to be like 65% bigger than, it's going to take up 65% of the page, and the sidebar will take up the rest. The whatever's left, like 45%. I'm terrible at math. 35%. All right, so like 65%, and then you take up the rest. I'm too tired, guys. It's like early morning. I'm too tired to think about math. So we'll do that, and boom. There's our sidebar. There's that using grid, okay? So grid is really cool. I mean, I like Flexbox a lot, but honestly, like grid is a little bit more functional, probably. I don't know. I use Flexbox a lot because when I first learned coding, Flexbox was accepted by like all browsers, and Grid was still this new thing that only a certain amount of browsers would actually let you use for compatibility. So like sometimes my brain goes back to the like years and years ago when I learned, and I always use Flexbox. But honestly, guys, like Grid is probably your friend most of the time nowadays. But like I said, you can do with both. We could use Flexbox and do the same thing with different syntax. Now we need to give them some padding though between each other. So we'll, again, remember that's gap when you're using Grid or Flexbox. It's just called gap. So 25 pixels. That'll just move them over. They'll just move this over a little bit. We'll say align items stretch, and then we're gonna say margin top because now it's right up to the top of our showcase. We'll say 35 pixels, and that just brought it down. Okay. Let's see if that's accurate. Yep, 35 pixels good enough. So we'll stick with that for now. And then let's continue on. So now we're building out the form area. And then, so the text up here first. And then we're styling the form itself. So let's do the text up here first. So let's grab the form container itself, which is containing the whole rest of the, like basically the content for the form. So it's like form container is basically cutting this off into a box, okay? The contact form area. So we'll say dot form container, and we're going to give it a background color of white. There we go. I'm going to say border radius 14 pixels, padding 28 pixels, 30 pixels, and then we're going to do the same box shadow that we did on the other stuff. So I'm just going to copy it over here. I already have it in my clipboard over here on my other screen, but you can copy it down, or it's the same box shadow that we've been put on the homepage stuff. So you can go copy it from there, pause the video and write it. Again, I don't ever do box shadow from scratch. I told you guys, I showed you that tool in the beginning of the video. Because I don't remember, it's just too much of a pain to do from scratch. So let's move on, but we do have a little bit of shadow now, as you can see. Let's move on to the message header part, which is this icon and send us a message. So let's go down to grab message header, and it just contains the image and the header. That's all that's in this little area, but now we can flex them and put them side by side like the mock-up. So again, we're using Flexbox and Grid. A lot of people usually say like, oh, I only use Flexbox or I only like to use Grid. And it's like, no, like different use cases. One's, sometimes simpler than the other. Usually for this guy, it's just to settle the argument. Grid is good if you're trying to make like the layout of a page. Flexbox is good if you're trying to go within like one of the containers and just put something side by side really easily. Okay, that's a good way to. That's like a good rule to follow. So let's go display, flex, align items, center, say gap, 16 pixels. And then, so now they're side by side. Let's see, you got the send message, header. We already did the icon, right? Send message icon. So let's get this contact sidebar image down here with the contact icon. And then this needs to go here. So we're going to do send message header now. All right, so let's do color. This is for we're doing the header now. Send us a message header. So let's do our dark blue that we've been doing for all the headers. Let's do font size, 28 pixels. And let's do line height, 1.2. And then we'll do let's see what's next. I think it's send message P. Yep. Let's grab this. And you know what, guys? Like, this is the most from scratch coding I've done in a while. And goddamn, it's fun. You get so caught up in this AI, and sometimes just breaking down a design from completely just from scratch like the old days. You need to do it at least once a week, I think, once every 2 weeks, just to keep the skills, because AI writing all your code, you're gonna if you don't use it, you lose it, man. So let's see, we're gonna do, I think for the color, we're just gonna keep it. I don't think we're gonna do a color for that. We'll do font size though, 14 pixels, and then we're gonna do, we'll give it a max width to start of 550 pixels, just to make it a little more robust on different screen sizes. We'll say margin top, 8 pixels to push it down a little bit. And then we can do, see, is there some margin on the side of that, on the mock-up? There is. So right now it's just lined up with the envelope, but it should be pushed a little bit. So we could do that. We could say margin left with, I don't know, 64 pixels maybe. Oh, nailed it. Nailed it. First try. Pretty good for the eye. That's an experienced little developer eye right there. First try. All right, so now let's get into what's next, the contact form itself, which is our actual input. So remember, this top part was just the header part, right? How much CSS have we written? 791 lines. Jeez Louise. Yeah, it's very common, guys, to write. And if you build any of the like I have build Airbnb with me on this channel. I have build Netflix with me on this channel. Build the Microsoft homepage on this channel where we do it from scratch as well. Those are a little bit more trickier designs, but you can check those videos out. And in those ones, man, we do, I think, 2,000 plus lines of CSS. It's crazy, but time flies when you're having fun, right? All right, so let's do send message P, send message icon. So let's go below here. We're going to do the form itself now. So we're going to do .contact form, display grid, grid template columns, I'll say 2, 1 FR, and then we'll give it, so save. And what that's doing is it's putting it side by side right now. For now, so first name, last name, email that. So, and then we'll change it so stuff stacks as well. So we're going to start with grid like that. Let's give it some padding. So we'll say gap. Oops. We'll say gap. 20 pixels top and bottom, 18 pixels left and right. And again, gap is basically just padding, guys. That's all it is. Okay, so it's just going to spread stuff out. And then let's bring it down a little bit. We'll say margin top 30 pixels. So we got to make a couple things full width in our grid. As you can see, these are going to be side by side, but then the email, the text area, submit button kind of stack. So let's try this. Let's select the contact form. So .contact form, and then we'll say, remember our divs on each, we have divs wrapping each input called form control. So we'll say .form control, okay? And then we'll say, sorry if you guys hear the dogs in the back, they're fighting in the backyard. My dogs are playing with each other. We'll do nth child, and so remember children hierarchy, we talked about this before. So we're going for in our form, this would be child 1, child element 2. These are 2 inputs. This would be 3, 4, and 5. So we're going to do nth child 3, and then this is how you select multiple children and elements at the same time, is you just put a comma and then you can go to the next line to make it look neat. And then let's just copy this. We want 3, 4, and 5. And the last one doesn't get the comma. So you could do it this way. We could have put, IDs on all of these as well. Like we've been doing for if we really want to, we could have just put an ID on email, the text area, and the submit button that we've made to select them. But this is just another way to do it called nth child, and it's just 3, 4, and 5. Again, you do not have to memorize this stuff, and it's completely up to how you want to do stuff. I'm just showing you different ways to do it. So what we could do is say grid, grid column 1/-1 and save. And then now these two are going to stay like this, but since we selected 3, 4, and 5, they're stacking now. That's basically what we did. And then let me see. Yeah. And then we'll fix the subject message label has to go on top of here. Eventually we'll fix that. For the form control itself, so let's grab the form control div itself. And again, this might be getting a little complex, but again, there's a million ways to do this. I'm just showing you one way. There's tons of different ways you can achieve the same layout. Whatever makes the most sense to your brain as you become a more experienced developer, you do you, and you'll be fine. You don't have to do exactly how I'm doing, guys. With CSS, with programming, when you get into JavaScript or PHP and stuff, there's 30,000 different ways to achieve the same thing. Maybe not that many, but there's multiple ways to achieve the same thing no matter what you're trying to do, like programmatically or CSS wise. There's not one answer for everything. It's just different people's brains work differently, and that's why their code looks different but achieves the same thing. So let's say display flex. Let's say flex direction column. And now what that did is each div we did display flex direction column to make sure that our labels and inputs stack on top of each other in a column. So that just fixed all of that. Cool. Just think with Flexbox, by default, stuff goes side by side. If you want it to stack nice and neat and stay where it is, you just say flex direction column. Next, we got to do our labels. And I don't think we put a class on them, which is fine. We'll select it the other way. Yeah, there's no class. So let's just do .form control label. So that'll select all the labels that way. So let's do color. We'll give it the same color as our heading, so we'll do that dark blue. We'll say font size 15 pixels. Say font weight 700. Say margin bottom 9 pixels. So let's select our inputs in the text area. So again, I'm going to show you, rather than put a class on everything, I'm going to show you another way to select stuff just so you know that it's there, okay? Just so you know that it exists. We'll say dot form control. Oh, there goes my rooster. If you hear the rooster, sorry. He just woke up. Dot form control, and then we'll say input brackets type equals text. So this is another way to like select inputs that I actually do use when I style multiple inputs. I actually do use this type instead of putting a class and everything. I've always used input brackets type equals text, or if it was an email or whatever. That's a way of selecting and styling specific inputs, okay? And that only really works if you have multiple forms on a page. You pretty much have to give everything a class, but if you want to select every input, there's only one form on the page you're styling. That's the easiest way to do it. So we'll go input type text, and then again, we're also going to select dot form control, and then we want that. Remember, this isn't an input. This is called text area. Okay, so that selects that too. And then what we'll do is we'll say width, and that's going to be 100%. And we'll say border 1 pixel solid. And we'll say, let's give it a color of CBD 5E1. It gives it like a lighter colored border because I think that's what that's like a lighter gray border for everything. So that's why we made it that gray color. And I got this off, before I recorded this, I grabbed this color and just pulled it out of my butt. Just for time's sake, I'm just giving you the hex code. We're going to say outline. So when you click just to show you, when you click into forms on Google Chrome and other browsers, it automatically gives it that blue outline on the inputs. We don't want that default behavior, so for that we're going to say outline none. That's a very common thing when you're building forms. If you want the outline to not be there, remember that it's outline, okay? What do we need? Border radius. So we're going to give it a slight border radius of 7 pixels, I'll say, because we don't want it. We want them to be circular edges, but we're not going to do the full 14. That's overkill. What else? We could say padding 13 pixels top and bottom, 15 pixels left and right. That's going to make them fatter and more roomy. So that's good. I think that's pretty much all the styling we're going to put. Let's see, I think that looks pretty close. So, and again, this isn't going to go all the way across forever, so we'll fix that. But let's see, there's that. Where's our mock-up? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty close. Those are going all the way across. So again, we'll just fix the width on this in a second. But we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. So let's do... We could give our text height to our inputs to make sure that they always stay the same height. That would be a little bit more robust. So we could say, let's go down here, and we could say form control input type text. Let's just select them both again. And we could say, just make sure that the height is bare minimum going to be 48 pixels, no matter what. Because we gave it some padding, but it's good to also put a for sure height in there. And then we can do the same kind of a thing for the text area. So let's grab form control text area by themselves. And we can say minimum height of at least 190 pixels. And that'll always make our text box have some height on it instead of just being scrunched up. Because you want people to see their message as they're typing it, several lines down. And then we could say another thing called resize vertical. Okay. And what that does is now if people want to resize the box, it's just going to go vertically so they can see more of their message instead of wider. And this is the little default resize thing. So we'll leave that on there. I think that's cool. And then see how the min height, like if they go all the way up, that min height kicks in to where it's like, nope, it has to be 190 pixels min height. Can't go all the way up, okay? If we take the min height off, just comment it out. Now look at it. You can go all the way up. Whoops. You go all the way up. Well, pretty much all the way up. So that's why we're doing that. Again, you don't got to memorize this stuff. I just want to show you how it's working. Let's see. We'll keep the placeholder text. Looks good. Let's do our submit button next. So let's go down. So right here we have input type submit. So let's put a class on this one. So let's say form submit btn. Select this one with the class. So we'll go down here, form submit btn, and we'll say, to make it not go all the way across, we're going to say align self, flex start. So that's going to bring it back to flex start, which means, hey man, don't go all the way across. Remember, flex start is to the left, flex end would be all the way to the right, okay? So we've seen that several times now. And again, it's just a way to like align stuff, anchor it somewhere without using that like absolute positioning or any of that weird stuff. We got to give it a background color of, I think we're going to do this blue one. Yep, we're going to go background color blue. We'll say color of the text inside is going to be white. We're going to say border none. We'll say border radius 6 pixels. Say padding 12 pixels, 24 pixels to give it some. Padding is what gives like links and inputs, you know, like length and width basically. It's padding. Say font size 14 pixels. Say font weight 600. We'll say cursor pointer. Let's give it a transition because we haven't really showed you guys that yet. But you know, like when you hover over stuff on some websites and it changes color, gets lighter or darker, let's add that. That's called a transition and it's very common. So we'll say transition and we'll say we're going to do the background color. This is going to take 3 values, okay? So we're going to say background. I don't know why I put that. So background color. We're going to say it goes background color. We're going to say 0.2 seconds, so quickly. And we're going to say something called ease, like ease into it. So there's that. And then we're going to do, now to do the hover effect, we got to use a pseudo selector. So we'll go down here. We'll grab this again. So you have to have the transition here to hook up to this thing down here. So we're going to say form submit button. Now we're going to do colon hover. So because we have the transition, now we can use hover. And then what we'll do is we'll say background color. And we'll make the hover a little bit of a different blue. So we'll do hashtag 0076DC. And now if we hover over it, see how it goes a little bit darker? Pretty cool, huh? So let's just do that. And that's how you do transition effects, guys. So transition goes on the element itself, and then you can use the pseudo selector hover to change what you want to change. Okay? I mean, we could do other things too. You could say font size, 18 pixels if you wanted the text to get bigger when you hover over it. See that? Like you can do all kinds of stuff. We're just going to leave it as the color, or the background color. And we'll keep it like that. And there's like that envelope here, but we'll leave the envelope out. We'll just have it say submit message. Keep it simple, okay? And that's pretty much it for our form for now until we do mobile styles. Okay? So, I mean, it'll stack up even, but that, you know, in mobile, we're going to put these stacking on top of each other, which will fix a lot. But that's basically our form, guys. We'll leave it like that. It's pretty close to the mock-up. It's simple enough. So now, guys, let's move on to our sidebar card. And it's already looking a lot better now that we have these flexed side by side and we have our icon sized. Like, it's already looking like a legit sidebar card. Like this could be a sidebar card, and like we could just leave it like that. Like it doesn't look bad, but we got to change a few things. We got to put the icon next to the header and add that little dash border at the bottom. So we'll do that now. So not too much more to go here. All right, guys. So let's grab our sidebar divider class. Our sidebar divider is just like each individual box here with the info. So let's say, and let's put it above here. And we're going to say dot sidebar divider. And we're just going to say padding, 14 pixels top and bottom, 0 pixels left and right. Give it some space in the box so that they're not right up against our little bottom border here, border bottom. For the border bottom, we're just going to do 1 pixel dashed in this color, and it gives us that little dash area. So it's not really common to see dash, but I thought it would be fun for this video just to use a dashed bottom border. Why not? Let's do the header now. So let's grab, and we're just going to use really simple Flexbox in here like we did over here to put the stuff side by side and align it. So we'll do sidebar, what is it? Sidebar divider header container. Yeah, I know. I like long class names. Shoot me. I like to know exactly what I'm selecting. And we're going to say display, flex, align items center. And then we'll say gap, which is basically just padding, 12 pixels all around. And now, boom, we're all good to go there. Except for our blue line, we'll fix that. Let's see, contact sidebar header container. So let's do contact sidebar icon. Let's make them a little bit smaller. We'll say 42 pixels by 42. We'll say object fit contain. And flex shrink 0, which basically means just stay where you are. Like, don't do anything crazy. Stay in your box. Don't get crazy on us. You probably don't need these 2 lines of code, but again, it's just a little more robust. Let's see. So what's next? Our sidebar header contact. We gotta do the headers, right? Contact sidebar header. So let's grab that. And we're going to say color. We're going to do that blue dark color for our headers. Let's grab for our blue line here, let's just select it with an ID just for this page so it doesn't mess up the blue line positioning everywhere else. So let's see, blue line, ID, we'll say contact blue line, grab it here, and we're basically just doing this for positioning. And then really quick, we can make the font size on this, on our contact sidebar header, we'll just make it 18 pixels. So we'll fix our blue line, let's just leave that for now, we'll do it in a second. Let's grab the sidebar P class. So we'll say dot sidebar P, say font size 13 pixels, line height 1.4, margin top 7 pixels, margin, we'll say margin left so that our text isn't, we don't want it where the icon is, we want it to kind of start here, so we'll say like 55 pixels. Pretty good, pretty close, so we'll leave it as that. It's pretty much going to be it. We just got to fix this blue line and then do our mobile styles. So let's fix our blue line, guys, and to do that we're going to add a few more things to sidebar divider header container. So we're going to go row gap, I'm going to say 0. Make sure we don't have any row padding that comes up. We're going to say flex wrap, and that means it's going to go underneath here. If it gets small, the screen gets smaller, but we want it to do it permanently too. So, and then what we're going to do is we're going to manipulate the width here using something called calc to force the flex wrap to always have it underneath here. Like when we go like this. We're going to basically trick the screen and tell it that it's always a certain size even though it's not. so that it'll just neatly fit under here. So what we'll do here is, let's see, context sidebar. We're going to go to the context sidebar header itself, and we're going to say width calc. I'm going to say 100% dash 54 pixels. So in other words, we're kind of tricking the browser now into thinking that it's only so wide, so that now the blue line will go under here. So let's go grab our ID now for the blue line. Contact blue line ID here. And we're going to say, I'm going to put it right here. And we'll say width 40 pixels. Say margin. We're going to say -6 pixels top, 0 right, 0 bottom, 54 pixels left. So basically bring it down and over so that it lines up with our header. And that's going to be it, really. I mean, that's all we need to do. So we tricked it. We kind of did like a hacky CSS thing right now. We tricked the browser into thinking that the width was only a certain amount. And then we pushed it over with margin, basically. So we'll just leave it like that for now. And before we do that, I think we need to make this a white background, which I forgot to do. Yeah, I did. So let's add, what is that, our contact sidebar container. Contact sidebar container, let's grab that. Put it up here. And we just got to do background color. We'll just say white. Here we go. Now it's got that white background. Border radius 14 pixels. We'll say padding 18 pixels. And then we'll say, we'll do the box shadow. Where's our box shadow? I'll just copy paste it from my screen. You can just copy paste it from the form if you want. There we go. That's better. I knew it looked kind of weird. So let's go to our mobile styles, and we're going to need, let's see, contact and form container for sure. So we need contact and form container. Let's grab these two first. We're going to go down to our mobile styles now and stack these up on smaller screens. Let's go to our media queries. Go. All right. So we're going to do, this is going to stay display grid. The gap is going to stay. Margin top is going to go to, we'll keep it. Keep that. Really all that's going to stay. What we're going to change is, this is just going to go to 1FR, which means just stack single column on smaller screen. Like that. Okay. That's what the 1FR just did. So simple enough. That's already making everything look way better. I'll just keep it this small. Okay, so stack. We can grab the contact form itself and make sure that all of our inputs stack. So let's grab that. So right here, our class for the form, contact form. And we don't need form container really. So say dot contact form. And again, we're going to say grid template columns 1FR. So now all of the inputs, these, the first name and last name are going to just stack now for that smaller screen size. We could say gap 18 pixels. To lessen the padding a little bit. Margin top 25 pixels to bring it up a little bit, because on mobile screens this doesn't need to be pushed down so far, so just give it a little less margin. And again, that's a nitpicky thing. You could probably just leave it if you want. Let's see what we got now. Our send message P, I believe, is next, and we can just lessen the margin. Let's see. Here, I mean, yeah, we will. Let's do it up good. So here's send message P. Let's go down to our mobile styles. Okay. And we can say, for now, we can change this margin left to 0 pixels because we don't need it. We can just have it stacked right here. That looks better on mobile. That's really the main thing we want to do. And then we could switch to, I think that's it. That's all I'm going to do on that one, actually. We'll keep it like that. The next thing we can do is our form our text area. So we can grab form control text area from up here and just make the minimum height a little bit smaller on mobile screens. So it's 190 right now. So let's go down here and say dot form control text area, and we'll say 160 pixels. There we go. Looks a little bit better. And then let's see, what's our context sidebar image? Does that look okay? Do we want to mess with the height on that or anything? I think we'll keep it. So let's see what it looks like on actual devices. Pretty good. It's a 14 max. Cool. Pixel 8. Let's do a small screen. Let's do the... I love testing the iPhone 5 because it's like an ultra small screen. Even though like obviously nobody uses iPhone 5s anymore, it's just a good... It's like if it looks good on that small iPhone 5 screen at 320 pixels, you're solid. Okay. Phone 10 and iPad. Cool. So there's our form area. That was kind of a pain. A little bit of a pain, but we got through it. And we just have one more little area to go here down here, so we'll do that next. All right, guys, let's do the last part of the last page and be done with this thing, huh? So it's this part down here. It's like a little mini showcase area. And we did something very similar to this on our home page. But we're just, since the icon is here, there's enough differences here to where we're just going to do this new section from scratch. It's still not going to take very long. So we'll set up the HTML now, and then we'll set up the background image, and it'll be real easy. I figure rather than copy and paste our last part, let's go out with a bang and actually do coding one last time, huh? Let's go out with one last hoorah here. So let's set up our HTML for this area. So remember, this is a background image, so we're going to create basically a div that's going to host that background image. And we should probably call this the stay connected, right? Since that's the heading. So let's make a comment and say stay connected. Start. And then stay connected end. Okay. And then let's do a div called what? Stay connected, right? Or I guess we can call it a section. Would be a little more semantic. I like to use sections for completely new sections. So I'll say section dot stay connected. And then in there, what do we got? So we're going to have an icon image. So we're going to have like a text area. We're pretty much going to have another... we're going to have another div that wraps around everything so that we can put this side by. So a separate div for the icon and then a separate div for like the text content area so that we can flex them. So we'll say dot stay connected icon container. That's how we'll do it. And then we'll do the icon. So let's say image. And it should be under here as stay connected icon. Really obvious, this big shark icon here. And then I'm not going to have any alt text for that. And then the second container is going to be the text content. So we'll say dot stay connected text container. Okay. And then we're going to have an H, what should we call that? An H2, I guess. So we'll say dot H2. We'll give it a class of stay connected header. And then we'll copy and paste stay connected with Great Whites Sharks HQ right in here. Then below there we'll have the paragraph. So we'll say p.stay connected p. And then let's do this. Boom. And then we'll do our little link thing here. So I think we already have, we could probably, oh, well, that's a submit button. There is another page that has that already, but whatever. We'll do a stay connected link. Again, we'll just do it from scratch. So we'll say anchor tag, stay connected. We'll say btn for button. And it'll go to the blog.html. And the text is going to say visit our blog with that arrow. So ampersand R-A-R-R. Oops, did we do it? Ampersand R-A-R-R. Whoops, that's not that. That's a dollar sign. I got money on my mind. There we go. So is our arrow there? There's our arrow. Okay, so we got it. So there's the HTML we need. Now let's go ahead and do the CSS part. All right, guys, so let's get in our CSS. We're going to do the whole stay connected section first so we can get our background image. And let's just look at what we're building now. So let's go make a comment, or sorry, not a comment, but we'll just do right here, dot stay connected. Let's grab our background image code so we don't have to redo it. We'll just grab this. Wait, that's not it. Let's go way up here. Grab all of this. Go down. Paste that in there. We need to do stay connected, so we'll do image. Stay connected showcase. And then before I do anything else, get this thing the hell out of the way. Stupid icon. So let's grab, we need to put a class in here. Class stay connected icon. That's what we'll put there. Do we already have that somewhere else? No. No, we don't. Okay, just making sure because it auto-filled and it's kind of scared me. All right, so stay connected icon. Really quick, we'll just say height 40 pixels, width 40 pixels. Okay, just to get it out of the. We'll change it later. I mean, we'll make it a little bit bigger. We could say 60 by 60, I guess. Keep it there. Keep it small so we can actually see what the hell is going on. So we have our background image. Let's add some padding here. We'll say 30 pixels top and bottom, 40 pixels left and right. What else? Okay, we got to give it that border radius so it has the rounded quarters. So let's say border radius 14 pixels. And we'll say color is going to be white of all the text in here. And now we got to use flex to put this next to this. Or sorry, we have to use flex to not do that yet, but to at least align everything center. So let's say display, flex, align items. Yeah, center. There we go. So now that's aligned center and the icon's where we want it to be. I guess the icon should be bigger because it's pretty big. So maybe 100 by 100 is, I mean, should it be that big? It's pretty big in the mock-up. Yeah, we'll go with 100 by 100 and keep it there. You go 100 by 100. That's fine. I mean, it looks a little fatter, though. Maybe 120 by 100 on width. There we go. That looks closer. So go, 120 by 100 height and width. All right, back to what we were doing. Align item center. Let's do some padding using gap all around of 25 pixels. And let's do... I think that's going to be it for now for that. Let's see what it looks like on desktop. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty close. Let's see, we got the shark icon. Let's do the stay connected text container. Let's grab that because we've got to put some padding on here and make it stack up how we want it. So stay connected text container. We'll say max width of 550 pixels. So it cuts off at some point. There we go. So now it's stacking. Okay, that's good. Let's do the header next, the stay connected header. Grab this down here. Say font size 28 pixels. And then we'll say line height 1.2. What else? Going on down the line, we'll do the stay connected paragraph. So font size, we'll do 16 pixels. Max width, 500 pixels. Margin top, 10 pixels. And now we got to get into the little link down here, stay connected BTN. We got to make that look like a blue button. So let's grab stay connected BTN. Oops. Say dot stay connected BTN. Say display inline block. We'll say background color. It's going to be this blue that we use for our other buttons. And we're going to say color of the text is going to be white. We'll say padding. Say 10 pixels top and bottom. And like 20 pixels. There we go. Let's do a border radius of 6 pixels to round it up. Let's give it some margin on the top. We'll say margin top 18 pixels to drop it down a little bit. There we go. I got some space there. And we can make this bigger. We can say like 1222 maybe. A little bit bigger. Let's do font size. Let's make the font bigger. So let's say 16 pixels. And what else? Let's make it bolder. Let's say font weight 600. There we go. What else? Cursor pointer because it's a link, so that's good. That's pretty much it. That should be it for the desktop CSS. Looks good. So there's ours. Let's see if we can go like a little side by side here. Know what I mean? Not bad. We'll take that, okay? That's close enough. Let's do our styles for mobile now. So what we're going to do is grab the stay connected whole container and go down to our 768 and lower media queries. Okay. And let's just get rid of all this. We'll say flex direction is going to be column. So things begin to stack when the screen gets smaller. Say align items, flex start. We'll say give it a gap of 15 pixels. And we'll say padding 25 pixels, 20 pixels. And then we're going to make the background image. We should have kept that actually, because we're going to make the background image darker because the text is going to end up overlaying. See how we shrunk everything up, and now, I mean, that's still pretty readable, honestly. We might just keep that. Let's just keep that. Let's not overcomplicate it. We don't need to make the background darker. It's actually a good color. You can still read that text really nice on mobile, so we'll keep that. We could make the icon a little smaller, probably. The shark icon could be a little bit smaller on mobile. Because I know, especially for those smaller screens, we don't want it to eat up the whole screen. So just a little nitpick thing. So we could say height 80, width 100. So knock off, 20 pixels each way. What did we say? 100. That's supposed to be 80. There we go, a little bit smaller. We could say the stay connected header. Could just make the font size a little bit smaller, like 22 pixels on mobile. Jeez Louise. Font size 22 pixels. Get a little bit smaller. You can make the paragraph a little bit smaller. You could say dot stay. And I'm just going to auto. It's like auto doing everything, so I don't have to copy it. Just say font size 14 pixels. And then we'll say dot stay connected button. Padding 10 pixels, 18 pixels left and right. So we'll make that a little bit smaller. The button. We're just shrinking everything up just a little bit for mobile screens. That's all we're going to do here. And I think that's probably it. Oh, why is this sucked up there? Did we not give margin to that bad boy? Let's go back up. We don't have any margin here for some reason, so let's give it some margin top, and then it'll come down to the mobile styles naturally. So I thought we did. We didn't. Okay. Good catch. So margin top, 25 pixels. Boom. Boom. Okay, guys. I think we're done. Let's see how that last section looks on mobile. There's iPad. Here is iPhone 5. The ultimate test of small screen. Still looks good. Still looks readable. Okay. Google Pixel. I think we're good here, guys. This is a complete project for the most part. There's a couple of things that we could clean up. Mainly image widths on iPads. I think some of them look kind of bad for other pages. So let's go through the whole project to just show you, like, this is what we just built, guys. Look at this. This looks like legit, a very legit website, right? Home, about, blog, contact. Very nice. It's all mobile responsive, every page. What were some? So, like, I think one of the issues, especially with the blog area, is on certain screens it just gets a little like that. You might want to make the images go wider on this screen, like the width. But I'm going to purposely hold off on doing that on camera because I want to challenge you guys at least in some way to maybe fix this and then maybe post your how you did it in the comments. And then if you want to leave the link to your GitHub if you want other people to see it, that would be like a cool little learning exercise, I think. And it's like, it's nitpicky. It's like just for these smaller screens, but on like a smartphone, it doesn't matter. But when you get to like that iPad screen, like this space could be utilized better. But I want you guys to try to fix that. I think that would be smart. I mean, especially as like a teacher, I want you guys to show me something, guys. Leave something in the comments if you can figure that out. But yeah, guys, this is our Sharks website. So it started out as an ugly HTML only file, and we built a fully mobile responsive site. We even learned how to do like a simple mobile menu with just CSS, not even using JavaScript. So that was really cool. We figured out how to do nice little showcase areas, which are still a very common feature on websites today. We did grid and Flexbox. Everything that I taught you guys, did I go into the deep nitty-gritty of absolutely everything? No, I kept this as simple as we could. I did all the most common stuff that you do with websites and CSS. I taught you what you should know, basically, and then everything else that you need to ever do in the future. You can ask Google. You can have AI help you figure it out. You'll learn as you go. You can't learn everything in one video, but this is pretty good. If you want, go check the link in the description. If you want more from me, if you like my teaching style, if like, yo, this guy just taught me a lot, I want to learn more from him, check out Prompt Build Ship. This is the flagship offering from the channel. It's a 4-course bundle, all for one price. Totally affordable. I'm not some ridiculous guru charging $500 for online courses. It includes Coding Foundations course, which is 50 hours of you building stuff and learning full stack development from me and tutorials just like the one you just did, except the videos are all 5-minute, bite-sized. They're shorter. They're a little more organized. We start with very small projects, and we learn the whole stack from scratch, okay? By the end of it, you'll be a confident coder when it comes to both HTML, CSS, and programming. Like, you'll at least know enough of the basics to be dangerous, to actually build stuff. Next, we have Build and Ship with AI. This is where I teach you AI workflows and how to set up automations, how to use AI, how to set up domains, hosting, how to set up email, lead generation, lead capture for websites. This is basically like, how do I use AI and my coding skills to actually make money with this stuff and become a super competent, hyper competent developer. I give you the prompt library source code. So this is an ebook that by itself sells for $20, but you get it. It tells you how to prompt AI. It gives you copy and paste prompts to get really good first drafts of websites right away, and you can use that for freelancing or for yourself. And then I also have Build Your Developer Brand. I'll show you how did I build my YouTube thing? How do I make money for courses? How do you make yourself known and a lot more attractive to employers, guys? When people actually know you and you're not some random faceless application if you're trying to get a job, if you have a body of work that you can show people, it's a lot more impressive. You're no longer just random Jimmy. You're somebody with an online presence that'll get you interviews and notoriety and possibly job offers a lot easier. So you can just go to the link in the description and click enroll now. Again, it's super, I'm not raking you over the coals. It's super, super affordable. You can go monthly. You can just buy it all for $60. And honestly, all of this together, guys, is probably 70 hours of content. This pricing is ridiculously low. So I'm offering it very, very cheap. You can take this whole thing, become a hyper competent developer, actually make money, get jobs, get freelance clients. Go ahead and check it out, guys. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video.